Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Monday. I hope you enjoyed last week. It was wild. There was events. There was market movements. One of the worst weeks in a while. You had a bunch of earnings, and now we're going to do it all over again, and we are starting with a little bit of relief. There's a lot of reasons people are asking the only thing that happened over the weekend, a slight ground invasion into Gaza, but the way people are looking at it is that it is now more contained. Yes, borderline, you kind of have a by the invasion type beat. We'll see how this plays out, but that's a big part of this morning, as well as now getting ready for the final earnings and what is expected from Powell to the jobs and even the bonds and the Treasury refunding. So, Chattadonia, it's going to be a wild week here. We are in the middle of all of it. 2 days left in October. I hope you're locked in. I hope your weekend was good. But now it's Happy Monday. What's up, baby? Good morning. How you living, baby? What's going on? What's up, open face? Don't worry. We got 2 more months. What's up, Zoo Rise Laker? Jay. Oh, good morning. Malcolm, Candy, Monica, Wandering, Awaz, Jarulo. Good morning, baby. What's up, Gunner? What's up, Gus? What's up, Alaskan Assassin? Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Lozano. Good morning, William Anderson. Nathan FX, baby. Riley Mack, baby. Wavo, good morning. Robert Woods, Winning Losers. Najee Wolf, good morning, baby. Joey Kamako. Good morning, baby. What's up, CYB? Taylor Berry, Marcus Hanlon, baby. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Ivan Cano, Toyeka, Sons of Averaging. Good morning, Nomad, Skinny FX, Drew, baby, Anthony, Christian's Collection. Good morning, baby. Happy Monday. What's up, Ann? What's up, Anthony? What's up, Learn with T? Good morning, Humble Soul. Fat, baby, how you living? Antonio, baby, Jerry Woods. Oh, my gosh, Mr. Scanlon, Remixable, Luis Moreno, Carlos, Asset Work. Good morning, baby. What about that Twitch? Oh, Most Dope Andy, Nikki on Smash, baby, JG Industries, Crypto B, V-Arch, I can't say it, Magsy, good morning, baby, Big Curly, Preforms, Hailstone, Bruce Mercator, baby, the Bruce Mercatorator, I don't know, Blowing Dough, baby, good morning, KJ Lemur, Real Mookie Bets, Angelus, baby, Hailstone again, You Nanny, Payday, Feed Me Seymour, Charlie and the Tree, Sasha Gray Matter, Blazing Bob, and Robo Hand Tech. Oh, my goodness. Good morning, Chad. Oh, and there's Mikey, baby. I hope you're living good. Again, very, very, very wild week ahead of us, man. So I hope you guys are locked in. I hope you're ready for all of it. It should be a lot of fun. It should be, I guess, a lot of fun. We'll see. We will see, baby. But let us get into the news, my friends. Happy Monday. European stocks rebound from 10-month low. Oil falls market. Stocks rose with Euro Stock 600 bouncing back from 10-month low, and oil prices retreated as Israel's military action in Gaza proceeded more cautiously than some investors had feared. Treasuries fell. Europe Stock 600 and S&P futures gained about 0.6. Brent crude dropped by to $89 a barrel, and gold slipped below $2,000 an ounce. 10-year Treasury yields climbed back 6 basis points to about 4.9. Instead of a massive ground invasion, the Israeli military has started slowly, and so far there are few signs that the conflict will spread across the wider Middle Eastern region. That being said, that being seen as enough good news for investors to wade back into the markets after last week's sharp sell-off, which sent the S&P into a correction on Friday after the index closed 10% below its recent peak. This week also includes a slew of potentially market-moving events for investors to track, including central bank meetings in Japan, the U.S., and U.K., while the U.S. Treasury Department announces its quarterly bond sales plan. The relatively contained operations over the weekend were perhaps a relief to markets who are worried about other players being dragged into the conflict, said James Rossiter, global head of macro strategies at TD Securities. That should bode well for some of the risk assets that said are definitely a few risk events for markets to chew on this week. The shekel took a pause from recent selling, gaining about 0.4 at 4.0543. It remains the world's worst performing currency this month, recently hitting 11-year lows on Monday. The Treasury will set the stage for issuance plans with an update on quarterly borrowing estimates for its cash balance. Wednesday's Treasury Department Department sales announcement is shaping up to be a bigger market event than the Federal Reserve's interest rate decision the same day. The so-called quarterly refunding will reveal the extent to which the Treasury will ramp up sales for longer-term debt to fund a widening budget deficit. Bond yields remain high even after the outbreak of the Israel-Hamas war 3 weeks ago, the kind of geopolitical flashpoint that could spur haven demand for Treasuries. 10-year Treasuries hit a 16-year high last week despite signals from policymakers that they're at or near the end of rate hikes. Among other individual stocks, HSBC was steady after the bank's further share buyback as much as $3 billion offset any news of a pre-tax of profit of $7.71 billion, which was just shy of analyst estimates. Pinterest and Arista are expected to report their quarterly earnings after the market close. China's key financial policy gathering on Monday. Japan unemployment, industrial production, retail sales on Tuesday. Bank of Japan on Tuesday. China non-manufacturing PMI and manufacturing PMIs on Tuesday. Eurozone CPI, GDP on Tuesday. U.S. construction spending, ISM, and job openings on Wednesday. U.S. Treasury quarterly refunding on Wednesday. FOMC on Wednesday. Bank of England rate decision on Thursday, China CAC and Services PMI on Friday, Eurozone unemployment on Friday, then U.S. unemployment non-farms on Friday as well. Israel latest. Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu is facing criticism. Growing internal calls to resign over his unwillingness to accept any responsibility for the October 7th attack by Hamas. He caused a furor with social media post on Sunday in which he blamed security chiefs for the intelligence lapse, only then to delete it and apologize. Israel over the weekend widened their ground offensive in Gaza, raiding a West Bank city and conducting an airstrike in Syria, though the step up in operations in Gaza was more cautious than many had feared. Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah will make a televised speech in Lebanon in the afternoon of November 3rd, the first public address by the leader of an Iran-backed militant group since the war began, and the wealthy of the Gulf nation of Qatar is under pressure to show that it can mediate between Hamas and its Western allies. Apple's challenges. More of China's consumers are buying Huawei made-in-China smartphones rather than Apple's latest offering. The iPhone 15 series saw sales drop about 6% in its launch month compared with the prior year, according to one market researcher, while another said that Apple shipments were down in the third quarter. Huawei's return to the mobile arena with the abrupt release of the Mate 60 and 60 Pro smartphones drew in buyers in the weeks leading up to the latest iPhone release. Huawei stunned Washington by unveiling an advanced phone processor made by Chinese chipmaker SMIC, triggering celebration in China and accusations in the U.S. that a campaign to contain the country's tech had failed. Apple, which is set to publish earnings on Thursday, will announce 2 new Macs at an event later today. Bond supply investors are gearing up for Treasury Department's new borrowing plan due Wednesday, only hours before the Federal Reserve policy statement. The quarterly refunding announcement will reveal the extent to which the Treasury will ramp up sales of long-term debt to fund a widening budget deficit. Many bond dealers predict a refunding size of $114 billion, representing the same cadence of increase per each refunding as laid out in the $103 billion August plan. An alternative view would be a smaller bump in longer-term debt, given the surge in yields and greater reliance on shorter maturity bills. Long-dated securities have been tumbling for weeks despite signals that the Fed officials are at or near the end of rate hikes. The so-called real neutral rate, the interest rate that neither spurs nor slows the economy, has at least doubled in the aftermath of the pandemic, says a majority of correspondents in the latest survey. They also said that both the S&P and the NASDAQ are now overvalued. Futures rise. Again, the big bond market event this Wednesday is at the Treasury and not the Fed. Everybody talking about the refunding. That is a very big deal. S&P futures, they are up by 0.7 Monday trading after U.S. equities came under pressure last week with all the major indexes down over 2% and the S&P down over 2% for a second straight week. Treasuries mostly weaker after firming across the curve last week, shaking off some early weak selling pressure. Dollar versus euro and sterling a bit more firmer on the yen cross. Gold is up by 0.2. Bitcoin futures are up by 2.7 after rallying nearly 15% last week on ETF optimism. WTI is down 1.3 after losing nearly 3% last week. Nothing special behind the bounce today. Though some support seems to be coming from the lack of broadening of Middle East tensions in recent days, oversold conditions, another go-to excuse after both S&P and NASDAQ entered correction territory last week. Bulls are focused on peak Fed, solid Q3 earnings season metrics, resilient U.S. growth backdrop, bearish positioning, seasonality, and reopening of corporate buyback window. No changes in bearish narrative, which has had the upper hand for the last few months. Big areas of concern continue to revolve around meaningful FCI tightening, elevated bond market volatility, higher for longer, muted reactions to Q3 earnings beat, weak earnings revisions breadth, and then Q4 growth in headwinds and geopolitical tensions. Recent press reports have focused on dip buying in treasuries via ETFs, underwhelming earnings takeaways, and outsized importance of Treasury refunding announcement versus the Fed decision on Wednesday. Also, some headlines about Biden versus Xi, summit shaping up for next month in San Francisco. Elsewhere, on the geopolitical front, Israel stepped up a ground battle into Gaza, and Netanyahu warned of the second phase of the war would be long and hard. German regional inflation data came in cooler than expected. UAW reportedly escalating strike against GM, the only automaker that has not reached a new labor agreement. Busy week ahead with over 160 S&P companies reporting. McDonald's beat and guided margins ahead while strong average check price increases offsetted the guest count decline. Apple on Thursday after the close expected to be the highlight. Other notable reports include Caterpillar, Pfizer, AMD, Airbnb, Mondelez, Qualcomm, Eli Lilly, Starbucks, and Shopify. Also a number of high-profile macro events. These include policy decisions from the Fed, Bank of England, and Bank of Japan, Treasury's quarterly refunding announcement, ISM Manufacturing, ISM Services, JOLTS report, and then the BLS unemployment report. Also some important overseas data, including official China PMIs and Eurozone CPI. Where is it? Foreign direct investment into China is falling across multiple measures, adding to pressure on Beijing and local governments as they seek to counter economic slowdown. Financial Times calculated based on the Chinese Commerce Ministry data compiled by Winshow that FDI fell 34% year-on-year in September, the biggest decline since monthly figures became available in 2014. More than 30 Chinese-listed companies unveiled share buyback and purchase plans over the weekend, while major mutual fund eHouse Fund Management Co. said they would invest in their own products as Beijing steps up effort to put a floor under a sliding stock market. Spain's headline CPI for October comes in at 3.5, below the 3.8 forecast, while core drops to 5.2, down from 5.8 and below the 5.6 forecast. German CPIs tumbled in October, as well as, where's that, North Rhine-Westphalia. That's all just the areas, the regions. The United Auto Workers called for a fresh strike at General Motors. Daniel Hagari, Israel Defense Force spokesman, said on Sunday that Israel had sent more troops into Gaza overnight and combat operations were continuing in the north of the Strip. We are advancing the stages of the war according to our plan, he said. We are gradually expanding our ground operations. Iran appears committed to offering full diplomatic support to Hamas, but militarily, its strategy is more nuanced. American officials said that Iran was trying to carefully calibrate attacks by their proxy force so they did not start a wider war, but still diverted resources away from Israel's effort in Gaza. Oleg Tazarov, the person Russia planned to install as leader of Ukraine if the war proves successful, was shot and wounded in an assassination attempt over the weekend. Heavy-hitting investors are snapping up U.S. government bonds and longer maturities, betting that the pain in the Treasury market is nearly over and that an elusive slowdown in the economy may be on the horizon. Money managers include PIMCO, Janus Henderson, Vanguard, BlackRock are taking the plunge, a bold bet after a multi-month rout in bond prices has repeatedly wrong-footed asset managers and set the 10-year yield above 5% this week for the first time since 2007. OpenAI seals deal with San Francisco office space, the city's largest lease since 2018, after CEO Sam Altman calls remote work experiment one of tech industry's worst mistakes. Goldman's PB data from last week highlights the mega-cap tech stocks. The Mag 7 collectively saw the largest notional selling since early September, driven by short sales and, to a lesser extent, long sales 2.5 to 1. The Mag 7 stocks collectively now make up 18% of the total U.S. single stock net exposure on the prime book, down modestly from a record high of 20% in July 23, but still elevated versus history in the 96th percentile on a 5-year look back. Wow. Don't worry, there's more, Habibi. There is more. The Treasury refunding announcement is more important than the bond market than the Fed decision on Wednesday. Fed expected to hold rates at 22-year high, but leave hikes on the table. Yen set for big swing as Bank of Japan discusses their next step. ECB Simca says central bank unlikely to lift rates for the rest of the year. Bank of England seen keeping rates unchanged as inflationary pressures remain strong. German regional inflation comes in cooler than expected. German economic contraction not as weak as feared. Inflation to persist with global economy next year, postponing rate cuts. Polls show. Goldman Sachs removes forecast for U.S. government shutdown this year. UAW extends strike against GM after deal to end Stellantis. iPhone 15 underperforming predecessor in China. Apple seeks to capitalize on new computer sales with latest Mac lineup. Fed putting corporate America in a stranglehold amid worries about growing financial risks. Biden looks to move fast on AI safeguards and will sign an executive order to address the concerns. Israeli tanks enter Gaza City and cut off key road as ground incursion steps up. And then China FM Wang suggests road to Xi Biden summit will not be smooth. And then again, Treasury to announce latest U.S. funding estimates today, following Wednesday's November refunding announcement. Auction sizes for the quarter are expected to increase as the U.S. budget deficits have come under wider than expected, and QT continues to run at $60 billion a month. Also comes at a time when increased supply has also been a key place to the rate backdrop narrative and followers of several disappointing Treasury auctions in the recent weeks. Street expects smaller long-dated Treasury, given recent surge in yields and rising term premium, with Treasury instead relying on shorter-dated bills where demand is held up better with short-term rates above 5%. Also expecting to announce details on buyback operations, which would offer liquidity support seen as starting as soon as January. Despite recent Treasury market volatility, some said anxiety and rates peaking ahead of announcement, and with supply guidance already priced into the curve, Treasuries could rally with overhang refunding removed. However, some flagged the risk of larger deficits than smaller in 2024, given the potential for broader economic slowdown. Wow. So crazy. Don't worry. There is more, baby. We have the plays. So, chat, got a couple of movers here. Again, a lot of different ones, actually, believe it or not. WDC, they're up 13.2, spin-off on earnings. AER is up 4.3 off of nothing. PSTG, they're up 3.9 off of WDC Sympathy. NVO up 3% off of nothing. McDonald's, they're up 2.8 off of earnings. Vale up 1.9, City Upgrades. Stellantis up 1.4, tentative agreement with UAW. SRC, they're up 12.5 to be acquired by Realty Income O for $9.3 billion. XPO is up 7.6 off of earnings. JKS 7.0 off of earnings. That's weird considering it's solar. SoFi up 6.0 off of earnings. Light up 5.4 to acquire Cloud Light for $750 million in cash. Miro up 225 to be acquired by United Therapeutics. CDT up 56% off of nothing. ICU up 23%. FDA approvable letter. DCPH up 19%. Phase Motion 3 study of vimseltinib in patients with TGCT met primary endpoint. Coherus up 18.9. FDA approves Loqtorzi. MGTX up 17.6, $30 million strategic investment from Sanofi. RVPH up 13.1, results from global pivotal phase 3 recover review for tovorafenib. AIRE up 12.3, Lunar up 7.1, sets window for IM-1 lunar mission targeting on January 2024. Crypto-related stocks all doing good. Select Chinese ADRs also trading higher. RVTY down 8.9 off of earnings. ON down 4.6 off of earnings. MT down 4.2. A mine accident in agreement with the government of Kazakhstan to nationalize its site in the country. CHKP down 2.3 off of earnings. BN down 2.2 off of nothing. Realty Income down 1.5 to acquire Spirit Realty Capital for $9.3 billion in stock. ANF down 2.0 off of nothing. OII down 1.8. VSAT down 1.7. HIMS down 1.6. DNUT down 1.6. Truist downgrade. COM down 24.4% off of guidance. And then FRBN down 19.9 off of nothing. Wow. Not bad, Chad. Not bad, huh? So, market's doing good. A lot of people talking maybe the bonds bounce. If anything, you're just getting a lot of relief after all of the craziness. You're hearing a little bit about Israel in the sense that they're saying it's not too bad. So, Chad, let's see where this all takes us. We still got some more plays we need to go over. Then before you know it, it's the pledge and the bell. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. I hope you're ready for the plays. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And happy Monday, baby. Good morning.
Of Iron Dome, which Israel is deeply dependent on to take some of these rockets and missiles out of the sky that are falling regularly on its territory.
Oliver Crook and Maureen, both of you, thank you so much, as always, for wonderful reporting. Still with us, Dan Skelly and George Goncalves. And I want to dig into the ramifications from this. A lot of people are talking about the oil ramifications. George, I want to get your sense from the spending, the defense spending, the military kind of heft that the U.S. is looking to ramp up. How much does that affect how you're kind of gaming out the next 6 to 12 months?
Look, I mean, military spending, of course, is one of the largest components of our, budget and the deficit, and it's been a big driver of it, as well as interest costs, which I think is also critical to focus on that. But I don't think it's big enough that it's going to necessarily deter or reduce sort of spending. But of course, it just means more treasury supply.
Which is a reason why a lot of people are focusing on that angle. Dan, is that kind of the angle that you're taking with it? How are you watching this conflict to try to parse the noise from the signal, at least when it comes to a market's point of view, putting aside, and it's always hard to do this, but putting aside the human tragedy, which is very real and unfolding in very much real time?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the tragedy is just completely awful. To your point, I think looking at the market and the economic impacts beyond that, I think, George made a good point earlier in terms of that 5% level on the 10-year not really holding. And I think you are starting to see people come in, too, in terms of this risk-off uncertainty as well, come into the bond market. So, that's the way we're looking at it. When you think about it, hopefully here, obviously not broadening out into a broader scale issue, which for the time being is the market's interpretation. Oil is up only modestly since the attack happened in Israel. When you look at, the equity market, you've seen some loosening in valuation. You've seen some credit widening, but not a ton. And so for the moment,
a lot of people are hoping that the bonds bottom out today. You don't have Mr. Bill Ackman, but we'll see how it plays out. Future's still doing good. Chattadonia, we got about 8 minutes until the bell. We still got a couple of other things. We got to go through the pledge and all of that. But Chattadonia, you are here right now. You have heard all of the news. You've gone through the last couple of months, man. This is the final days of October. What is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat, baby. Let's source some of that info. What do we got? 52-week low on Hershey. I want like more than 52-week low. I want a little bit more, baby. A little bit more. Let's see what we got. Gold and silver pop in, screaming that 10%. SPY, A-net earnings play, no play. Bought McDonald's, Google call, McDonald's call, more Josh Duran workouts, selling SoFi covered calls, SPY puts, JPM, Apple 175, long TLT, SoFi calls, selling SLV, Coherus short, Enphase put, SPY credit spread, SPY, NVIDIA, Tesla, ME, O for the long term, Tesla calls, RVPH, calls on SOXS, SPY puts to close the gap, silver up, 2%, gold down, SPY 0-day calls, NASDAQ mini, making more coffee, Google calls, overly dying, TQQ, AG shares, SPY 416, SPY puts on the win, Boeing calls, SVIX, US 30 puts, Palantir call, UEC long, mining stocks, RVPH SIG, TQQ, NVIDIA, Tesla, AMD calls, random shit all over, Altria calls, NVIDIA, Amazon shares, ride of the uranium train, holding RTX, Boeing puts, short 10-year with everything I have, adding more long-term outlook, sell SoFi $8 covers, maybe 1 to 2 month, accumulating Ford shares, dropping off SPY longs, holding RTX, Boeing puts, Ford longs, SPY calls, Amazon shares, my puts will block out the sun, SPY calls, SPY 422 weekly calls, TMF January 25, Enphase, PayPal, IRND, SPY calls, no play, credit spread, Home Depot, AMD, McDonald's puts, SPY puts, finger to the sky, and the final plays. DraftKings calls, MP calls, sideline watching, no play, and PayPal. Wow, Chattadonia, wow. You know what I like, though? I'll tell you this. I feel like every last Monday, though, it was like all straight calls or straight puts at the morning. I feel like today is kind of more 50-50. Maybe the chat hasn't woken up yet, but it feels a lot more 50-50. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. So as far as me, I got a couple of weird plays today. So I'm going to be watching gold and oil. I definitely think those are the most fascinating things right now in the market besides the bond market. Then watch Apple. You have that earnings here on Thursday. It should be the big dog, especially if we're trying to gauge any of the recovery on those big techs from last week. And then WDC, you watch what happened with the deal yesterday. They announced the spinoff and all that other stuff today. So that could be a good one. And then McDonald's, they beat on earnings. And then the other plays, there's about 5 names today with FDA approvals or data. So we already went over them. ICU, DCPH, MGTX, RVPH, and Dawn. All of these names just have some sort of FDA data that's been driving them, so could be a good one to be looking at. But that's what I'm going to be watching. Should be simple. Oh, yeah, Coherus, they had the approval as well. That one, remember, we saw that one on Friday. You know what I'm saying? Like, we were there on Friday with Coherus, and it didn't have any reaction. It's crazy, but it is taking off today. So other than that, though, a lot of FDA data, a lot of FDA news. But, Chad, we got 1 minute. We have 1 minute here. Do you have any pressing questions on this Monday? Yeah, Realty Income, they bought like not SPR, they bought somebody, Spirit Realty or something like that. They paid $9 billion in shares. So that's probably why they are down right now. They weren't down too much, but some of you were just saying they are dying. So we will see how it plays out. But Chattadonia, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Very big week here. Again, the Treasury refunding is important, but you notice, again, the narrative is that it's going to be more important than Powell. We will see about that. We will see about that. What do you think of consumer staples? I think whenever the bonds stop dying, those are going to be the first ones to rally, just like 2021. If you remember what happened in 2021, leading even in 2022, the same thing happened. You kill the value first, and then again, whenever we do bottom out, though, I do think that those are going to be the first winners. So we'll see what happens. But more importantly, Chad, every day, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. I hope you know how appreciated you are, and it really means a lot on our hearts because you have sacrificed so much to the point we don't even have to this day and age. And again, every day in the news, you see America's role, but honestly, it's not even the country, it's the citizens who have volunteered to become in the military, not become civilians and sacrifice. So God bless you all. I hope you know you're appreciated and we love you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, the police officers, the janitors, the coaches, anybody helping out and giving back, making things run, baby. I hope you know you appreciate it as well, too. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna! Oh, Chattadonia. Oh, Chattadonia. Let's go. It's Monday, baby. Yeah, I hope you're hyped, man. Not too hype. Again, I hope you save your energy. We have so much this week. Again, I really think this is going to be probably the craziest week or two of the whole year. Again, I mean, if you even look at what happened in the last couple of weeks, even how the bonds reacted, how equities went down, the NASDAQ, it was bigger than SVB on the downside. So it's quite phenomenal. Like I said on the watch list yesterday, if you go and compare August of last year to the bottom, this was about 70 points, not including the little extra. They pushed back his hairline a little bit here, but other than that, it was about 70 points. So we're right now at 50. So again, 390 will be interesting. If we end up there, we'll see where it goes. But like I'm saying here, this week has a lot on the table, man. So we're gonna see what happens. Was the watch list thumbnail you? I think it was. I mean, that's, you know, I had to do a face reveal, so I did it on a thumbnail. I thought nobody noticed, really. I didn't think, I put it on the watch list, second link. I thought people would notice. Nobody really cared. ON, they got some stuff. All right, Chad, we got about 1 minute. Drop that thumbs up on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. Let's have a good day out here, and let's see if this shit actually holds up. Again, a lot of talks about bonds bottoming out, even though they're down today. The dollar chilling out. That phenomenal gold and oil. We have to definitely keep our eyes on it. So we'll see how that all plays out. But Chattadonia, let's have a good one. Let's have some fun. Keep it clean, and good luck. Good luck, my friends. You have 30 seconds. 30 seconds. All right, you guys already liked the video? Good work. Good work. Again, I think it's going to start off, we'll see by Euro close how things chill out. But again, I mean, just watch your broader factors, and we'll see if anything on the global side gets in our way. But if anything, it seems like the Israel stuff went from headwind to tailwind. Okay, 1-0. Round one. fight. Good luck. All right, GLD. I don't know if I want to look at all those biotechs yet, but just keep an eye on them. Where are the defensives? I'm surprised they even went up with everybody calming down off all of this. Amazon. Oh, yeah, don't forget. Amazon reported. That was on Thursday. I forgot. And then keep an eye out on Apple as well, too. And then McDonald's already had earnings after the bell. SPY is up by 0.72. NASDAQ 0.79. And then Dow 0.8 and Russell 0.9. So everything's up almost like 1%. This little gap up off of the relief so far is pretty big. Meta's going up. They're up 1.5. Remember how all of the tech stocks moved. Again, Friday was all about the Magnificent Seven coming down and everything else rolling up. So keep that in mind. There's RTX. Has it gone above 80 yet? Enphase on the high as well. ON. Down 14. Again, I thought they were actually doing better. I didn't know they were getting clapped like that. MPW again, Watch O2. They're the ones that made the buyout. They're only down 1.7. Google's on the low right now, so they're still in the green, but that's the first tech stock that I see selling off. Again, it's only been a couple of minutes here. 0.7 is the opening price. NVIDIA, 1.23. Oxy's coming up. There's RTX. XLB Utilities. Oh, falling near the year. Airbnb again. Airbnb has earnings on Wednesday. We haven't talked about it too much, but again, there's just so many broader factors here that are a little bit more important, but watch that. RTX starting to go up. LMT up by 0.51. Tesla dump. Tesla is coming down. They're about to go red here. Most of the other tech is looking good. There's Apple. Okay. All right, I'm out of that. I made a MIV. I sold out of RTX. I took about 1,300 net. So that was from the earnings. Baba, again, I think Baba had earnings, again, at least in China. There was a couple of those headlines over the weekend. Excuse me. Western Digital Board remains open to considering any alternatives that deliver superior value to the proposed separation should they become available. Again, remember WDC, bad Kioxa news, and then they announced some level of spinoff today. A DVN on the high. Again, energy names are starting to go. ON, another low there. So they're down 16. ON Semiconductor, damn. So, again, Chad kept calling this out in the morning. WDC is going down. Watch out for that, though. Again, that one's interesting. Amazon's on the high. McDonald's on the low. Remember, they had earnings. NVIDIA's kind of tweaking out here. Amazon's up 2.2. SPY is still going. Let's see where we're at the levels. I forgot. Remember how important the level. Back to 41.56. Damn, son. So, again, you've literally recovered all of Friday now in your first, 4 minutes of trading? So, again, all day of Friday, the little gap up and sell off here, which was, about 50 points on Friday. You are right back up now, 41.55. We still got to get to 41.78 and then play that game with the 4200s. So you're actually looking pretty nice now, 1% on the NASDAQ, 1.2 on the Russell. Watch Amazon. That's a leader. Even NVIDIA's up 2. You guys are saying Meta. Yeah, they're starting to go up, 1.8. Netflix barely holding on. Again, Netflix, remember, is at like 390 or whatever. The 393 is that low. Roblo's on the high now. JetQ, TSM, and then Airbnb. Roblo's up 2.3. So, again, it seems like the relief rally is going on for now until we get a flip. We shouldn't have crazy data, but you will hear about the Treasury a little bit. So we'll see how that all factors in. All gas. Oil, again, it was just literally the Israel stuff yesterday or over the weekend. It was literally by the invasion. So again, once we found out there was an incursion into Gaza, but they were doing it slow, everybody kind of like felt good about it. They were saying that it's not going to spread and all of that stuff. So I think that's why we have some of the reaction that you're seeing here today is just generally speaking, oil went down off of it. There's also the Saudis. They did not raise their selling price in Asia. It's their first time in like a year, and that could be pointing towards some demand slowdown as well, just in general of like China and global oil production or oil consumption. Verizon's on the high. They're coming up here again. 1.6 still on the NASDAQ. Apple's holding up there too. Don't forget, they are the one that reports this week. What do you think about the World Series tinfoil with Bush? Listen, man, I'm not going to lie to you. I did not know the World Series was even going on until I looked at my news headlines when I was preparing for the watch list, and it said the World Series. And I said, what? So, I did not know. Israel strikes Lebanon border villages, state-run NNA. CRISPR, CRSP on the high. CRISPR kind of running 3.1. Cities on the high. SPY still holding. You just got another war headline for now, but no crazy effects. I just sold out of RTX as well. Gold came down. Gold's down by 0.5. Gold was actually up a little bit. Didn't you guys say silver was doing good? Yeah, silver is still up 1.5. Google's kind of breaking out again. Verizon, that's like the fifth time I've seen that thing on the high. Verizon's running. Uber's up 2.79. SPY is above the level now. So Chattadonia, actually not really. I thought you would have been right there. Give it one more second here, but you got to get above here and hold. Remember, on Friday, we got 2 points above here, and then that's it. It lasted for a couple minutes, and then we went back to the gulag. WBA on the low. Watch the bonds, too, where they're at. Again, if any of those value plays, I mean, you have McDonald's earnings. You're going to get like Pfizer, Eli Lilly, and a bunch of others this week, so we'll see. You sold off RTX for better reward. And I just think, again, I mean, I think it could go crazy above 80, but at this point, we caught the earnings move. We caught the first, 3 weeks of the war. So I'm thinking either double dip later or for now, just secure some profits, and then we'll see if we go to any oil or gold plays. What's up with the wicks? I don't know if it's doing on Friday. It was crazier. Dollar's even down, but dollar's barely down. We're running up there. Snap on the high. Qualcomm, Tesla now. Tesla already switched gears again. Qualcomm, some of those chip makers, they're doing very good. Even Goldman. So banks are going up. Everything's 1% now except for the Dow. So you're making a nice move up. That was a pretty decent launch. You're now 3 points above. Gone past the level here, and then 41.77. That'll be our next level, maybe even like 41.70. So, again, this is still no man's land. You don't fill the gap till 41.86, and that will be Thursday. But to give you an update, you have already recovered all of Friday now. We are getting back to the ranges of Thursday. The gap was big, and even intraday, I mean, we've already moved up 1.7 on the SPY. Bonds are coming down here, interestingly enough. So watch out here. Stock's still going up. Bond yields going higher, which is not good. Again, Meta launching 2.5%. I think XLE's running. J&J, again, I think either them or Procter, they have earnings here this week. TLT trickling. That's the interesting part. And then watch the dollar, because the dollar could quickly go green, and bonds are already red by almost 1%. So that's all you got to watch out for, is that even though we feel a certain way, we're getting relief. I mean, all of those other awkward, bearish factors are still kind of knocking at the door. So let's see. Nvidia, where's Boeing? Boeing's even up by 0.8. Realty income's down 4 now. MPW, they're still holding up. FDN, what about Fed? Remember, even UPS had bad earnings and guidance the other day. Uber's running up right now. Damn, wasn't Uber at 60? Oh, they were at 49. Amazon's still running. Again, Amazon's up 3%. Remember, they actually held up on earnings, and now they're kind of breaking out. So, again, going up to one, that's like $7 away now. That would have been the butterfly play, more or less. Yeah, Meta's running. Meta and Amazon are the ones on fire today. Where's Google? Remember Google? I guess it was up until their earnings, though. Google was the outperformer. And then bonds at the low of the day right now. This is where it's getting weird. We just rocketed past, literally recovered all of Friday, rocketed past the level now by 5 points. Now you're coming right back down, and then bonds are hitting a new low on this. Google's trying to work its way up, 1.4. Netflix starting to rocket up again, back to 403. Yeah, O is down. O bought another REIT for $9 billion. Netflix breaking out again on the high, 403. I just called it out, but it just showed up on the high ticker. Let's see the banks. XLF up 0.8. KRE up 1.4. I'm seeing those weird wicks. Again, it shows up, I think, on JP Morgan as well, too, or a couple of other names I looked up. You are getting the weird wick move, so be careful. Oh, I'm on business, baby. You closed the week off good. Now you're starting with this, man. God bless you. Good morning, baby. I hope your weekend was good. Or not. Amen. Amen. Oh, man. And then Marcus, too. Oh, man. It's like y'all doing. It's like y'all working as a team, baby. It's amazing. The 1-2 punch. Now's the time to buy. Oh, it sucks that they just bought another company. Like you would think. But then again, I mean, they are growing a little bit. But I'm kind of down, honestly. O might be one. You know, you just saw what happened with MO. But 6.5 on O, oof. Maybe if we hit the low, give me the low of the day. Let it. If it really flushes again, we have deposit in a couple of days. I still like MO a lot, but that is actually nice. Yeah, MO's still holding down there. Why don't you think the market doesn't like O buying the REIT? Why wouldn't it show signs of strength? Well, because they're spending the money, but, you know, and that's where, like, you would think it would be strong to say, yeah, we could spend $9 billion. They didn't do it in cash. They did it as shares, so it's kind of dilutive. But ultimately, I would just say is that cash is probably yielding higher than most properties, unless it's a new deal. So, again, if you are a REIT and, like, a lot of your deals were signed 5-10 years ago, you're probably not making much more than 5%. So, you know, in a weird way, $9 billion in cash on bonds might do you a little bit better than that. Beto and SPY's working its way back up, so hold on. That little downside reaction from bonds hitting a low, that did not stop the market. XPO on the high. SPY's about to hit a new high here on this candle. Let's see. Again, holding this, you haven't held this range since we broke it a couple days ago, but remember, it's just been a lot of downside. But hold on, that high's still struggling a little bit. They're issuing new shares to do the deal. So yeah, then it just probably extremely dilutive then. And then they'll walk away with more assets. It'd be good. I like the asset play, but then again, I mean, we'll see. That one maybe in a couple of years you'll find out. Delta Airlines on the high again. XPO, bro, 14%. I have seen this thing all day. Yeah, airlines had a bad day on Friday. Merck is on the high. Airbnb's up 3, but it chilled out a little bit. They have any AMD earnings preview? I could get them, but they're after hours, so maybe we put them on the watch list or cover them tomorrow, but I could double check. I don't know if it's out yet. Dude, XPO's still running. Again, there's TLT. No, I added MO last month, so I added at the beginning of the month, and then they got the earnings and they went down a little bit, but I'm definitely not shy with building out that position for the long term. I like the yield on it. It's really high now. It's been relatively stable even in the last 3 years. It's pretty much stayed within the same range, so we'll see. I like Pfizer too. That one is another one, but their yield isn't as high. Again, we bought it a little bit higher than it's dropped, but I would want the yield a little bit. There's other stuff that's offering a little bit better in terms of the value plays. DraftKings on the high, and then is coin running up? Someone was just saying Beto. So, yeah, Bitcoin is up like 3% right now. RCL starting to move up. Royal Caribbean up 3%. Deutsche Bank says all measures to be renegotiated with workers' representatives shortly. I'm still in EW. Yeah, that one's getting murdered. And then Netflix taking another one. Where's Goose? Celsius, 162. That's what it was. Google also has one of those wicks. Again, if you guys remember on Friday, you guys would like load up everything and there'd be those random wicks. You're still kind of seeing that today. AT&T, again, Verizon was running up earlier. SPY is going up a little higher now. So 41.59. I mean, first time at 41.60 in a minute. Because again, even on the Thursday, we hugged the lower end. You know, you had 5 minutes of being higher than 41.60. So if this holds, again, that momentum is still going, even though the bonds are down, but they're trying to rally there from that little bottom. Again, communications, AT&T, RCL, DQ. What's this, China? Yeah, that one, 15%. That's running up there. PayPal, too. Don't forget, they have earnings. AGNC. Chevron shares up 1%. Bank of America upgrades to buy. All right, SPY's still going. I'm looking at something. Went long on McDonald's. Their earnings were good. Again, they missed in some areas. Meta's rocketing right now. And then Uber, again, I was looking at a play. Uber, Amazon, again, all of the even like volatility indexes are like even the positive ones. Those are going up there too. Hilton's on the high, a little bit of travel. Another new high on the S&P. Amazon, Meta, literally through the top here. Even names like Netflix helping out too. So 41.62, that has been the latest high set. Seems about right. No way. Oh, baby. Oh, man. I'm even looking at a play right now, too. Oh, and that comes in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Happy Monday. There's a lot going on, but now you have Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. Let's go. Oh, my goodness. Bradley Frizzle, thank you, my friend. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, are you kidding me? There it is, baby. God bless you. And then NBA and Skims announced multi-year partnership for official underwear of NWA and NBA and USA Basketball. 4GM Biden says, I think it's a great about union car maker deal. Let's see. The NWA? I don't know. It's WNBA. Let's see. I said NWA. I was just reading. I'm just trying, maybe. Skims in the NWA, maybe. I don't know. And, bro, Amazon's launching. So, again, another one of these that you're watching go crazy. Let's see. Okay. I like Skims. Most people don't know, though. Kanye owns, I think, like 10% of it. So the NBA just made a deal with Kanye without knowing it. That's the irony of all of it. Yeah, he's for president. ES over 40. Bro, bonds have even gone green. I just made a play on there. But, yeah, TLT is starting to run up again. So you went from hitting right here when we started going down. That was bonds going lower. But now you have literally TLT running and then the stock market near a high right now. But we have gone to another level, 41.63. A little bit more work, maybe 66, 69. We'll have some trouble. But this is getting you back up there. Again, I mean, just those final days just compounding from the lows. This is why it's like, man, you can make up a couple of days back real quick, but you do need it to continue. So we will see, but not a recommendation. You will lose money. I did make a play. I grabbed a PayPal January call. I grabbed a decent amount of them. I try to keep them cheap within a range that they've traded this year. But I'm going for a pre-earnings run-up play, and then hopefully there's a little bit more juice behind the play just in case. But, yeah, I went PayPal calls, getting ready for earning. Tesla red, and then SPY just took a red literally as bonds hit the high. Tesla is flushing a little bit. Oh, I don't think we did the random. I forgot about that, actually. And then we'll have to wait. Next week, the random will be switched to Schwab. No Tesla news. Just remember last week it was kind of tweaking out. But if anything, there's been a lot of just relief rally today off of some things not getting too bad on the global side and then preparing for this week of macroeconomic data and then the earnings. There's no earnings buybacks, or there's some of them are resuming, but other than that, that's it. Tomorrow, pre-market will be the bond offering notification. Could be a big move. Yeah, the refunding, I mean, everybody is hyping it up, and I do think it will be important, but at the end of the day, too, I do think we have a lot to deal with this week, but the refunding could either end up better than expected or worse than expected. Like some people were saying, if they end up refunding and announcing a lot more bond supply, but then they move it to the short end of the curve, we may like it. And then, I don't know, did you guys hear this? I don't know if you guys were listening, but I'm pretty sure people are expecting Powell to calm down quantitative tightening by January 24. So pretty much there's a kind of an assumption, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the market is feeling that by January 24, the Fed is going to start rolling over maturities and that they're going to start buying bonds again, which I thought was a very interesting concept if that actually does happen. Powell is on Wednesday, yes. And then we still have some data leading into it, and then even after Powell, you're going to get a couple of things, and then not to mention the earnings and all that good stuff. And then right now we're talking about the Treasury refunding. MasterCard on the high. IBRX, I think it's killing it. Immunity Bio. Again, there's like 4 or 5 other biotechs today that are just killing it. Silver and gold. We were just talking about, I mean, silver is killing it today. Gold is still red, but again, those all did hold up, or at least silver did better than not. And then oil went down on some of the positive war headlines, more or less. And then oil's just chilling right here. Yeah, IBRX, that's showing up on the high ticker again. And then equal weight is still up a lot more, but the equal weight SPY has gone down a lot since the morning. If anything, this is just tech, I think, holding up. People are leaving out of everything else. And then I say added Medtronic. It's a good company. I like them. GG on that one, baby. Biden to issue first regulations on artificial intelligence. Tesla dump. Where's Amazon, though? In top right, they've been killing it. And then NVO's trying to come up. TLT still hitting a high now before the market. This is where it gets interesting. COUR, Coursera. Coursera's popping. Tesla is at the low. They're only down by 0.5. But again, a couple of names, Meta, Amazon are up by 3. Google's even up by 2 right now. Microsoft's ripping on the high. Apple's even up 1.5. Yeah, Microsoft's almost up 3. So again, this is your Magnificent 7 taking more of a bid than not. Like I just showed you, the equal weight has sold off since the morning. Is Disney and Hollywood part of California's GDP? I'd assume so. I mean, if they're in the state. Down, UPRO. Guild on the high. SPY's hitting another one now. Again, it seems like the SPY's moving slow, and it just literally tech is running up. Everything else is going down, and then now you even got the little dynamic there with bonds. But if anything, that is very supportive. Dollar has just not moved at all on any of this. So this whole like 1.5% now on the NASDAQ, dollar has just not moved at all. The 2 standard deviation, no. I went a little further out. Because, again, I think 2 standard deviations on PayPal is pretty small. But I went with January because the chains run deeper. So, like, PayPal right now, I believe it's pricing in like $4, just under 10%. So, it'd be like $8. I'm way, way further than that. But I think 2 standard deviations might hit, though. Again, even if you were watching, like I said, I showed you guys that for a reason. So, you could apply it yourself and find plays. Because even if you just know it, you could hunt a little bit, and if you want to play it and it meets your risk, I mean, it's a good rule of thumb to get you in the neighborhood. TKT ripping. Dollar dropping, that could be good, but even again, SPY bonds is very hard to get a finger on the dynamic. If anything, I'm just taking the fact that we're up. I mean, usually by this time now, we would be dumping. Again, none of this shit lasts. I guess we have maybe like another hour if we don't do the little, pop and lock and all that. But for the most part, the theme the last couple of days, I mean, you would just be getting mollywopped by now. It would just start off weak, get weak, and then that's it. So it's good we've already reclaimed some ground, but we'll see if this could actually hold up. It's going to be a long week. SAP on the high. There was German data. That was good here today. Low ticker is starting to pick up now, but we'll see. Again, there's more names going down, but then you have a lot of bigger names that are just like really, really running. So let's get a breakdown right now. So Dow Jones, there's only 3 names red. Walgreens, Intel, and Cisco. The other 27 are in the green. NASDAQ 100, 28 names red, 73 in the green. And then S&P 500, down 143 names, and then up 356. Airbnb with the little flush at the low, still up 2.7. Again, a lot of things are just holding up their gap up. SAPDYN. Dyne Therapeutics. Meta's going. Bro, Meta already at 308. Where do you look? I have it as part of my software. I don't know how to access it publicly. Troy has a website. I forgot what it's called, but if you just look at, it's like laggers and leaders, and then there's a name for it. But unfortunately, there's not I don't know an easier way. I have it in a pretty convoluted method. Raul, it's okay. Let him do his thing. You could look at the visual heat map. I think it tells you a decent amount on TD. All right, man. Bonds up. Dollar went a little down. SPY's getting, it's literally, you just had a handful of reds today to start off the morning. So we'll see how this takes us. And again, I mean, really, I think it's just if we either hold the level or not. Again, 41.55, or if we go a little bit below, maybe it rebuys it. But if we break and we start going below the opening, I mean, it may just look like every other day this month. So we'll see. But if this could hold up, I mean, everybody's been waiting for some relief. CL. Yeah, Colgate's on the high again. I think they have earnings. Or no, I think they were last week. Tesla's low, 0.4. Meta's running up now, almost 4%. Amazon came down a little bit, but then Microsoft, they were waking up. Are you able to recover your account? Some of it. It's starting to, like, show up now, but, like, it literally, like, populates, like, one day at a time. But this morning there was a little bit more progress, but it's probably just going to slow me down for it's going to probably take me an extra month to get everything, but they're being really annoying. It's been a shit show. But 2 out of 3 accounts are straight. We'll be fine. Sark on the high. Israel Army says shells Lebanon source of fire. These shells Lebanon source of fire. Bank of Japan may allow long-term yields to rise above 1%. The Nikkei. Watch the yen right now. Yeah, hold on. I think that's what's moving you right there. Hold up. Very weird, though. Again, you got a weird Bank of Japan. It's one of those Nikkei articles. So literally, day before the Bank of Japan, the Nikkei comes out with some like groundbreaking article. You've watched this happen about 3-4 months ago. So I would keep your eyes out for what's it called? I would keep your eyes out for any. That's weird that it just brought the bond yields down like that. So again, they saying that Bank of Japan may allow long-term yields to rise above 1%. But that's again, it's just it's an article. So the thing is, like I was telling you yesterday, this event was something that everybody would like wanted, right? You know, they're like, oh man, Japan's gonna change, and then right before it, they're like, no. But then right when it gets quiet, they're hyping it up again. So I don't think you don't want it too hyped leading into the event. When it's too hyped, they won't surprise. But now it's kind of awkward. But yen took a fat pop off that. It literally looks like intervention, and then bonds are dying. I think that might change the whole dynamic here. My goodness. Sold out of everything, but you can't cash out on Coinbase. You probably need to verify your identity. Bro, what the? Bank of Japan to consider letting 10-year yields exceed 1%. Nikkei. Bro, that's insane. So all of that bond progress just got wiped out on one fucking Japanese rumor headline. That's insane. Yeah, that's crazy. It just did the opposite of Bill Ack. It kind of did. Our markets are holding up a little stronger there. And again, I mean, this is going to this is bringing down the dollar. That's the good part. So just keep it. Yen is hitting another high. It's just weird, though, because I don't think the Japanese want this. So, again, and just how it's been now, because you're pretty much telling me now, day before Bank of Japan, you're about to have, a 0.25%, 0.5% currency pop. Now it's just like it's heightening up the event, whereas, like, literally coming into this, they had everybody convinced nothing was going to happen, just like they always do, and that allows them a lot more flexibility. But now that's a big move. It's going to bring down the dollar. We'll see if the yen keeps holding up, but wild. Yeah, that 10 years all off of that Japan comment. Took fucking one headline and three candles. You're already back down. So let's see now. You're coming back. You're below 41.55. Like I told you, we don't really want to break below this opening candle. We could still do this if we could, rally back up real quick. But for the most part, you just kind of got your first unexpected of the day. Yen is still hitting another high right now. Yeah, you could look at FXY. I mean, if that article is true, the yen is going to go crazy tomorrow, but it shouldn't be true. Again, like I'm saying, I believed it more 3 months ago, 4 months ago, when the data was a lot stronger in terms of their inflation, but now, they finally calm people down, but it's very weird that that's coming out. It's the same source, the Nikkei. It's like, again, Japanese news. It's like they're Japanese, Bloomberg more or less, but it's still the fact that that's right before. Just look at it. And again, it's bringing down the dollar. We'll see what happens with the bond yields, but the yen is rocketing right now. My goodness. What newswire? It's my own aggregator. So I'm pretty much aggregating like over, I think it's like 47 different newswires across the globe right now. Some more than others. There's some I have access to that are still like limited, but we generally get them. But it's just, I've created an aggregator. That's what I've been doing for the last couple of years here, as we've always gotten news. It's just about getting it from multiple spots. And then we have the Chad. And then we have the Chad, baby. And then we have the Chad. 47 sounds a lot more intense than it is, but it just goes to show that there's a lot of news all around the world. But again, yeah, Chad, bro, I'm telling you, this last 3 weeks, man, we fucking killed it. You guys have been getting some great info in here, and again, just the sourcing between the YouTube and Twitch, it's been fucking phenomenal. I love it. If the yen does good or any currency, it drops the dollar's value. Yes. So that's what, like, you'll notice bonds. Look at now the bonds, they're going to start to run up with the yen here, but the yen's coming down. But yen right away, that brought the dollar down. If anything, I would argue the yen is a big reason why our dollar is so strong. You don't ever underestimate that. Again, if the yen, we don't trade with them too much. Yeah, I mean, lately we have, but at the same time, their weakness, that's a big problem. So again, yen's tweaking out. I got it up on the other screen. I don't know if you want me to keep putting this on here, but watch out there. Again, Meta, your big tech's coming up, but watch this yen move, and then you're even seeing the dynamic on TLT. And again, like I'm saying with the dollar, yen goes up, dollar goes down. This is very important. I mean, if it could hold, I think the timing is shady, is suspect, and then we're going to see where this actually ends up. I don't own Tesla. I would probably get Tesla $100 or lower. It was just there at the end of last year, but I'm not really the biggest Tesla fan, to be honest. IBKR on the high. I'm not like buying it at a high value. I think they're the number one EV in the world, though, and I really wouldn't bet against that. NVIDIA, I mean, it's AMD's turn now. NVIDIA's later, but we'll see, man. We'll see. Remember, NVIDIA was the first person to have good earnings and sell off, and then the rest of the big seven copied them, so I mean, I could only forecast so much for their next earnings. NVIDIA, Dawn on the high. Would you buy Enphase in this price? Maybe, yeah. Actually, I mean, it's really, really cheap, but these solar plays are wild, and then again, I just think the reality check that a lot of people have either gotten or they haven't gotten is that solar is so heavily tied to interest rates. It's not even funny. Like I feel like solar, unless it's a new build home, solar is now running into the issue of literally getting people to finance, a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 purchase at a very, very high rate now. Iran-backed militants in Iraq have launched another rocket attack against U.S. troops stationed in the Conoco oil field in the suburbs of Syria's Deir ez-Zor. Iran International, more rocket sirens now in northern Israel. Envy still on the low. They're dumping. Mondays are bullish. I mean, it was looking very squeezy, very relief rally up until that little Japanese headline. And then again, I mean, that just eliminated the bonds. If anything, the dollar's in your favor, but he still needs to go down a decent amount. So we'll see. And then your equal weight index is going down. It's not as if this is a broad, like there is more names up than not, but there is a big, big impact here with tech up and then everything else, not so much. Again, healthcare's moving up, SPY's coming down, bonds are still lower after that Nikkei headline. Meta, Amazon, all those names are killing. Even Abivai's up 4%. So remember, they had earnings on Friday. And then UNH, again, more. It's weird. I don't think XLV's up. Yeah, XLV's down, but you're seeing a couple of those names move. Yeah, I don't know. The headlines, you would think they'd be moving oil and all that. Like we said, just watch gold and all that good stuff. But, what happened was, like, if you guys remember last Friday, it was the same exact thing. You guys remember coming into Friday, markets dump in, there's all these crazy headlines, and then we're talking about it. And remember everyone who was getting worried about what's going to happen over the weekend? Well, you had all of that fear. They did a ground invasion, and then it was end up not being as aggressive, and then it turned into being, it could have been worse, and then everybody felt good off of it. That's the ironic part about how we got here today. Wild the sad titles: Fearful Friday, Moody Monday. GDP earnings across the board, and earnings are below their average. So this is actually the first time it's happened in a couple of years, but your beat rate on earnings are trading below. But the whole point is, this is volatility. This has been one of the worst. Last week was one of the worst weeks before SVB. The curve has uninverted as if there was a crisis, and we don't even know what to put on the chart as of yet. So if anything, it's hard to ignore the indexes going from, up 16 to 20% on the year to now in a correction territory. So that is the reason why you have those titles, let alone I think they're accurate. I think we had a Fearful Friday, and I do think today is a Moody Monday. I don't know. You tell me. Yeah, Bank of Japan brought in some moods right there. You felt one way for the first 30 minutes, and then now I thought this chart wasn't going to look like anything else, but now, sure enough. What's that on the low? XLV, healthcare dumping even more, even though a couple of the names are running. Oil even coming into the low as well. Mm. 41.50 now. So again, this isn't too bad, but I think if we break 41.37, that's that level. If we go below there, I don't think that'll be good. I think Boeing was up in the morning. Coherus still running. That's one of the biotechs. Yeah, Boeing's still up by 0.9. It's not even reacting. Mm-hmm. MSTR and Coinbase and a lot of the crypto plays are kind of waking up. Overnight gap fill. We'll see. It was a big gap up. Remember, by the first 5 minutes, you recovered all of Friday. So, I mean, a big portion of that was what? It was like 20, 30 points on the gap up. Meta's even coming down. They were up almost 4%. My goodness. Amazon's holding. Microsoft as well. Netflix even back to 406. Gold, I mean, gold is, I think it's in the middle. It's given up some of the fear from Friday, but borderline, I mean, it's still near all-time highs. Like I said, I think gold is the most fascinating thing right now. I'm not ready to buy it or short it yet. I want to make a play on it, but like I'm saying, gold, there's a big part of gold. Do you guys want the tinfoil? I will give you the tinfoil now on gold. It's not even tinfoil. It's such basic logic that's where I'm like, okay, this kind of makes a little bit more sense. There's something big about gold. It's huge right now with gold. Not only the price, not only the fear, but there's something there. You need the tinge. Just like the video, the yen's going up. Don't let the yen outperform the like button. You know what I'm saying? The yen has been getting clobbered. So I'm just saying, if the yen is going up faster than the like button, that's not, we're going to have to talk to Ueda about that. You know what I'm saying? Got to wake you up in the morning, say hello, good morning, good evening, good night. It's not the density. It's not the density. No. Everybody in the GLD, put your mother in bullion up and follow me. Everybody in the GLD, put your mother in bullion up. What? Nobody stayed tough. Notice that this man does not have a Peter Schiff membership. This Peter Schiff got you gassed up. Now, who's afraid of the big bad bricks? 1, 2, 3 to the 4. South America, Brazil, Venezuela. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyways, here's the deal. Are you ready? Gold. Very simple. Yes, there's a fear indicator. There is fear as part of it. It is near all-time highs. But ladies and gentlemen, it has been now 30 days since the Fed has paused. After Wednesday, it opens up the door for the next time you see Powell. It will be 60 days of no raising rates. Do you see how gold is involved in that story? And then you're going down lower now. So new low on the day. We have not broken the gap up candle, but my goodness, it's getting dangerously close. Well, we'll cut in the next 6 to 9 months, maybe sooner, but think about that. They're not raising rates. So now you got one step closer to gold getting the environment it needs, and now throw in a Middle East conflict. But a big part of it is the fact that rates, that's the thing I'm trying to highlight here. We've been dumping since the last rate hike. If we get another pause here, no rates, again, 60 days, it's just like, dude, it could have been the last rate hike, and now rates have not gone up in a while. There's certain things that do like that environment, but gold, like we said, we wait till they start cutting. Well, again, not raising is one step closer to that, and that's where, again, gold starts to factor itself and work its way into the picture once again. So that's why, again, that's why I'm like, it's either going to die here or it's going to go fucking parabolic. We're going to find out. It just depends on rates and then the rest of the world, but we will see. Very interesting for gold, though. I have no play on it yet, just my physical bullion. That's it. Bought a company. Bro, we're giving it up, so hold on. You're about to hit 41.39. If we go below 41.39, 41.37, I think that's a very bad sign, unfortunately, because then that means whatever sort of green you had here, it's going to be kind of tough. And then now, no matter, it's going to be easy to do a green Friday if this really dumps. That's the fucked up part. So you realize we could sell off another 20 points, close right here, and it would still be a green Monday. Yeah, everybody did forget about the shooter. They found him dead on Friday? Really? I don't even know. Honestly, that was a weird thing, man. Even the reporting on it, because usually it's like the biggest issue in the world, but I didn't even, bro, I'm even so far behind on. I literally have not, I hear one headline on that. Again, granted, I mean, I only look for financial headlines, but usually some stuff like that comes up. BTAI. So again, right at the 41.41. Just this is all like that little zone here. We're gonna see how this plays out. All right, yen is still working its way up. My goodness. Bluetooth AI. Dumper pop here. I mean, bonds are back to the low. The only thing you got working in your favor is the yen, but ironically, maybe this is the pound and euro getting messed up then, because dollar should be lower off of this yen move, and it did at first, but now I think the other currencies react in. Israeli PM Netanyahu says Hamas hostage video released on Monday is cruel psychological propaganda. And dollar hits new 2-week low versus the yen, but then dollar's still holding up. That SPY candle turning red now, 41.42. Acapulco, dude, I saw the videos. Bro, I'm so sad about that one too. Again, you haven't even heard. I feel like you didn't like. How are those videos and images not everywhere? Acapulco is really sad, bro. I don't know how they didn't get like a warning or anything. They warned me in San Diego for more of a hurricane, bro. It was wicked though. I saw the videos in Acapulco because some of you guys were saying you couldn't even contact some of your family. You guys were just hearing from them on Friday, but dude, that one was wild. So again, a lot of other events outside of finances, but you kind of see how everybody is focused on the financial element of the news flow as of late. But there's been a lot of things. Again, 41.41. Get ready here. 2 more points until that low candle. It's still going to be green. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're literally, again, even if we sell off another 20 points from here, the SPY will still close green, which is mind-blowing. Yeah, bro. That move, bro. I can't believe this is it's giving it up a lot easier. But the yen thing, that's what's tripping me out. The yen is making me they're doing it every single time. You get hyped up ahead of the meeting, and then boom, just they come in with some level of rumor. But yen is still climbing. Yen's up a quarter. It's kind of small, but just intraday. And like I said, I think the euro and pound are getting a reaction too. What's up, Preforms? I see you, baby. Good morning. Let's go. Show some love. Get ready. It's gonna be such a wild week, so I hope y'all got the energy for it. All right, bonds kind of chilling again. Abivi, UNH are running, but then the rest of XLV went red. XLF still doing up decent. Yang and China plays now. They're going down. So Yang is coming up to the high here. Tesla's down 1.8 now. Microsoft, all the other ones. Gold hit a high, came down. Can selling pressure on the bonds make Powell raise? No. No. If anything, he likes it. Again, this is what Powell was talking about last time we heard him. You know, if the bonds keep selling, especially on the long end, that means yields go higher. If yields go higher, it tightens up the economy. You know, it's given him that effect of longer term, yields finally adding pressure, whereas the short term hasn't. Waste management, that's on the high. So again, a couple of names still up. Earlier, I think all names are still green. That gap up is going to break down the is going to make the composition really weird. The Chosen, yeah. I haven't finished it. I watched like half of it so far. But it was it's like a different style. I like it. I didn't get to finish it though. It's because I know the story. That's I like reading the story. But no, I did watch it. I tried to get my mom to watch it. She just didn't like understand. She was kind of offended. But she was just confused at what was going on. SCO. So oil still dropping. Low ticker very active. Again, we saw this earlier. That means the big names are probably going up, and then a lot more of the smaller names are on the red. End phase, another 52-week low, but hold on. That green is turning red right there. Short-term bonds will go up in Japan news. They could climb, but pretty much, I mean, the headline is insinuating a tweak of allowing yields to go high in Japan, which, remember, that has not really been the case. So they've already been climbing this last couple of months, but, we're going to see what sort of change they put again tomorrow. And now that headline, it got people thinking, okay, maybe they're going to raise rates or maybe they're going to be more aggressive, but this does happen every time. So there's always some rumor right ahead of the meeting, and then it just gets in the way, and it kind of makes it harder to read. But as of now, the probability should be that Japan does nothing. Yang. Again, still at the low. A lot of activity happening here. It's been 4 or 5 minutes just hugging the low of the day. Forward, and this is like right where we opened up at. So either speak now or forever hold your peace. Daily volume high. If that's a real count, if that's a real what's it called? Wick. But 16 million in volume, and we're at first hour, so a little bit above average. Again, the other day, I think Friday, we were doing like 30, 40 million after the first couple of hours. So yen still up. SPY now hitting another low. You were about to break it, 41.39. This one not good. So again, I think if that breaks now and doesn't hold the whole relief there, I mean, it's going to be a little tougher, but you never know. MO's on the high. So again, they were clobbered on Friday. Where's the other one? JKS. So all those other solars are getting clapped, but then Jinko, they've been the best one. And then Coca-Cola's on the high here. Again, SPY went a little lower. Tesla Q. Tesla's still going. Another low, and Tesla has wicks for days. Why is O dumping? Probably because the dilutive elements, and then, again, just the investment itself. I mean, they're buying. It's pretty much buying into more real estate. But it's not uncommon, again, the purchaser to go down. I mean, you've seen that a lot in this environment. Bro, you're just holding 41.40. My goodness. I don't know. No, that was a fake wick on the SPY. Again, bonds haven't gone lower, but they are hugging their low of the day, down 0.84. Dollars rocketed up, even with the yen up. So I'm assuming this is the pound and euro now. It has to be, but they're not even very wild. The dollar is still getting strength, even though you do have all the other currencies kind of helping you out. God bless you, Nikki. I hope you feel I like that. Amen. Show some love. It is almost the holiday of thanks. Thanksgiving. It's not even Halloween, though. Halloween's tomorrow. That's the thing. My girlfriend asked if we wanted to do anything for Christmas, and I was like, it's not even Halloween. I said, calm down. Calm down. 4138. You're now below. You have given up the first wig. That lasted for what, 30 minutes? And then a Bank of Japan little Nikki comment, not even the Bank of Japan. Womp, womp, womp. That wick, I mean, it doesn't even, at this point, though, you've just given up that momentum. So, again, you had a lot of momentum here now. Now it's really on watch for the gap fill. Back to 41.37. I mean, this was our home for a little bit here the last couple of days. Remember, 41.37, then we broke. But you are back to the Friday, Thursday after we were about to, pretty much recover all of that. Yeah, IWM was up almost 1%. Now it's up only 0.13. So watch, you're getting your little wick now at the bottom, though. But you really need to hold this. If this goes any lower, I mean, maybe this was just that little, give it back a little. But if this does not hold and that literally turns to Dancing Queen, then plummet, we're going to have a problem. Kava's on the low. Gap fill. I mean, I don't know if this can. I think the gap fill is at 41.17. So I think just there's a lot of activity here for a reason. This was a big support level, but we will see. Again, you were looking good in the morning, but that little bond dollar movement off of the yen, that just was too much to overcome, at least for now. We'll give it a couple of hours. Etsy 52-week lows. In Yahoo, that was 9 minutes ago. It says we'll bring hostages. Dallas Fed Services, negative 19.2. Previous was 18.1. Dad, man, I don't know. I thought we were supposed to get that on Tuesday. Huh? No, Dallas Fed Manufacturing 730. Estimate was negative 15, came in negative 19.2. So bad manufacturing data. I think Dallas Services is on Wednesday. Dude, are those wicks? Is it doing it again? TBT bonds are tripping out now again. You just had manufacturing data from Dallas Services. It shouldn't be the most important, but I mean, if anything, you are getting a slight reaction off of that. Which one do I want? I want to see TLT or Tesla. Again, 41258. SPY going lower. NASDAQ still up 0.5. SPY still up 0.47. Dow's up 0.75. Russell's the only thing that's about to go negative here, but still weird. Is that Tesla? Yeah, those wicks on Tesla are real. So I have no idea what's happening there, but this is what we saw on Friday. $4137. That's Elon. Nah, it's on a lot of names. It's on Google. It's on NVIDIA. Look at that big Google wick. NVIDIA, you have 3 or 4 wicks there. But we saw this happen on Friday. We just, again, it was kind of hard to say. Mike McKee was right this morning, said BFJ may be the news today. I think he was talking about, like, tonight, because it's tonight we get it, but that little McKee comment did come out of nowhere. And, I mean, it's changed all of our movement. So, literally, right when that comment came out, everything just started doing its own thing. Hezbollah says they attack Israel's site with guided missiles. So, again, you just had data. Let's see. Where's the dollar? NVIDIA's given up 2%. They were up like 2.5. Dollar's about to go green. This is actually wicked. So now you have bonds down, dollar still down, but climbing up here. I mean, equities are the last leg, just barely holding on here. U.S. coalition forces attacked 14 times in Iraq, 9 times in Syria. My goodness. Baba new low. Are they still in the green? They were green earlier, but yeah, they're still green, but they're coming down. SCO, again, oil is going down now, so SCO's on the high. Tesla's already moved 4.5%. Top to bottom, yeah, Tesla's down 3. It's actually quite a lot. Is it better to buy Bill or wait? Either way, I mean, if you buy it today and it resets, you're going to get the 40 cents a share, and then it's going to reset. So it's up to you. If you plan on, you'll get the dividend, so whatever you lose on equity, you'll be right back in it. So it's just all up to how you want to, how much you want or need that liquidity. GM, I think they got a deal. I think Stellantis might be the only one. Or is it GM? One of them's still holding out, but we had more updates this morning of them actually going through. Yen's trying to climb back up again. Again, bonds or stocks haven't flushed. Goldman on the high, so that could be helping out XLF financials, but bonds and dollar are just not looking pretty. Equities are still trying to hold on. Thank you. I got out of my credit union on Friday. Let's go, baby. Let's get that yield. Let it see. You know, don't let it burn a hole in your pocket, but that's good, man. 0.05 to like 4%. I like it. I like it. A giant spy. You got to refresh it. It might load up, but some of them are real wick, some aren't. Yeah, Tesla's disgusting. But we'll see if we could get out of here for now. 4140. I took PayPal earnings play today. Yeah, I got a January call. I didn't use the 2 standard deviation thing, so it's further out the money, but I do think, again, just 2 standard deviations, great rule of thumb. Just, again, because if anything surprises, it'll be a 2 standard deviation or 3 standard deviation, and depending on how the market is, I mean, you can get a general idea of where things are going. So, again, a little bit off the bottom. I don't trust it. Gold's coming back down. So, interestingly enough, gold down and then oil down. But then bonds are also down mixed in with the dollar. So, oil's hitting another low. And then, again, you're watching that effect there with gold. God bless you, Braxton. I hope your morning's good, man. I hope your weekend. Happy Monday. This week is going to be wild. If it's not China, Russia, or Middle East, it's Japan. We haven't really had to worry about Japan for a little bit, again, except for their currency weakening, making the dollar stronger. But, I mean, once again, you're just getting this little reaction. That's where it's wild. You're tuning in from a Carnival cruise. Can you do me a favor? Can you do something for me while you're on that cruise? Because, like, I want to live vicariously through you. Can you get into, like, a dance battle on the pool dance floor thing? Because I've seen videos of it, and that's the only thing that makes me want to go on a cruise, because I'm terrified of cruises. But can you get into a dance battle? You know what I'm saying? Like, for me. Do it for me, not for you. Just like, if you want to get me a gift, just like, get me a video of you in a dance battle. You know what I'm saying? And I think you'll have a good time, bro. I think if you take my request, I think you'll... What the hell was that? I didn't even unplug anything. But I think you'll have a good time. The best way to research stocks, understand them. And I don't know, it's kind of an old people book. People don't like it, but I would start with Benjamin Graham, The Intelligent Investor. That'll go a long way. That'll go a long way. Bro, it's a big thing, bro. Dance battles at cruises, it looks like a good time. That's the only thing I want to do. Updated Mac, and now I can't copy the headlines. You got them. Oh, it's because I mean, maybe highlight it and then Command C. That's what I've noticed. Have you ever been heartbroken? If so, how'd you get over it? The gym, my friend. The gym, and keep yourself busy. There's been a lot of heartbreak in the chat. Oh, we're no stranger, but you better get that gym. Maybe go on a cruise and get in a dance battle too. That could be another way. SPX 42. We're still at this level here, so hold on. I'll tell you what I tell everybody every single time, bro. It's very simple. You're going through heartbreak. I understand it, man. But what you need to do today is I want you to go out and buy food. And I want you to go feed yourself by eating out. And as a result of eating out, I want you to look at the receipt and realize how cheap it is to feed just yourself. And use that as a positive to remind me, like, wow, I saved a lot of money. And there you go. That's the best I could offer you. Best I could offer you to start. That in the gym, you'll be good. 40, dude, we're still holding again. Equity's kind of tweaking out, 0.6 on the NASDAQ. Gold is now hitting a new low of the day. So gold and oil on the low, even bonds on the low. Yen is just holding up, and then dollar Still finding a way to climb, but it's not getting too nuts. But we are about to go lower here. So like I was telling you, man, if we fall below here and like we don't recover, even if we do recover, but this is getting uglier and uglier on the day. All right, one more lower. 413,697. I guess we hit 413,644. Get ready. There's a couple of names still going, but again, now gold is starting to dump. So very interesting off of these like quote unquote war headlines, more or less. There's RTX. Oh, the SPY's just fighting though. The price of I like it. It's we were looking at it this morning. It's definitely compelling because again, I don't know if I want to get the REITs and they're kind of diluting there, but for the most part, I mean, it's if it goes like to the 2020 low, I might have to pick it up because it's yielding a lot and it's still a good name, but it just has all those headwinds. If we really get relief, again, that's going to be a pocket. Whenever there is relief on the REITs and the banks and the fixed income stuff, I mean, it's going to be massive. But until then, I mean, we got to wait. That's what we need. But I do like it. All right, man. Still holding this damn level. Luis. Shout out to my wife, Lorena, business owner and teacher, baby. Amen. And Luis, how are you doing, bro? I hope you're doing good, man. I've been praying for you. I hope everything's good to see your name, man. I didn't see you afterwards, bro. You came in, and then I didn't see you. I got worried for a little bit. Oh, man. Good to see you, baby. Good to see you. Luis. And happy Monday. Oh, man. Very good to see you. Elon must be selling. I don't know. Everyone keeps saying that. These wicks, but we had this weird effect on Friday. Again, every little green wick is turning red once again. You saw John Wick. This is the movie. It's called Green Wick. No green wick will survive at the lows. So it's getting a little wild here, but we've spent about 10 minutes now just kind of waiting. I don't know if wild is the right move, or the right word. So, but you're getting this back and forth. I just think this level is important. Another month, baby. Another deposit. Another for the long term, baby. Been doing better. Good, man. Good. I'm glad to hear, man. And shout out Lorena, too. Amen. But very glad. All right, bro. Tesla's still. I can't tell if Tesla's flushing $10 at a time or not. Because sometimes the candle will hold, but then it comes back. But I think Tesla's moved more than 5-6% now on the day. It's holding down 4.1 right now, and it was up in the green at one point. SPY's going lower now. There is Raul Wick. There he is. So, again, 41.35. I am, I think 41.31 may be a final danger zone, but I'm already, that's it. You had 30 minutes of rally. Now today looks ugly. We may be able to bounce up and do something, but for the most part, you kind of got rid of that squeeze to the high heavens, no looking back. This is relief. No relief will hold. Selling 50. SQQ on the high. Oh, that's still down again. Remember, we got out of this on Friday. ARM dying too. Oh, what was the other? ON. So again, ON semi. This was a semiconductor down 20. So ON got absolutely murked today. And they were kind of one of those outperformers as well. Like if you look at their chart, they've been killing it, but they've gone down a lot. You don't see the wicks on Tesla? That's weird. I see it on TD and E-Trade. Another low. So again, see what happens. 4133. Again, a little bit more, but that was a bigger flush in the last like 10, 20 minutes than not. It's slowly walking in there. And the yen's climbing back up. Bonds haven't hit a low. SPY's the first one to hit a low. Dollar has not climbed to a high. Again, oil is on the low. Gold bounced a little bit. So we'll see. Yeah, Tesla. You have ANET and then, what's it called? You have ANET and your boy, Pinterest. All right, little green shoot off the bottom. Walmart. There's still a couple of bigger names or staple names, and then even a couple of the healthcare, Coca-Cola, MO, those are all holding up. But you're getting a green shoot off the bottom, literally just back to where you spent the last 5 minutes. So you sold off 6 points. Now you're back up 6 more points all in that minute and just right where all of that started. I mean, bonds stopped dying too. PayPal Ripper a little bit, but I don't think so. I don't see the premiums moving. Yeah, just a wick off the bottom. No, I did not. Is that real? Keanu Reeves developed a mag flip technique for reloading that is now being adopted by competition shooters and actual soldiers. He did it in John Wick. There's no way. So the military complex learned from John Wick? That's insane. It's true? So then that feeling after watching John Wick that I could beat a mother, like, you know, that's real then. Oh, then I'm a better fighter. I've watched John. No, fuck yeah. Yeah, no, hell yeah. No, I agree. So that means it's true. That feeling you get after watching John Wick. Yeah, no, that's, amen. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing. I'll take it. The news drop is saving the spot. Today was again, bro, people really wanted it. I mean, my tinfoil too. I do think the Treasury refunding is going to be important, but the way everybody was hammering home that this morning and everything else, like you had just literally relief rally conditions. I mean, we're still up a decent amount, but that little Japan stuff kind of got in the way. It's just very, very awkward. I'm going to hold the PayPal. I mean, if it's up at earnings before, I'll sell out of it probably, or I'll make it free. But other than that, if it's kind of down after the earnings or leading into it, because, I mean, so far this earnings season, you could buy 2 days ahead of earnings, and then your play will be down 50% if it's an option leading into it. So I'm going to be flexible, but if there's a gain ahead of earnings, I'm down to take green. If not, I mean, I'll ride it through. Yen's even trying to climb up here. So, again, SPY got out of this little range, but, like, not really. It just got out of the death blow or the death spiral. But now you're still just holding this range, getting pinned. BTAI, MRNS on the high. Still a tough spot. It just doesn't tell us much. I mean, you still have enough strength to rally again and you know, kind of just hold up. But then also, too, you know, a couple more flushes from here. This goes from looking like a very good day to just you're literally back to responding. But then again, it is Monday. So keep that in mind, too. You know, every Monday, the last 13 have all been green. So we'll watch how this plays out. Bond's still trying to hold. Groupon's still going up. Remember, they dropped the other day? That's been a runner. XLV, though. XLV's about to go red. XLF, pretty much holding open, but up 0.8. That's a big deal, actually. And then Staples, they were running. That little pop there at the bottom, that was all Staples. The Walmarts, the Coca-Colas, all that. Would it make it worse to start the next month on this trend? Oh, yeah. I mean, just in general, like the fact that if October goes negative, which right now we are, I mean, I think you still have what? So you still have till 420. You have to go up 10 points between today and tomorrow just to go break even on the SPY for the month. But if you close a red October after being up and then after August, I don't think it's ever happened. I think it will be maybe one of 3 instances in the world, or less than 10 instances where that's ever happened. So again, the seasonality of October is usually very good, especially when August and September are negative. It's even more likely to go green. But like I'm saying, if you take around those conditions, it's less than 10 in the whole history, and usually you end up green. So if our October turns red and we do close, which it looks like we may, then that's just literally. I mean, it's a very bad trend. If anything, I would say seasonality for the rest of the year may not hold the same weight, because now it's showing we are in our own time of history when it's all said and done. No other historical backdrop could even give you an idea, let alone seasonality fuel you. If anything, I think it might just hurt you. You saw the same thing. Every September and October were red. Q4 ended green. Yeah, but it's like going even earlier, even August and September. The fact that we're like that is why. Wait, why is that wick now? Man, what the hell? I got a random wick on the SPY now. That makes everything. Man, it's going to ruin our chart for the day. So you're back to 41.44. This looks better than not. Still a little shaken up after that one move, but we'll see. Bruh, this little wick now. Do you think we will hold the pause 2 more months? He better, because if not, if he raises again, that would kind of be good. But at this point, I mean, we're about to have our second pause, and by the next time we hear Powell, it'll be 60 days of rates not moving up. I mean, once you get into that, if you haven't raised for 60 days, I mean, the next step is a cut usually, but we'll find out. Gold is catching a bit again. Netflix on the high. TGTX is going. So couple of names on the high ticker, but still some pressure on the lows. You're moving up, though. Again, the wick is making it harder to see, but it's just all the opening candle of the morning. Dow almost 1%. Russell's at break even. I just have the wick. You didn't really get that move. What do we do about nothing? What do you mean? Like, again, long-term, 10 years, what they did was it's not like they cut their dividend or anything. But if anything, I'm down to actually buy more O if it does go a little lower from here, but it's starting to get like MO where kind of hard to ignore. You remember Powell saying if something breaks, we assumed it would be a bank or a big firm, but that's the consumer? Yeah, 100%. I don't think Powell. I think Powell, when he said something breaks, I don't think he was only saying like a bank or a firm. So no, 100%. There's so many areas to be worried about the consumer. We could watch oil for that too, but then there's just maybe it's somewhere in another country, maybe it's Europe, but definitely. And that's why it's like, again, he's not raising. So the fact that Powell's not raising, like we've said, historically, once they stop, it starts to set the counter for the cut, because now maybe they think it's sufficient enough for now. We'll see. $4,145. You're back to the lows of Friday. Again, we opened up. We were rocketing. We were getting new highs, everything. Oil could go to 100, but it depends on the conflict. But at the same time, if global activity slows down, then I think I do think oil will go down with it. Again, the news this morning was that the Saudis are not raising the price in Asia. So if demand was still up after all of this, you would see that price increase. They didn't. It was their first time in like 2 years, I think. They didn't raise the price on Asia. Yeah, Netflix was at the high. I don't know if there's anything going on. Again, it's just been leading since their earnings. And then Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, they came down a little bit, but still holding up very good. Again, even Amazon is up 2.5 right now. SPY still holding a little bit. 4142. You went up to 4144. This was just literally, you kind of had a little pin here on Friday. Around the same time. Again, it was up around until like what? We dropped at 740, bounced at 815, and then by Euro close, you were dumping again. And then GLD, bro. GLD, once again, rise up to the highs with some of the downside. We rally when gold goes down, and then once again, gold catches a bid, and then we're starting to get trapped here again. BTAI, that thing's running. That was one of those hype plays earlier. That's actually really running 23%. Yeah, Goldman and Banks are doing great right now. Honestly, I think that's one of the more brighter spots. KRE was doing a lot better, still barely in the green. I mean, if today gets ugly, those could flip red, but I definitely think that's some of the relief there. Yeah, Intel's coming off the bottom. I forgot. Intel had good earnings. Remember, they had good earnings. They had their little gap, but they didn't really do too much. I'm surprised. Yeah, Netflix do not care. Chilling for now. Remember, people got worried it was about to break the earnings low on Friday, and now it's like right back up. But remember, this is Netflix's chart. Netflix has literally flatlined since their earnings. Even when the market, again, if you overlay the market, it's insane. So this is Netflix versus the SPY since they reported. They've kind of had their little immunity idol, but remember that 390. We were looking for 392 if that broke, and then now just getting back if it could break 417. Are we going to retest the lows? Which ones? There's several lows that we could retest. I mean, whether it's today, whether it's yesterday, the Friday, the Thursday, whether it's going back to May and June, or if we're going back to just all the other times we were in no man's land. These have been inflection points. That's why I'm saying this week I think has importance because anytime we've been in this range with data, once we get our answer, I mean, we're really able to move up or down a lot. So we'll see. Short term, I don't think we have to, but if anything, like I said earlier, kind of breaking the low here, if we do start to set lower lows than highs, I mean, this would be very bad for momentum, the fact that we've already given up a lot of the morning. I'm still holding EW. Yeah, I think it's getting double clapped here today. I haven't watched. I watched the episode of Survivor like 6 months ago. It wasn't bad. I just wanted some nostalgia. I watched the new season. Yen is rocketing up. So again, another high on the yen right now. Remember, all of this downside started with some headline from the Nikkei, but yen's up almost by 1/3% now. UCO. Yeah, oil down to 82. Oil's down 3%. So, I mean, dude, it's crazy because this was like, 5%? But like these 3% down days on oil, I mean, you're going red, green, all 3% at a time. How are you? How was the weekend? Good, man. Good. Got some rest. Really busy, but other than that, I still got some good rest, and I felt good. Felt good coming into Monday. I ate cereal this morning. I don't know if I should tell you guys that. I drank milk, and I had cereal. I ate breakfast this morning. That was weird. Felt kind of good. I was getting like nauseous from them vitamins. You know what I'm saying? You ever take vitamins on an empty stomach? I had just OG cereal, dog. Honey Nut Cheerios. You know what I'm saying? You don't got to reinvent the wheel. Cheerios, they're good, man. They're good. Do you pour in the milk before or after? I do it after. I don't have any like, murderous tendencies. So I'm a pretty stable individual. I pour the milk afterwards. If you do pour it in before, please consult with your medical professional immediately. After is on the second bowl. No. That's the second bowl is the only time you do more. Netflix breaking out. The wicks on Tesla are real and they're not real at the same time. It depends how you want to look at it. Do I have multiple confirmations and can I see them? Yeah. But it's not I don't know if it's like actual trades. It's hard to tell. You'd have to check through. Yen's about to break out to a high. Check out 3 Wishes cereal, super high protein. Oh, no way. Is that Costco? I'm down. Now you're speaking my language. Adobe on the high. Oil's going lower there. Again, SCO. SPY's back at VWAP. I mean, maybe we got out of the hiccup there, but again, I think 41.55. If we don't get above here, I mean, none of this really matters. It's just the same setups as the last couple of days. Yeah, the Tesla. I don't know, man. You got wicks on Tesla Trading View, not Interactive Break. It's something weird. We watched this on Friday. Remember, last week was a week of options not working and a bunch of other weird shit. But essentially, that little wick thing, we witnessed it on Friday. I see it on my SPY. I see it on Tesla, NVIDIA, Google. So you just got to be careful with it. But I don't know what it is. But everybody does see it. Did Netflix get halted? Breaks over VWAP might not be bad. Could VWAP's right here, but I do think we just holding above 41.55. Like I said in the morning, every other time the last couple of days, you'll notice 41.55 has had more selling pressure. So, ever since Thursday, right after this little gap down, bro, it was dump on every single level. But dump 41.55, you get there, it could go up a little bit, then dump it twice on Friday, and then once again here today. So, if there's more accumulation, even better, but it does need to hold that level, in my opinion. Oh, I forgot to tell you, me and my girl got a Costco membership. It saves us 20% on our monthly grocery costs. Also, the rotisserie chickens are fire. Welcome to the club. Welcome to Price Club. That's what they used to call it back in the day. It was called Price Club. So, amen, man. I'm glad to hear. Don't be afraid. You could take your girl out to a nice dinner at the food court. But don't let them tell you anything. Don't let them hate on you. I've taken my girl there 2 or 3 times. She's loved it. We're still together and everything. One Valentine's Day, I took her to Costco. Not going to lie, that's a true story. I got a hot dog. I let her splurge. She got a chicken bake and a hot dog. That was Valentine's Day because I love her. Amen. So, amen. I'm glad to hear. Spent a Sunday getting hella sad. Oh man, that's usually people's first experience with Costco, the samples. DKS on the high. Are we the SPY's back above VWAP now? What the hell was it printing? It's already green, but it flashed like it was going green again. The chicken, I love the chicken bake. I'm sorry. So I understand if you don't. But no. Are you ready for this, Chad? Are you ready? There is a new sandwich at Costco. I had it the other day. It was like a ham roast beef sandwich bullshit. It's awful. And it's expensive. Yeah, it's like $10, bro. I hate it. It's like, dude, it costs like $10 and it's awful. It's like a cold sub. It just tastes like airline food. It looks so good. It's not worth the $10 though. It's not. I had to try it, bro. I had to try it. but it wasn't worth it. In my opinion, I was like, I should have got a chicken bake. I'll just get 6 hot dogs instead. RL back on the higher again. I think RCL was up there. DKS on the high too. SPY's still working its way up. These stupid wicks. And then bonds chilled out too, but the yen keeps going up. And then the dollar came back down. So now whatever happened there, I think it was the euro and some of the other stuff. Euro close may be good, but essentially, literally, dollar's back down. Yen is back up to strength. Bonds aren't dying as much. This is better than not, though. But the dollar on this little rally, I think that's what calmed us down here a little bit. Had the Panera smoked sandwich. Which one was smoked? Was that the breakfast one? Ooh. Are incentives like cash rebates being used to hide home price declines? No, you can't hide it. So remember, just whenever the house closes, it gets listed as public record. So whatever that house sells for, it's there it is. So even if they give a credit back or whatever, it's just based off of the actual selling price. There are some incentives that are helping it, but for the most part, I mean, it's not like right now, the last couple of months, it's not like real estate is what's the word I'm looking? It's not like it's blowing it out of the water. So it's not like you're watching people, like, are the prices still holding? Yes. And remember, they came down from about a year and a half ago, but they're not going like crazy. Like, it's not like you're watching people buy houses left and right. Actually, you know, the amount of existing home sales and new sales, like, they're dropping to points that we were last seeing at like crash levels. Again, the amount of activity. So it's just the price that's being sold, but it's not like we're watching, you know, a manipulated price that's, you know, spurring people to do activity in real estate, because at the end of the day, it's just, you know, real estate activity has slowed down quite markedly. Dude, they got a smoked breakfast? I didn't know they don't have that where I'm at, bro. So God bless Josh and his family for all the love. God bless you, Luis. Hey, man. Hey, man, bro. I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to see you, bro. You scared me. I didn't see you for like a couple weeks after all of that, bro, and I got really worried. So I'm glad to see you, man. You have no idea. That's a highlight of my day right now. You had your first kid last month? Oh, Oscar. Oh, my gosh. Oscar's a father? Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Holy shit. Oscar, are you serious? Oh, my gosh. Wow, congratulations, man. You got him the long term. That's wild, bro. Oh, man, I hope you're ready for it. I hope it's been a good journey so far. But, hey, man, I think the kid's in good hands. He has an Oscar father. You can't go wrong. Father Oscar. Yeah, man, there's a lot of Father Oscars out there. You know what I'm saying? I feel like if you got Oscar as your dad's name, like, you going to be good. You know what I'm saying? Because anybody I met whose dad his name was Oscar, that's it. I'm like, nah, he's an OG. He ready to go. He ready to go, baby. What is LT? It's a long term, baby. So that's how you know Oscar got the long term, because I remind all of you on birthdays, on childbirths, all of it, especially for the children, man. Y'all, you know, most of us, we didn't grow up with long term. So, like, you know, if you have the opportunity to be here, you know, you welcoming in a new chat into the world, get their ass a long term. You know, you could go make them a custodial account today. You could go make them an IRA, I'm pretty sure, too. And, like, you could start putting all of that in there for them. By the time they, like, 12 years old, they're going to be balling, you know. It's just great. But that's what we need for the future Chaz, man. That's what we need for the future Chaz. It could also mean lending tips, but you just gotta pick up on the context clues. You only have yours. Need to get them lagging. It's good. You know, even yours will pass on to them, but the more, if you could get one, maybe just set up an IRA for the youngins so that it's just all tax free and they can't touch it till they're old, and then it'll just be compounded gains. Wish I did this earlier for my son, but he has one now at 15. Yeah, that's even at 15, baby. There you go. There you go. Do you consider crypto only as LT if the projects are legitimate? I think it's very simple. Bitcoin and Ethereum, but call it a day and just buy Bitcoin. That's the only long term I could get behind. And I wouldn't do all crypto as your long term, but I wouldn't consider the altcoins as like long term more or less. You can hold them there, but just keep in mind, all that other stuff. The yen, QE. Good to see you, baby. Yeah, the yen all day. That's what killed our rally. So this bond drop here, there was a statement from the Nikkei that they could let rates go above 1%, and we've just died. But this dynamic is what's helping us now. So again, this little bounce here, the dollar finally came down, and then the yen is still up. Yen's running, and honestly, I'm surprised the yen's holding. It might go up maybe now 1% by the announcement, but if it actually holds up on a rumor like that, every other rumor is sold off, but the yen is very, very important right now. But at least the dollar's lower. So dollar's lower, bonds are back up. So even though we broke below the level, that little flush and kind of bounce back. Now, if we get above 41.55, I don't think we're out of the clear just yet. Overstock on the high. Overstock kind of launching, 15.08. Wasn't this killing it after their earnings the other day? That looks like it's kind of vertical. Yeah, a little move there. So watch, if yen keeps getting really active, just watch if it brings down the dollar. That'll be good. Euro close in 20. So we'll see. Again, this was how last Friday played out, though. We had the drop. We ran up till right before Euro close. I think it's exactly the same time. You hit at the level literally on Friday at 8.18. You hit 41.56. Right now it's 8.11, and we're 4 points, 5 points below from there. So honestly, we still have a chance to either replicate Friday or get into our own little relief, but my goodness, already been a trip. And then Overstock is running. I thought oh, did they? Oh, that's what they're saying. They're saying at least in Holland. But yeah, I don't know. Actually, you're right. I could be off. I don't know about the clock changes. I don't know if it was just in one area or if it is, it could be an hour later. So it's at 9:30 now. Ah, interesting. The days, that means our mornings are going to be a little longer if you think about it. MPW at 488, I mean, I like it because it's cheap, but also MPW just has risks associated with the real estate. After their last earnings, I do feel a lot better. But then again, I mean, I'm already holding that stock. What I've learned is that, we were up almost, 70, 60% on it at one point this year, and we lost all of our gains in a month. So it's one of those plays that has a lot of risk, and it's going to be all over the place. I think you could buy some other stuff, but if you really want it, I mean, it is a better price than not. But at the same time, I don't think you're going to, he still kind of has to compete for his life. German Chancellor Scholz, news of Shani Loic death is terrible, shows barbarity of Hamas. Hamas must be held accountable. Then Israel says anti-tank missiles fired from Lebanon. EU close in 1 hour and 15. That's crazy. So maybe it does play out different. But now, last time it was Euro close, we sold off. So unfortunately, you're kind of running the same schedule here. We just had a little bit more of a rally and a gap up instead of a gap down. O flush continues. Dollars as well flushing. Yeah, O's down 7 now on that. Is it getting there? Oh my gosh. It's tempting. Very, very tempting. Yen is still, it's going crazy. 0.06, now 0.39, went up 1/10% since that last call out. Again, bonds are, as long as bonds chill out in the dollar, but it's clear they have their effect here. Like, you know, it's like we're seeing from this move to not. If dollar bounces back up, bonds start slowing down. I mean, we're going to get these weird-ass moves. Boeing on the high, they've been running all day, or they've just held, and now they keep going. How can we start? FXY, YCL 6J. The yen is still, it's up a lot. That's the only problem today, but it's killed. So again, I'm still down on it a lot. There's a lot of upside on it, but like we're saying, yesterday or tomorrow could be the event, but you know, people kind of calmed down and then it just got awoken off of one headline. So that's the only issue, is that it's just what happens tomorrow, but there is a potential big Japanese move now. It was already on the table, but then again, don't forget, leading into the early next year, even end of the year for Japan, you'll get like 2 more events that have that possibility also, and that's where hopefully we'll see it again, and hopefully the yen, I mean, it has way more leg room to run than anything in the world right now because it's weakened the most compared to a lot of things. Tesla shares down 3.6. When we pause or see a bullish sentiment in bonds, is there a better time or expiration that will perform better? So in 20 years versus 30? Well, we've already paused. You know what I'm saying? So you're like, we've already see a pause. As the question is the bullish sentiment. And at other days, you know, depending on why we're bullish, different parts of the curve are not. In the event of a rate cut, the long end will benefit the most, and then the short end will also respond because it's immediate, you know, attached to policy. But as far as like, you know, right now, we're already paused and everything in the meantime. You know, it's just the little factors that are affecting longer or shorter, affecting policy, or things about the economy will affect the longer term. Policy, shorter term, policy is longer term. All right. SPY's kind of working its way down, almost 818. Yeah, it's 818 right now. So that's where we peaked yesterday, or Friday. I keep saying yesterday. Again, you're a little bit higher than giving up the opening candle. Still green on every index. Even the Russell has gone back to green, but we are kind of in the middle of, do we rally today, or does it rally and die and then set you up into all of that drama? Yeah, dude, Teslas look so insane with these wicks. $41.44. The bubble. Wait, when was did we have the solar lunar eclipse Monday morning? I don't know. What happened with that? Did you get your puts window? MPW going down, yeah. And all of the REITs. I think O is starting to draw some of them because they were actually holding up pretty good. I'm setting up an email now to send you off-market deal good for short-term rental. I'll let you know. All right, man. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I look forward to it. WHS. A&F Abercrombie. Yeah, they had bad news on Friday, but they're running up. Classic Tesla. Well, Tesla, I mean, they were up, but then they gave up. They're kind of one of the only bigger tech names that did not do good. I don't know if it was related to some of the China stuff in the morning. I doubt it, but other than that, you know, we had a little bit of relief. The war issues over the weekend did not escalate as much as people were expecting. That turned into a tailwind here, and then, you know, things chilled out. But then we had a weird comment from the Nikkei about the Bank of Japan policy, and then that sent the yen rocketing, bonds down. They came back up, and then the dollar was going all over the place. And then we're right in the middle now of either giving up our gains off of the morning or holding them up. Dollar just hit a new low, too. Again, 41.43. You even dropped 7-8 points from there. Bill Gross says regional banks falling knife has not hit ground yet. So Bill Gross getting bearish on regionals as of right now. I hate this chart. That wick. Yeah, I don't think I can remove it. You guys said you can on TD. It's more like Nikkei. I've heard Nikkei. I've heard Nikki. I've just gone with Nikki. It's fun to say. Fun to say. Should we invest now or hold off from Powell's meeting? It depends if we're talking long term or not. But I mean, I do think it would be. There's a lot of good deals right now if you could take the right deal. But then, I mean, there's a lot of people also waiting for Powell and the data this week. Even then, if you don't want to wait for Powell, there's the bond refunding. And then if you don't want to wait for that on Friday, you're going to be getting the non-farm payrolls. My deposit, no, it comes in at the first of the month usually. So we still haven't had our Halloween. Now, market, I think Euro closes in an extra hour. I think we're getting back. There it is. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Hold on. I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work. I think it's going to work. Are we back? Oh, there it is. Bro, what? I don't know. Every single internet connection. I have both routers just went out. Nobody stole my electricity. That's it. I'm not getting DDoSed. I mean, I have 2 different IPs, but they just both got clapped, bro. What? Are we back? I can't load up my E-Trade yet. Do you hear me? I feel like I'm in a weird time zone. I can't, I don't know what's happening. I can't tell if you hear me or not. That was so weird. Yeah, even the Twitch went down. Usually you guys got the Twitch ready to go. Worst case, if I don't, that's weird, bro. I don't know what the hell just happened. So again, I mean, if it does happen again, I'll just I'll go live from my car or something, and we could drive around otherwise. But my internet just got fucked. That was weird. Oh, you can hear me? That's good. That's good. That's good. Well, I need to go pee. I didn't even go pee on that. You know that? I had to go reset routers. Both of them were red. I was tripping out on that. So again, I have 2 separate routers. I have 2 companies. I have a backup, but then both of them were literally both routers were flashing red. Thanks for the roses. My E-Trade's not loading up, though. E-Trade has he's going to take us. I don't even think my TD Ameritrade. Yeah, no, that's connected. That was weird. What are we at? 41.37, though? So market did go down. Market did go down as I was leaving. So we'll see. I'm going to keep this up here, though, until the E-Trade loads up. And then we'll go from there. E-Trade, I think it's back. There it is. There it is. We're good to go. Again, overstock. We had that one up there. Thanks for the roses. All the banks are sound and resilient. All the banks are sound and resilient. Thanks for the roses. All the banks are sound and resilient. You are back. I don't know. That was weird. That was weird. That was weird. So I don't know. Usually I tell you go to Twitch for a backup. Maybe follow me on Instagram. I don't know. But if that happens, I mean, again, my internet just tweaked out. I missed you too, man. It was weird. There was a couple of seconds without you. I was getting really nervous. Not everything's working, though. Some of my platforms are still, clapped. We didn't really flash crash, but you did come down literally from we were going up, then you flushed another 10 points back to the low, and now we're back to 41.39. Very interesting. But now I need to go to the bathroom, so follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Still got another hour till Euro close, again, because of their clock change and all of that. So let's see. My Instagram's at the Trading Fraternity. It's very good. Fun for the whole family, I guess. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. But I love you, Chad. God bless you. I'll be right back. And yeah, Horde.
The Eurozone GDP and the CPI data, I think, here is going to be fascinating, how this is going to work. We saw German CPI data maybe not providing the shock that we thought it would, but it came in a little softer than anticipated. The regional numbers gave us a clue. But nevertheless, a big part of the Eurozone economy, maybe a little bit softer than we would have anticipated. Does that mean that Eurozone CPI data is also going to be a little bit softer than we anticipated? The German data today, I think, is a really interesting tell.
Yeah, the German data really showing that the economy is getting hurt under higher interest rates. And that is not just a German story. It is all across Europe. HSBC CEO Noel Quinn spoke exclusively to Bloomberg TV about how those higher interest rates are hitting the bank's bottom line.
I do think we're at a level of interest rates now that we need to give them time to work on the inflationary environment. So I do believe it will be hold. I do believe it's higher for longer. Because I do think there are underlying inflationary pressures still in the global economy.
So let's get more perspective on the market impact, what to expect. Althea Spinozzi is Saxo Bank senior fixed income strategist, is with us now. What do you expect from all the data this week?
Well, our expectations is for the Federal Reserve to keep interest rates on hold. And the reason behind that is that we have seen that decision well advertised among Federal Reserve members. You see, right now, Alex, the Federal Reserve is more concerned about the rise in long-term yields, and it sees it favorably, especially because from September, 10-year yields went from 4.4% to 4.9%. That 50 basis points rise has been entirely real yields. So we can say that financial conditions are much tighter now than they were 6 weeks ago. However, I'm really believing that the big news this week is the Bank of Japan tomorrow and the quarterly refunding announcement from the U.S. Treasury on Wednesday.
Yeah, I think we've already started to get a hint that maybe the BOJ will be tweaking policy a little bit out there. So we'll be watching for that overnight into tomorrow. What do you think the European data is going to tell us this week? The US economy still looks like it's running fairly hot. What do you think the data out of Europe is going to tell us? How big a gap economically are we seeing across the Atlantic?
Well, I believe that this week European data are painting a picture of European stagflation. We already...
European stagflation. All right, man. So we're back to where we were at the low of the day. You guys got cut out for a little bit, and now we're back. We're moving all over the place, but it's a weird day of like the minimum amount of relief is holding, but we still have a lot of tension and stuff we are expecting moving forward. So again, this week, everything she was talking about, whether you liked it or not, I mean, that's kind of the narrative this week. Refunding Powell, and then what's going to happen there with the jobs, and if we actually get a real relief end October, and then whatever we get into Mr. November. So very interesting so far. But coming back up to VWAP, again, it's still very early. We have another hour till Euro close because of the clock changes. Overstock again at the high. That thing's moved pretty crazy the last couple of days. Let's see, Palantir, Tesla, Cart. Is Amazon still up 2.3? AMD, we're going to go over that one on the watch list tonight and then tomorrow because they report Tuesday after hours. So AMD is not after the bell. Today after the bell, and we could do those today. We could do ANET and Pinterest. I keep forgetting Pinterest. But ANET and Pinterest, and I could cover those around like 10, 11 a.m. Pacific time, if that'll work for you. Just let's get through we don't even have Euro close. We don't even know what today is going to look like. So again, usually by like middle of the day, we'll kind of know what's up with the market, and then people will start setting up into earnings. I did make a PayPal earnings play though. That's the only other thing. But again, that's one of the earnings that's like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think PayPal might be Thursday. The Bank of Japan tonight, I could simplify it because usually, I mean, to get into the Bank of Japan discussion, you have to be aware of what got us here. You have to be aware of the last 15, 20 years, the whole easy policy, how they don't get inflation. And then as of recently, even then, I mean, this is the number one thing with the Bank of Japan that everybody has to understand. Number one, Powell just paused. Finally, again, if after Wednesday, that will be the second time of not raising rates. It'll be 30 days. Yo, PayPal. Whoa. It's probably a fake-ass wick. Yeah. PayPal's Wednesday. Good. Thank you for that. Again, SPY above VWAP, a couple of things moving, but here's the deal with, again, the Bank of Japan. Powell stopped raising rates. Remember, Powell was the first one to raise, and he kept raising. Then the ECB, remember last Friday, the ECB chose to not raise rates. Their first time after 12, 13 months of raising rates, they decided not to raise rates. So now, the Bank of Japan, here's the ironic part. This is what the whole story is about over the next couple of hours, even the next couple of months. The whole point is that Japan has not raised at all. Everybody say it with me. Japan has not raised rates. That means in the last 3, almost 4 years of massive global inflation, there has been one country in the world that has not risen rates, that has not tightened policy. They've done little shit to kind of tweak it, like Powell when he was adjusting the QT before raising rates. They're trying all these little things, but the main story coming in, and that's what we're looking for tonight, tomorrow morning, it's going to be around the fact, are they tweaking policy to tighten it? Is Japan finally moving towards a tighter policy? Do they have the fundamentals to allow them to do that? And if not, then the currency is going to keep weakening and they're going to be in the same weak position. And then it starts, waiting until they finally announce that. But really, that's all we're looking for. We're looking, do they tighten their financial markets or not? And that's what's supposed to happen. The rumor we got today was that they would let rates go to 1%. Right now, they're 0.5 to 0.7, I think. And now they're saying we want it up to 1, but that's not a rate hike. They're saying that they just will allow the yields to go high based on market demand since they control their yield curve. So that's what we're hoping for, is if they make a big shift and then that the world's all moving in the right direction, and then you could stop the yen weakness. But then again, if they're not ready to change like they haven't been for the last 10 years, then chances are, the yen goes back to adding to that weakness and then causing a problem for everyone else. So I hope that helps. That's the quick version, believe it or not, too. That's not even like getting into the nitty-gritty of all of it. Can gold be the new gold? Can be up on the new gold coin from England? No. Gold is, again, I think gold is the fact that rates now, we're about to really confirm no more hikes, and then just add that to all of the tensions overseas, even the dollar. It's just creating a very weird dynamic that started with fear and then is getting supported by a potential policy shift. The Raul Rugbull. Raul Wick. He goes by many names. Many names. $41.44. Still in no man's land. A $41.55 would be nice, but we still haven't got there. And again, this high, lower, every single one has been lower than the other one. So hopefully we could get out of it, but then we do have to wait a little longer for Euro close. Only downside. Yeah, Raul Wick, bro. Raul Wick. I still do. One of my TDs isn't even loading still. Oil rebounding, got headlines, Hamas attacks in U.S. oil field. There was a lot. I think there was already 9 or 10 attacks. That's the crazy part. But if oil does start catching a bid, I mean, watch out for that. It's a little bit off the bottom. Oil's down 3.3 right now. That's actually insane. We got oil down, Tesla down, everything. MO's back on the high. That's been going all day. They're up 1.6. Remember, they had a nice little flush the last couple days, though. How do you explain everything going on in basketball terms? It's a tie ball game, and we're in second overtime, and then Jerome Powell is still running out the ball. He's running out the clock to take it into overtime 3. So instead of going for the win or giving up, they're trying to run out the clock to take us into OT 3. And that's kind of where we're at right now. I think we're at overtime 3. And still a tie ball game, Bears and Bulls again, rates and whatever. Basketball. I mean, it's kind of hard to give the analogy, but they're running out the clock. That's the best way I would put it here. And then you have 5 fouls. So your star player has 5 fouls. Your star player is the Bonds, and by 5 fouls, I mean 5% yield. One more foul, 1 more percent, he's out the game, and then that may end overtime. So other than that, that's the best way I would explain where we're at right here. Overstock in Bowen again. What if Bill Ackman? Bill Ackman already turned it over. So literally, Bill Ackman steals the ball, makes it down court, and then he got picked off. That's it. He made 1 more pass, and now that's it. We're still so again. They haven't turned it into a score yet, but Bill Ackman kind of already turned over the ball. We had his little pump. It didn't work. How did you just come up with all of that? I mean, I think about this stuff every day, minimum 7 hours a day. I just watch the markets so I don't know. There's a lot on my mind. There's 10 more explanations we could give, but I don't know if they'll serve you well because at the end of the day, we got a lot of time we need to put on the clock to get through this, and that's why though I do think this week is going to be very exciting. It already is. I mean, we're already starting off pretty wild. All right, oil's still trying to bottom out there and come up a little bit more. SPX 41.41. We spent a solid hour now, borderline a couple candles down, a couple candles above, but you've been in this range for a little bit more than an hour. CVM. Oh, isn't that cancer play? Interesting. This one's up 13. Chad, you brought this one up the other day. CVM. What was it? They got didn't they get a partnership? Wow, we're waiting for Wednesday. Well, he has enough. I mean, even after today in the yen, I mean, unfortunately, you might have to pay attention to that tomorrow more than we thought we would. But literally after today's move now and the yen going up, I think Bank of Japan and then the refunding, and then we get Wednesday Powell, and then non-farms, and then Apple earnings. It's head and neck cancer. They issued a letter to shareholders. What was that? They released letter to shareholders. The very comprehensive letter details the data reported on efficacy of multi-client leukocyte interleukin injection. Yeah, for head and neck cancer patients. They said they have all. Honestly, it doesn't look bad. So they had a press release. I don't know. Do you want me to read you the letter to shareholders? It's saying they got approved. They have the ingredients. We can identify the diagnosis. We're likely to have pre-surgical responses to multikine. The survival statistics in this population are so good, it's hard to imagine how they could challenge or ignore it. Multikine safety profile is very favorable compared to other oncology agents and have manufactured plant that can make an estimated $2 billion worth of multikine annually. They're ready, and we believe patients or doctors are too. The current standard provides a 50-50 chance of living past 5 years. So they plan to seek immediate patient access to multikine without waiting on results of a new trial. There are no regulatory pathways specifically for such approvals that CEL-SCI is pursued worldwide. These pathways are called conditional approvals, which means you could be approved first while a confirmatory study is ongoing and before that study is completed. Our situation, where we have selected a portion of the phase 3 study of our target population, is precisely why these regulatory pathways were adopted by regulatory bodies, so that patients do not need to wait many years before gaining access to promising drugs that have already been shown to provide clinical benefit. So again, I think they're just hyping up the approval, but I mean, it doesn't sound bad. And then again, it seems like they have a conditional approval where they may not need another study and could begin selling. I think it went up 200. And SPY right below VWAP. AMD, we're going to go over those previews tomorrow, but I mean, they have a chance. Intel did good. AMD even announced a couple of things recently, but then also the NVIDIA ARM stuff as well too. But I mean, AMD is just more, does it support chips or not? And even today, ON, they're down 20%. That was a bad earnings in the chip space already. So that is somewhat part of the equation we have to factor in. VanEck Global Real Estate ETF almost at 3-year low. T-Rep, I think even VNQ, and I mean, O does not help. O is like one of the blue chip REITs, and them dropping 7% today, I mean, that don't help out. Is it TRET? No, it doesn't show up as a stick. I got VNQ, though. And then I think VNQ is at, near 3-year lows? 2021 to 23, almost once it goes past 2020 levels. Oh, AMD could disclose ban in China. I feel you. We didn't hear much. It's this time, everybody always brushes that news off. This time we kind of reacted because it was in the middle of the volatility. So I do think that one is good. That's an X factor. That could go both ways. We have no idea, but I would keep it in mind. Bless you, brother. God bless you, Lucky. How you living, man? I hope you had a good weekend. Happy Monday. Man, those Tesla looks like the ugliest chart today. Not only is it down 4.5 now, they were up 1 or 2% at one point, but these little wicks are just tweaking. IRDM 41.44. Overstocking. O's down 7. All EVs are red. It's weird, though. Energy names are red. EVs red. Solar's red. Anything related to energy is red. But then again, too, you also have, war headlines, quote-unquote, calming down. But for the most part, I mean, you would think there would have been one winner in the energy space. I think, JKS is the only one. They did really good on earnings. But other than that, all of energy is just, every type of energy is kind of clapped here today. Which is good and bad. I mean, you have to think about it. It's one thing for the energy prices, but also think in regards to the whole inflation coming back and all of that. IFF Chiclet, they've gotten killed earlier. Yeah, International Flavors down 4.75. Again, their last earnings, they dropped 80 to 64. They're already down 68 to 64 on the day. IFF flushing right now. Claria announced the acquisition of Lucas Meyer Cosmetics. I don't know if that's related to it. Oh, that was earlier. Let's see. IFF. It's still going. Yeah, it's all in the morning. Yeah, so Clariant agreed to buy IFF Cosmetic Ingredients unit for $8.10. IFF and Clariant expect to close transaction first quarter 24. So that was just in the morning. Then honestly, I don't think it should. I think it should be up. They just sold off one of their units for $800 million. Again, they've been. What's their dividend? Their dividend has to be crazy unless they cut it. But yeah, that's the only headline I'm seeing on that. T-Ret is only a Euro ETF. Ah, my European brother. Yeah, maybe VNQ for the U.S. But I'd assume they all look alike. And then again, O is really weighing on that space today. Typical. It seems calm as hell, man. So we're used to like Euro close by now, but Europe's not even closed. We got another 40 minutes. I mean, there's just so many possibilities of the rest of the day, but you are just kind of holding pinned in this like 5 to 10 point range in the last hour and a half now. The huge drop was the Japanese yen news. Unless you're talking this one right here, this one wasn't a real one. So this drop isn't real, but right here is really where all the action started. 10:02, there was a headline from the Nikkei, and that I think is what literally changed the whole dynamic of today. And honestly, I mean, we might return back to it if we could hold up, but that otherwise, if you see random wicks today, they may not be legit. So again, back to 41.40. If we could get above 41.50, you want to get past these other highs that we have just been selling off from recently. Did you hear about the hockey accident? No. Bro, I feel like lately there's been a lot of stuff happening and everybody's just finding out whenever you find out. Did you know, what's his name? You know Matthew Perry died? You know the guy from Friends? He literally died 2 days ago in his jacuzzi in L.A. That one blew my mind. I didn't know until then. Even my girlfriend was like, you didn't know about that? I was like, what? How do you know about that? Yeah, but I don't know. There's been a lot. They said, again, the guy, they got the shooter in Maine. He was found dead as well, too. So I don't know, man. Crazy world. Hasbro getting towards lows, 18 years of consecutive dividend. Yield looking better. It could be. I mean, I bought in some Hasbro toys for my nieces and nephews. Again, it's just how they're going to stack up. They are just part of the physical product consumer, but, you know, back to 2020 lows, I could be down. I'll have to double-check that yield, but it's pretty much bargain bin. I could see that. I could get, 45 to 120. I don't know if the yield is higher than bonds, though. 6.1, yeah, Hasbro could be a good one. Very interesting. I don't know if I want to add new companies, because now even the good companies I like, there's a time to build the positions on them. But Hasbro does not. I mean, that everybody knows about it. It'll probably be around for 10 years. I mean, they've had a better point, but they look pretty good. This weekend, I caught my 9-year-old daughter folding her laundry, listening to Uncle Answers. You can just call me JB. Oh, my gosh. That's good and bad. Just hopefully, I don't know, is she going to get into politics when she's older? Because that's some shit that I was doing, bro. When I was young, bro, like I was like down with some of the political shit. So she listening to the JB freestyle and vibing with it, man. She might know about politics. She might be one of the future leaders. Hasbro's been losing a ton with Magic card game. No, why? I thought Magic the Gathering was like popping. It was just a couple of weeks ago everyone was getting hyped on Magic the Gathering. No. Matt Perry actually died. Like, he was reported dead. It's not like he just disappeared off Insta. This was 2 days ago. This was like literally on Saturday or Friday night. You're looking to remodel your home, doors, windows, floors. If I should go ahead and get the home equity loan now because I'm afraid the credit will be hard to get next year. If you are, but here's the thing. Like, if you use like a helioc, whatever, they could pull it at any time regardless, if that makes any sense. So, like, certain lines of credit based on your home, they can, they could pull it whenever they want. Like, if you remember in 2021, 2022, the Wells Fargo, they just started canceling people's home equity lines. So that's the problem. Yeah, even if you're borrowing again, they'll limit it, but so like if you already pull out money, they'll just freeze the line and say, hey, we're not going to let you borrow anymore from here on out. So that's, in a weird way, if that's the case, I mean, you're probably going to end up in the situation, if credit does become hard, you will get it tightened out. I would just try to get the lowest rate and where you could get that money the cheapest. That would probably be the best idea. Or, I don't know, maybe wait on the remodel if it's possible. That E-Trade will no longer trade 0-day options. No, I think you can, but I think they're instituting a preview window. So, like, let me see. Let me get one up. So, like, if you want to buy a 0-day, you can't, like, they just make sure that you have a what's it called? They just make sure that you have, like, a preview window. Like, that's it. As long as you have a preview window, you're good to go. But it used to be where you could have just, like, control-click and bought it. Now, every 0-day, you have to have a preview window. Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it's not, like, just like, are you sure? That's all it is. So now you just have to double-click to make a daily option. So now they probably had an issue where somebody one-clicked options and then they blamed E-Trade for it. And now E-Trade's just saying, hey, you have to always have a confirmation. Do you want to gamble? Please confirm. Are you sure you want to make this trade? Hackers access 632,000 email addresses at Defense Department or DFJ. And then Secretary of State Blinken spoke with Qatari PM. All the banks are sound and resilient. Inflation's transitory. It'll return to 2%. All the banks are sound and resilient. Thanks for the roses. They hacked the Defense Department. I mean, sounds like it. All right, 4151. You've reached the second high now. Holy shit. So you've gone through, not second high of the day, but just in this little gulag. I mean, as long as you don't get a red candle here, if we hold up, you could get past, again, 4155. That is what I am looking for out of all of this. BNPC. What's that? And NVIDIA's working its way up. Netflix back to 410. And it was supposed to die on Friday as it got close to the 393. But Netflix up like, what, $13 since Friday now? Do you check your IG DMs? Every now and then it depends. I saw one the other day. They sent me a real estate deal, and I DM'd them back, but I said email me. But usually email is the best place to reach me. And then even, too, depending on your, like, IG account, like, low-key, they might throw you in the spam. I've had a couple. I even have some Chads in the spam. I'm like, what the hell? Seek first the kingdom of heaven, baby. Amen. Tell them. Added PayPal to the lawn. Couldn't help yourself. I feel. I went for the earnings calls. Again, even for the long term, we'll get our deposit. I do like Disney, MO, and PayPal. I mean, even Hasbro looked nice too, but I think we're going to have to build some of the other positions first. Man, we even get Airbnb earnings, man. You guys ready for that? 41.51. There's the bond refinancing. We're going to hear about how much they're looking to raise. So it's the quarterly refinancing commitments. And what's going to happen is we're going to hear from the Treasury, Mrs. Jigglypuff Yellen, and she is going to say how much money she needs. She's going to say we need 150 billion, 500 billion, whatever the amount is, and then we're going to be selling this many 2-month bonds, 3 months, 2-year, 5-year, 10-year, 30-year. So depending on how much they need and offer, that could add bond supply and that could get people worried. But also, one thing people are saying that could be good news is if they raise the commitments, but then they lower the amount that they're raising on the long end, and then they do it on the short end, then they're able to do quite well. Then that way it wouldn't be as bad because then short-term demand will have the supply, and that's, again, the Fed could kind of step in versus dumping on the longer end. I mean, in a weird way, though, I think it's kind of bullshit. Because I'm pretty sure Yellen can change it. So, like, even though that's the thing, that's why, like, it's funny. I think everybody's talking about it this morning like it's the biggest event. But when it's all said and done, I'm pretty sure Yellen can change it. Like, I think these are minimum commitments. So, like, they're giving an idea of what they're going to do. But I do believe if something does change, they can alter it if they need more or need less. Usually they need more. Because I remember last time Yellen was talking about refunding the Treasury, and then I remember 2-3 weeks later, all of the numbers went up again. And then there was even more bond supply. Hasbro X dividend 1031. Oh, shit. When's their earnings? Is earnings today, tomorrow? RVPH, that was one of the other biotechs. Again, Reviva. And now McDonald's, that was one of the earnings in the morning. They're up 2.4. Reviva, RVPH, biotech in the morning starting to run. There's that CVM. That one's just still holding up. Bro on the high. Ordered Brown and Brown, dude. A little RVPH, dude. Ordered. We getting calls on Airbnb? Nah, not yet. I mean, think about it. They're coming off really good earnings now, unfortunately. And then their guidance wasn't guidance last quarter good? I think it was, but they've sold off from the 150. So if they do good, they'll come back up to this little range. But if they do bad, then you're going to deal with the lower ends. And maybe we'll be able to add to the long term again. I wouldn't mind a little bit of Airbnb in the 80s. But I don't know about making a play just yet. I like PayPal. That's, I think, might be the only one. Maybe we do an AMD play. Hasbro Thursday earnings. If they already reported, then that's one thing. You could try to go for the XDivvy, but Like I said, it looks decent. I don't think I'm gonna make a play though on it yet. I want more Airbnb. I'm down. If we could get it at the right, it's not. You could get as much Airbnb as you want at any point, but we could really maximize it if we, if we do get it on the lows. I mean, that is something I wish I grabbed more of. We grabbed some of the other ones, but that $80 Airbnb, again, Airbnb is in the top 10 list or top 5, I think, of like top performers this year. They're still up like 60% year to date. Yeah, PayPal, they just recently got clapped. I mean, they lagged in terms of dying, but then they just gave it all up with the rest of the market. Because, again, they held that $60 level for quite some time, and then it was literally this last couple of weeks where everything just got drained. Mm. 85 Airbnb or 85 Google? I think either or, but 85 Google would be more premium, technically speaking, but I mean, it would be a bigger discount than where it's at now. So either or, I think you wouldn't go wrong with either. 41.49. So again, we got a little higher than this little peak at 8 o'clock, but unfortunately, we're kind of chilling out here. PGR, remember, that's insurance. They had was it Allstate who had activist news not too long ago? That was a couple of weeks ago on every day of activist news. Palantir earnings, I haven't looked into it. Boeing's on the high. When does Palantir report? So we have today, we have Arista and Pinterest. I think those are going to be big. Even AGNC, even Wolf too. Wolf is actually another one. Those are the ones for today. Even Arch Cold and tomorrow, AMD, Caterpillar, Pfizer, JetBlue. By the time you wake up, you'll get a lot of those. We could even cover these ones today too. And then AMD. Where's Palantir? I don't see no. Palantir's Thursday. And then even Shopify. And then even Eli Lilly. That's going to be interesting. 41.49. So still holding this level, kind of chilling out. You got Pinterest and ANET today. And then by tomorrow morning, though, you're going to get more of those economic names. GM? Are you saying good morning or GM? Yeah, Eli Lilly and Novo. That's going to be big. XLP. Staples are on the highs. That's still like Walmart and all those other names. And then Walgreens still clapped. ANET, no, remember, we hit ANET last quarter. So last month, ANET was a 2,000% hit we had on the options. I don't know if it's going to do it again. So I don't know if we could get back-to-back 2 standard deviations. You could look for the puts. That could be an idea. But other than that, I think ANET, we won on it literally 3 months ago. Just let it sit there for now. But what is priced in? 177, 175. So it's pricing in about like what, $16. So that'd be $32. So 144 to 1 to 207. Calls are $1 for 207s. The puts are cheap. Let me see. Usually as high IV. Yeah, I mean, remember, this one, it just moves a lot. ANET could, like, really, really move. So that's the only good thing that they have going for them. RVPH still moving. RVPH running. Weekly, yeah. I'm down. I grabbed the put. I'm down for it. $70. I only grabbed one, though. Put to the down. That's 2 standard deviations. It's still, I thought it would have been, like, kind of out of reach. I looked earlier, but I wasn't really, like, too excited on it. But now that I'm even 2 standard deviations takes you back to the low of last 2 earnings, $70. I'm kind of down with it. But again, last time we hit the calls. Your ass handed to you last 2 weeks. Proper risk management kills. Improper. I mean, it's been hideous. Again, I mean, I think a lot of people got crushed. The real winners were holding short, not really even buying safe havens. You had a couple of them, but again, I mean, I guess I would bid thee for you guys to just like observe how weird this earnings has been. What I mean by that is that we're going through all of these earnings now, and it doesn't even feel like it. You're not getting. You've had Netflix. That's it. Netflix and a couple of random other names that went up maybe 5, 10 and held. You have literally JKS up today, but most of the names have gone down. But there was a lot of drainage in this last 3 months, so I could definitely. I mean, even if you had some good risk management, if it got a little sloppy, no matter what, I mean, if you were on the wrong side of the last 3 months, I mean, it just did not pay. I mean, and it came with a lot of pain. I mean, some names you literally gave away a year of gains in 1 week on some names. Again, some names were up. Even the NASDAQ, I mean, think about it. S&P, NASDAQ falling into correction territory very, very quickly. Make some espresso. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Get a good one. I did. I have a confession to make to you guys. I think I did. But I did have caffeine on the weekend. I had sushi and I wanted green tea because I like green tea with my sushi. So I ingested caffeine. What can you learn from this? I think a lot of patience, a lot of even then too, like at some time, I think the big thing, we saw it with the dot plot. We should have listened to it. Again, when I was freaking out about it, you know, that dot plot, that was really the shift in repricing. I think we had a really good clue, but I kind of leaned on the market seasonality as well as the, you know, just things kind of moving slow like we've witnessed for the last, 9 months. It would be a rally. Any of the reds would just get instantly bought up, and we kind of waited on that. But I think you could learn from that and the patience too involved of listening to Powell and everything else. And then, if you see that clue and it gets worse, I mean, you could have backed out there or underexposed. Those are all great lessons to learn from all of this. But mainly, I think what you could learn from the Fed, the communication, how the market is played, how the market, it runs on hope and then doesn't. And, the finicky nature of it all, I think there's a lot to take away from that. And then MO's going, let's see where the dollar's at. Dollar's still low on the day. I don't know. My 1 yen chart still won't load up. Did you get intoxicated? No, I didn't even feel it. That's kind of the thing that sucked. I didn't really feel the caffeine. I was kind of disappointed. RVPH, Rhythm, that's another pharmaceutical one. Teva, a lot of those are actually going up. Nagano beating Fury. I didn't watch that. I did not know we had fights. There you go. Yeah, yen's still up at 0.3. It was up a lot more. There's hardly any in green tea. Oh, that's good then. Because I just like it. I liked it with sushi. That's it. I like green tea and sushi. It's kind of just, I don't know. That's why I was like, all right, run it. SoFi, don't they have earnings? Costco on the high, Rhythm once again. I've seen Costco a couple times, even Philip Morris. You're back above here. We went a little higher, so just be on the lookout. We get a 41.55. That'll be nice. And now you have 15 minutes till Euro close. Isn't that weird? Closing Europe this late, so this is the lead up into Euro close now. If we could get above here in 41.55, the relief and squeeze element is going to look a lot better here. Again, it got really put into doubt here at 41.30, but let's see if this actually can hold. It's been trotting slow. Dollar's still down. Bonds are just staying pinned now at literally right where they opened, down 0.68 on the 30-year. IEF, bond, even 10 years a little bit running up. EF. Why does it look so weird? Europe closes late. It's 4:30. Well, because they changed their clock and we didn't. So Euro closes at the same time, but for us in America, it's going to be 1 hour later until we have daylight savings. So now the market closes back at 9:30. So yeah, it's later, but technically it's the same time. Just for this week. Does that means we have daylight savings coming up, huh? No, I don't want that. Yeah, I thought we did. Yeah, didn't we cancel daylight savings? I thought we got rid of it. I'm so confused. You love the shit out of it. I like this one because don't we wake up later? Or are we going to wake up earlier now? They never passed the bill? I just don't want to change. I hate changing the clock, bro. We wake up earlier. So now I'm going to be waking up at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. November 5th. Now it's going to get dark. Every time I want to go to the gym, it's going to be nighttime. Like super dark and then rainy. No. Spring forward, fall back. Don't know what it means. I hear people say it. No, I feel you. I just don't know. I don't understand it either. I just go with it and figure it out. But then, like, I realized, like, when I was a youngin', like, going to school in the morning, there was one that was good and one that was bad. Because there was one you would wake up to go to school and you'd be like, wow, I feel amazing. And then the other one you would wake up to go to school and be like, I'm so tired. So I think we're getting to the tired one. I think they're going to move it back or some shit. But then I think it gets, are you sure we get extra sleep? I thought we don't. This is the one with the extra hour? Really? Are you sure? You gain 1 hour back? Are you sure, though? That's the thing. It opens at 7:30 now? Oh, yeah, son. All right, I'm down. I'll take it. Lighter in the morning, darker at evening. All right, I'll take it. All right, Apple's coming down here. Bond, literally, right when we get above the level. You're hitting a new high, but this is all BS. I mean, it's all by, like, a new high in this little, I'm talking about this little, like, formation here. You see what I'm saying? Like, you could have something, but it's all very, very minor But unfortunately, I mean, you get one more candle back down. You're still you spend most of the day fighting where we gapped up on that first candle. Save on the high right now. Dollar's coming up. That won't be good. We were just looking at it. Yeah, he started to climb a little bit. Still, this was the low of the day at one point, but lower the better for sure. In 2006, I worked on the border of Ohio and Indiana. One state observed and one state didn't. So I would leave my hotel in Ohio, and I got to work in 30 minutes before I left. That seemed like this belonged in a Leonardo DiCaprio movie. This is a mind trip right now. I got in 30 minutes before I left. What? Don't even. It's amazing. Excuse me. How about sleep until 3 a.m.? We should stay up all daylight savings. I think that's how you wake up into the day feeling refreshed. Is if you just stay up all night, you won't get daylight savings jet lag, and then you'll have a good sleep the next day. And then so maybe we'll do a 24-hour stream or something. That's sarcasm too. I hope none of you do it. I don't think. Yeah. You stayed in a campground in Tennessee. The bathhouse is in Central. The cabin was in Eastern, 40 feet away. What? I wouldn't be surprised, man. I get confused by the time, though, so I don't know if you guys should leave this to me. All right, Tesla's still slipping. We're back down to VWAP. This is it was kind of an exciting Monday, but now we're just like I said, even if we flush 30 points, you still close green from here. That's the craziest part about all of today, is that we're like in the range. We're probably going to hold the Monday green. Dow is up 1%, but for the most part, I do think we're going to have a weird back and forth. Test, baby. What time do you go to sleep? I don't know, bro, but something's happening lately. I've been sleeping at like 9:30, dude. They're like 9. I've been getting hella tired. Even then, bro, like Friday night, I was supposed to go out with my girlfriend, and I just fell asleep. So like she came over, and we were gonna go, and like we were gonna go watch a movie, and we were gonna do stuff, and then like we were just chilling, bro, and like I just fell asleep, and then that's it. I was like, my bad. But yeah, I was out. I don't know, man. Like low key, I've been sleeping, bro. I don't know why. Like, it's weird. Like beginning of the year, like I couldn't fall asleep, and then now I'm just like I'll pass the F out at like 9:30, bro. It's weird. It's weird. Was she pissed? Nah, my girl don't really get mad. I don't know how to describe it. You're going to blame it on me being rich, but, we got a good relationship. But, like, she don't really get... I don't know the last time I made her mad. The only I just weird her out. That's it. When I, like, show her, like, old songs from back in the day, and I'm like, oh, listen to this song. I listened to this as a kid, and I loved it. And then she just looks at me like I had a really messed up childhood. Maybe it was the caffeine. I don't know. Man. My caffeine levels are low. They are. Maybe I've worked all the caffeine out of my body. Teladoc on the high. They're up 2.83, getting a candle right now. I showed her multiple songs. I showed her Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. You know, that song, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor. Like, and she's just like, okay, you're fucking weird. And then I showed her Immortal Technique. I showed her Dance with the Devil because I was like, oh, yeah, I remember this when I was young. And this was, like, such a crazy song. And, like, I was trying to just, like, get her culturally, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she comes from, you know, she come to America. Like, I want her to know who Immortal Technique is. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my girl. She better have some culture behind, you know, I better, like, she better be able to hold her own, right? And so I show her Dance with the Devil by Immortal Technique. And, like, oh, dude, she was, like, disturbed. And then she, like, that was the first time she, like, genuinely, though, like, she was, like, really asking me questions about how I grew up, like, beyond just, like, the basics. Like, she was really like, wait a minute, how old were you when you listened to that? And she's like, this is what you were, like, listening to? And then she was like, are you kidding? Like, she was just, no, it was a very disturbing moment for her, I could tell. And I was just like, yeah, bro, that was a great song. I was like, it's good. I said it scared me from being a real gangster growing up. There you go. That's why I stuck with Malibu's Most Wanted, because if you dance with the devil, he may never, you know, he don't let go. Like, I learned that, you know, you ain't really hard like that. That's what Immortal Technique taught us when we were 10 years old. And I said, facts. I said, for real, I'm going to stick to Halo. She became detective. Nah, she just became concerned. She just thought I was cuckoo. She was like, nah, man, there's something beneath all this Jesus stuff. Hold up. There's no way you were listening to that at 10 years old and turned out like this. Which I could get behind. I could kind of agree, but I'm like, you kind of know I'm a nutso. So. Good, right at VWAP, just hugging it. Just hugging it. What time? 12:20. It's still so early. 3 minutes till Euro close. My goodness. This is so weird. I believe more half the market believe Euro close was an hour ago. Yeah, but like, do you feel how it's different though? Because like usually we make a kind of a crazier move middle of the day, but I just feel like you can, I feel like you could just see how it's like we're kind of like waiting on something. So, I mean, it's going to be an interesting one, but I do think there is a little bit of a confusion in terms of when it was, but we'll see. And then the yen came down, still elevated. That was a huge part of today. That sucks. I thought we were going to talk about Japan tonight, but I didn't, coming into this morning, if you told me that a little Japanese rumor would have been the, kind of the thing that got in the way of today, I wouldn't have believed it. But then again, I mean, it happens every time. First song you memorized was Jam on It by Nucleus. Taped it off the radio. Yeah, I remember that. I was still, old and young enough where I was part of you used to record the songs you wanted on a cassette. We'd have a speaker system, and if I wanted to hear a song on the radio over again, you would put it in the cassette and then press record. Crazy time, bro. Crazy time. On the Francis fight. No, I didn't watch it. I didn't know. There's so many, this weekend there were so many things, just news headlines, the world, and I only got a couple of them, but I didn't watch the fight. I didn't know about what happened with the shooters. There was like deaths. There was, I got to hear a little bit about Israel, but it was kind of wild to think. There's a lot this weekend. And then you wake up here and then everyone's like, yeah, just some relief. Nothing else happened over the weekend. 94.5, The Edge in Dallas. All right, kind of going down. I need to go pee. Hopefully they don't kick me off. All right, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I don't know how long this will last, so we'll see. We'll see.
The Israel-Hamas war and the escalation of military activity over the weekend. The other thing is the eco component. We got GDP data and inflation data out of Germany better than expected. We saw bond yields pair declines as a result, and also the euro strengthen against the dollar. It had been a little bit lower before that echo data came out, Caroline. But that's the European picture, and as I said, for 1 week only, we'll bring it to you daily.
Oh, and what a joy it's going to be for this week. Meanwhile, let's check in on these markets here and across the Atlantic. And currently the United States is, well, seeing a little bit of desire to be getting back into some of the oversold nature of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, currently up about 0.6%. Look, we're coming off the highs when you're looking overall at where we had been in some of these benchmarks. A lot of this is surrounding, of course, worries about geopolitics at play, conflict in the Middle East, whether or not that will be contained or indeed escalate. But notably, of course, we're also seeing a Federal Reserve this week from a macroeconomic perspective, and indeed whether the US Treasury, how much they're going to be selling bonds. So NASDAQ currently up 0.6% if you're looking at the NASDAQ 100, the big tech players. I'm looking at Tesla, though, weighing that down on one particular side. In fact, it's the worst performer in terms of points movement on some of these benchmarks. We're off by 4.2%. You outlined why, Ed, and a lot of this is to do with the signals we're getting from Panasonic, the battery part of this equation. They're, of course, saying at the moment that they're seeing a lackluster demand for the Model S, the Model X, and indeed that's been crimping their own sales. But we've also been seeing the competition from BYD over in China. Really interesting that, of course, because of some of that narrative around the chip makers, we are seeing overall the stocks down. In fact, only 4 players in the green on the semiconductor chip index today. And we're going to dig into why in a little bit. One key player we've got coming up, as I'm just shining light, that it's up by 2% almost on the day.
Yeah, you're talking about shares of semiconductor manufacturer On Semi. They're down now more than 19%. That puts it on track for its biggest drop since March of 2020. The stock trading at its lowest level since January of this year. We're going to bring in On Semi CEO Hassan El-Khoury. And Hassan, this is really about the outlook you gave for the fourth quarter coming in below expectations. I guess, what is the fourth quarter outlook dictated by? What are you seeing in your end markets?
Yeah, all of it is it's a demand environment. If you think about it, we've always known the softness in industrial. We've outlined that in the prior quarters. We added to that, the softness that we're seeing, or pockets of softness that we are seeing from customers as they digest through the inventory. And the inventory is really related to the end demand softening in automotive. So you couple these two with demand being impacted by interest rates, and you give the guide that we've outlined, which is a softer guide than we've seen, with a single outlier of a customer, which is also demand that is the biggest impact, which is an automotive OEM in North America.
Hassan, is there a tangible impact from what we've seen in the strikes here in North America?
You're referring to the UAW strikes. We don't see a direct impact. It's not really baked in. There's no tangible impact that we can pinpoint to. But again, the impact is not going to happen in a quarter. If there is impact, it will be in the outer quarter. But given the macro uncertainty that we've had, that's not going to be really an outlier that we have to consider.
Hassan, you've therefore outlined that there's one key player in particular that's impacted your numbers. Can you say who?
No, I'd rather not get into customer specifics.
When we do get specifics, can I ask specifically about your relationship with some of the Chinese manufacturers? Because you do have relationships there.
So this is the company that's down 20%.
Geopolitics has been tough in that arena, to say the very least. How do you see your ongoing relationship with China more broadly?
Who's fell off the hardest?
I think our relationship with Chinese OEM, specifically on the EV side, is very positive. In my prepared remarks this morning, I talked about the fact we are engaged with long-term agreements with 4 of the top 5 China OEMs that are the leading EV OEMs. We've also renewed our engagement with NEO that extends towards the end of the decade to 2031 with their new generation. So the relationship is very positive. It is incremental for us. So I know there's a lot of backdrop about demand in China, but demand is going up in China. Demand is going up in EVs worldwide. I know there's a lot of stories about softening demand, but that doesn't mean demand is going down. Demand's actually increasing. It's also increasing in the fourth quarter for us and through 2024. And that also relates to some of the China business that we have, which has been positive because we're a share gainer over there. We came from a very small revenue penetration, and that's going to be increasing. So any additional EVs in China is actually incremental revenue for us.
Hassan, I always think about the onsemi story, or the mainstay of it being silicon carbide going into either battery or power management kit in autos or industrial. And, you know, you've painted this kind of broad weakness. But within the universe you serve, where's the strength? Are there specific industries who are just gobbling up silicon carbide chips as fast as they can right now?
So I would start with the biggest industry taking silicon carbide chips is the automotive industry, or the e-mobility, EV specifically. Tangential to that, which is driven by it, and also a consequence of it, is energy infrastructure, whether it's the charging stations or, more importantly, the energy storage systems to complement the grid. That's actually been a very positive and very strong demand environment for us in the industrial. Although industrial in general has been weak, specifically the energy infrastructure has been a very positive, very strong, going over 50% growth for us, and will continue to do so for the remainder of 23 into 2024. So those two big macro or mega trends that have been fueling the silicon carbide adoption are still here and still driving adoption.
And you've been trying to paint a picture of your supply chain as well, being able to feed that sort of demand, and talking about South Korea as well, the ramp there. We're looking at some charts as you speak, Hassan, and they're pretty brutal, to be perfectly honest. We're off by 20% on the day. It's a complete leg down over the last couple of days. How do you respond to those sorts of selling pressures from an investor base? How do you manage your own talent pool at this time?
I look at the reaction as I would say, a momentary short-term reaction. It is not a reaction that reflects our long-term view of the business. We'll get through it. I think it's a buying opportunity for a lot of the long shareholders that we have. Employees see it the same way. From us internally, our employees are pumped up. They've been over-executing and really delivering beyond our goals. Specifically, for example, we talked about silicon carbide. We've been very bullish about the outlook, or multi-year outlook, of electric vehicles. We maintain that strategic view and that positive view. Our employees see it. The talent that we are recruiting see the leadership being built, and that's what we're really basing our energy on. Whatever happens today is again, it's a temporary, whether it's a day, a week, a quarter, it doesn't really matter. We don't manage the company on a quarter to quarter or week on week. We manage it really on a long term, and that's where our investments have
breaking out of the range, up or down, is what's important.
Thank you for spelling that out for us. Hassan El-Khoury, onsemi CEO. Great to have some time with you. Meanwhile, well, let's stick on the theme of chips. Broadcom and the software maker VMware, well, they're saying their $61 billion merger is on track to close before November.
All right, well, thank you. That was I was going to listen to all of it. Then I realized it was the CEO of ON, and again, they're down 20% today. That's why I wanted to listen to that a little bit. Very interesting. He was kind of talking about, kind of bullish and bearish at the same time. I like that last question. He said, "Who's showing strength then, bro? If you're telling me." It makes no sense. The Euro close is weird because it's late. I mean, it hasn't. Wait, no, it did close 9 minutes ago, but now it's like 30 minutes here until 10 o'clock, and it's so weird. Euro close is pushing us back by an hour. The day, it feels like so much has gone on, but now, I mean, if you looked at the schedule, we're kind of just beginning now. I mean, you will get lunch here, or you might be going through U.S. lunch at the same time. So we'll see if that gives us a weird reaction. But for the most part, I mean, you're at the higher part of this range. This is kind of set up its own little one. But really, since we dropped here at like 720, we've kind of just been here. And like I'm saying, until we get above 41.55, I don't think that's good. That's the only place that you could get excited at if it could hold it, and we have not been able to. best book for economics in your biased opinion, Intelligent Investor and Richest Man in Babylon. I mean, everything else is great after that. I mean, if you like reading and reading to get information, I mean, and that's the thing about a book, is that you could get information. You could hear people's experiences. You could, the routes many people have taken in Wall Street and economics and understanding the world's finances. You could learn from all of it, and, that's the experience level of that. But I think you could go a long way on Richest Man in Babylon and Intelligent Investor. Like I'm saying, I think those, in my biased opinion, are the best. And then throw in Proverbs, man. Don't ever forget about Proverbs as a business book. No exaggeration. I don't care if you don't want any of the religious hoopla, whatever you would deem it as, but, a book of business, an ancient one, goes a long, long way. And that's what Proverbs does in that purpose. It is a book about business, success in life. I don't know. Ecclesiastes, I mean, listen, if you want to read the Bible and it be talking about like boobies and like telling you to go rage and like, maybe go read Ecclesiastes, but it's not as like, like I'm saying, business, life-oriented. Proverbs goes a long, long way. Ecclesiastes is deep too. I love it too, but there's a lot to it. And again, Ecclesiastes, like I'm saying, I've showed a lot of my homies Ecclesiastes. They like, what? What did it say? You mean the Bible got a poem about boobs? Nah, no way. Kind of. Calls them blossoms. Yeah. What is Proverbs? You know what it is. You've probably heard about it. It gets quoted throughout your whole life. You've encountered the book of Proverbs. However, the word proverb is it's like a word. It means something. It's like short phrases of how to live life or sayings to live life. There's proverbs in China. There's Chinese proverbs. There's Islamic proverbs. It's not just reserved to, proverbs isn't just a religious Christian thing. Most cultures have them, but the book of Proverbs in the Bible, and that is also shared in other books. You may find remnants of it in the Quran and other places, but, Solomon and the book of Proverbs is what I'm referring to. What happened to your channel points? Inflation, and then we taxed unrealized channel points by 92% to fund our war with YouTube. Because you guys are on Twitch, so I thought you guys would be down. We have a war with YouTube. We need to keep your guys' and all of you safe. So we're taking about 92% of your channel points, and you'll have to pay higher prices to bet now as well. But we have to. We got to defend YouTube and and everything else. So a lot going on, man. A lot going on. So thank you for your support. And if you don't support, you're a terrorist. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Defend YouTube at all costs. The Apocrypha books. I've read some of them. I told you Sriracha. I don't know if that's what I think it's called. Sirach, the book of Sirach. I think that was part of it, but I read that and I was very interested by it. The book of Sriracha is like a mix of proverbs and other things, but never made it into the OG Bible. 4139, you're going a little lower. So again, now we're back to the middle of that. Like I said, 4137, even like 4131, a little lower. That's the interesting part. A book of hot sauce. That's what I was saying. That's the way I remember it. I was like, book of sriracha. But then it hit. I remember reading it. I was like, what is this called? And I was like, it's called Sriracha. I think it's called Sriracha. But yeah, it's interesting. There might be news coming today. As much as I would want to tell you no, just, this little drop right here, this started from unexpectedness. So this drop here in the morning, this was not forecasted. This was not news. We had Dallas Fed manufacturing. You had, again, European, German CPI data in the morning. You had all that stuff. But this was just off of a Bank of Japan or a comment from the Nikkei, literally a reporting on what's going to happen with the Bank of Japan tomorrow. So I don't know for today. The schedule is pretty light. We do have the Japan stuff tonight leading into tomorrow, as well as the refunding stuff. But then again, I mean, we've gotten I think there was 9 to 19 attacks, aka like Middle Eastern attacks on U.S. bases over the weekend. Again, the incursion or the invasion and how it's played out has kind of led to some of this optimism in the market, as weird as that may sound. But other than that, I mean, as far as what comes out, nothing is scheduled for now, but we might still have a couple things on the table, and we do have earnings. So I got one ready, but there is earnings today that are kind of decent. And of course, I hope it helps. CNMD. Israel says a female soldier captured during Hamas assault has been released during its ground operation in Gaza. Didn't they get Lord Biden's don't message? I mean, some people, there was 19 attacks, so some people did, but some people, they did not heed the warning of don't. But then again, I mean, in a weird way, though, like I told you, some of you may not like it or not. Some of you even don't like the wording I use for it. But, Biden's low-key a gangster. We already bombed Syria. That was last weekend. That was crazy. Again, and they were like, nah, it's unrelated. That's the most passive-aggressive shit ever, bro. That's like pissing off your girlfriend, and then your tires get slashed, and she's like, nah, that's unrelated. Sorry. Don't do it. Don't do it. You don't want any more unrelated things happening. So other than that, I mean, but we'll see. But watch out for any of those war headlines. Yeah, don't. Exactly. Bank of America announces beginning of accelerated book building process up to 2.9% of share capital of Unicaja. What's this? Ivial Spain retained Bank of America securities to explore potential block sale of Unicaja through private placement. Who's that? Who's Unicaja? Unicaja. But Bank of America is being referenced. A shareholding stake. So, yeah, somebody's doing a block sale of Unicaja. Let's see. Am I saying it right? UNI is a Spain ticker. So it's a bank in Spain. You missed the opening. Could you do the morning recap? I think I literally just did it 2 minutes ago, asshole. But I love you. I love all of you. But simply German data, we had a bounce because people felt good after the Israel invasion wasn't as bad. We had a little bit of data. No one reacted. And that was pretty much it. I think there was even news of some China stimulus. But and then, again, a couple of earnings. McDonald's ended up being good. But for the most part, just a little bit of a relief rally added to, the war stuff kind of chilling out. And then nothing since then. And then right here, the Bank of there was Nikkei. They made comments on the Bank of Japan about them. What's it called? They said that they could let rates go to 1% tomorrow. And then that shot up the yen, played with the dollar a little bit, and messed with the bonds. But that's pretty much it. Pretty much it. Tesla flagrant foul. And then it don't help that this is what the chart looked like today. See, so you guys do you guys like market makers? You guys don't like them, right? I don't think some of you guys hate the market maker. You're like, why we got the Fed? Why we got the market maker? Why we got to do that? Why the manipulate? They manipulate it. Why we got to do the manipulation? Why we got to do it? That sound familiar? No, do you guys like the market makers? I don't know. I don't think most people don't. I think it's an enemy people have made. I don't like that. I blame the market makers too. I have a weird hate-love relationship. Chill. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, here's the deal. Look at this Tesla chart without market makers. Imagine if this is how every chart looked every day. None of you would ever invest. Because this is insane. Again, there's another glitch going on, but this is showing up on all of the brokerages. Everyone's asking what's going on with Tesla. But, I have no idea. This has been another week. Last week we had an issue with things connecting, issues on the options, all of that. But, just look at this chart. Tesla it looks hideous today. But not only is it down 5%, it was up 1 or 2 in the morning. But, these weird wicks are showing up. So, it could be a multiple of things. MO and Philip Morris, bro. Those are actually launching again. So you may have, I don't know, is MO? Yeah, bro. Wait, that's Philip Morris. Hold on. MO still got a long way to go. But I was like, they've already kind of recaptured $1 from the bottom. A lot of names are up. Charts are ridiculous. Again, XLF's holding up great. But, Google's doing good. They have the weird candles as well. Amazon's still up a ton. They have the weird candles too. But everything's doing generally, it's a strong day. Even though this level, I don't think it's favorable because it's wow, we have a lot of strength. We could have done a lot more. But at the same time, I mean, you're still holding up pretty decent. Dow 1%, NASDAQ 0.58, SPY 0.62, Russell barely in the green. The daily SPY chart, the vertical. I mean, it just looks like we're kind of bottoming out, but this chart is wicked. Like I'm saying, just comparing this to last year, the whole October or last August to October, it's wild that we went through this. This one was just slower. That's the crazy part. We did this to you didn't go through the month of October. You did this in 2 months. This took us 3 months. So it's almost the same move, but just spread out. You see how it's just not as steep? This one was a lot more steeper last year, but so far, I mean, it's a very interesting spot in just what we've gone through. And like I was even saying with earnings earlier, it's just I don't know if it's different. You should be able to feel it with the reports and how the companies are moving, but dude, there's been 2 good companies off of earnings, and even though there's been beats those mornings that go up, what I mean by good companies that actually held up with the market selling off and kind of stayed up, we didn't really get that. And even it's 70% of names beat, but that's low on average, believe it or not. Usually you'd be doing 89-90% or higher in terms of earnings beats. So very, very wild. I heard Tom Sosnoff say that the market had so much data being requested last week that it was overwhelmed the CBOE. He said it was the most ever in history, the amount of quotes. Yeah, I mean, a lot of dailies. All right, still kind of early, kind of late, about to be 10 a.m. Still, 3 more hours left, 2 hours, but my goodness, you have traded in the same, usually we do a lot of swings and then level out, but you just had gap up, rip, go down, and then range bound pretty much since 7 a.m. now. And now it's end of 9, almost about to be 10. It's almost 3 hours in this range. We have another 20, 30 minutes. The sell-off, I blame the Bank of Japan stuff, but then it made the bonds and dollar a little bit more awkward. I think other currencies were moving. So if at one point the dollar went up after going down, but the yen was rocketing, and I think all the other currencies were moving around. So other than that, though, maybe preparing for earnings in the rest of the week, but no real other headlines. You're jelly if you bought Tesla right now? No, you're not. Why? You would buy it yourself. Don't pump it. But either way, I still think Tesla's in a weird spot. Tesla's like Airbnb, actually. I don't know if you guys feel me on that. But Tesla, yeah, thank God the charts match up perfectly. But like Tesla's very Airbnb-esque. Totally, completely different industries, all that. But like, it's when people are, if anything, I'm probably like more, I think Airbnb would hold up a little less better than Tesla. But they're like, they're both kind of just in a logic where, yeah, they're coming down now. They've dropped, but like they're still one of the top performers on the year. So it's like, just don't forget how low. Like Tesla's still at $200, bro. I was holding it through 104. I played this whole little thing. I remember that was my child support last year. Yeah, so that's where I think you got to find your risk on there, but you don't, like, it's both a good deal and a bad deal. It could go $100 lower. It could still lose 10, 20, 30%, but it's also like relative to where it's been at this year and everything else, it could move a lot. Child support, yeah, that's what we called it, because like I own Tesla, and then they remember this was when Elon bought Twitter, and then they remember like it was day after day. Wall Street Journal would put an article about how he went broke. Nobody has ever lost that much wealth in a day. Nobody has ever lost that much wealth in a month. He is losing more money in a single day. Here, compare how much Elon has lost. Elon is a problem to the world. What is free speech going to do? Elon is a very bad person, and now he is broke and poor. I don't know if you recall any of those headlines. I'm definitely over-dramatizing it, but I would argue comparatively they kind of over-dramatized it as well. So I don't know which one's the over-dramatization, but either way, that was through all of it. But I bought the shares, and I was down like 13 grand at one point. So I called up my child support because I believed I wasn't the father, but I had to pay an unrealized, and I thought everyone was overreacting. I got in low, and it was the same thing. I bought in at a price that was low, right? Just like you're looking at now. So it's like I'm saying, I've been here before. But, like, I bought the price that was low. I think I got in, like, 180 or, like, 170 or some shit. And, like, I thought it was a low price, and then it just proceeded to get worse. So, it is what it is. But we called it the child support. I ended up, I made money on the play instead of losing. I was not the father. They compensated me. But, yeah. His Twitter buy could have ended world hunger. Everything. We can't even end the homelessness because we have to pay salary workers to do it. It's a fucked up thing. It all just goes away. Yeah, I remember the day he said Tesla was overvalued. Imagine being in his shoes and still doing everything. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people love Elon. A lot of people hate him, and then a lot of people hated him then. But that was like peak try to eliminate Elon, if you guys don't remember. It's funny how it's not like that anymore, but like do people still hate Elon the same way? Because, bro, this same time last year, bro, there was a mission to eliminate him. There was even the stock, bro, the way you plummeted from 170 to 100 and bro, that's what I'm saying. This was in like what, a month? So if you thought this last 3 months were bad, again, literally, you were taking that drop in a month. Like, do people still like hate him the same way though, or what? Or is it now that the stock's up, everything, do people calm down? Everybody, you don't remember, and then all the little fucking opportunistic people who had shares, the dude, what's that name? Ross Berger, what's his name? Ron Gerber, fucking Gerber baby. I don't know his name, but he started getting on there crying. Elon is irresponsible. If the man would just stop tweeting and just got back to just making cars, like that's what he did. No, Elon was getting pregnant. You know that? Elon, you act like Elon was building the car. I know he at the office, but it's not like Elon was doing the best. He was faking buyouts since 2018, and you were still buying. So why were you mad all of a sudden? Hold on. There was a lot of people like that, bro. There's a lot of people. That's why I was like, man. It's just I don't know if it's like that anymore though. Do they still hate Elon? Like, are they now? Are they like nice to him now? So his name's Gerber. I'm right. So it's Gerber baby. Hell yeah. You know that's a Gerber baby. Like I feel until let's see though. Let me give it like $20 more on Tesla. You'll probably hear from him. I don't know though. Oh, I don't know. The Elon haters lost the war of attrition. I mean, but it was big, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, Tesla, it was around the same price. So, like, look, you're 50-50. Go take a one-year chart. Tesla's almost break even. That's the fucked up part. So, beginning of the year, you're up 100% on Tesla. You go from year over year, bro, you're negative on, like, a one-year chart or, like, barely break even. So, it's an interesting spot where all of this is at. Elon and Zuck, I don't think it's going to happen, but Elon would lose. They're still after Elon, but I feel like I don't see it. Like, you felt it back then. Bro, I'm telling you, every article back then, like, there was no way to escape it from even the media. So, like, the people who didn't like Elon, they had a lot of control over that. That's why I was like, man, it's wild to see that. Like, I don't know. I feel like people still don't like him, but they're not, like, calling for his head like they were last October, last November. Zuck ain't playing around. Elon has more pounds. I love Elon again. I'm not really an Elon hater in the same way. I have weird feelings towards Elon. I'm very, we're like real friends, I guess, with the back and forth, even though I've never spoke to him. But at the end of the day, I'd say 9 out of 10 Chads would beat the shit out of Elon. I love the guy, though. I don't mean that negative. That's okay. It's fine, The only competition I could see for Elon, like a real fight where it'd be like equally weighted, none of this Magnificent Seven bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like a real equal fight with Elon. It would be Elon Musk versus Sam Bankman-Fried. That's the only fight that I could put at the same level where I'd be like, okay, they are equally matched. That's it. Let's see what happens. The tech nerd and then the fake vegan. Like, that is that's a weight class that I could get behind. Like, they're both the same weight class and everything. Maybe one's taller or not. It doesn't even matter in this. You know what I'm saying? They're going to tackle each other anyways. It's not even going to be boxing, but, that's it. Vitalik, I don't know. I think Vitalik, maybe he could. I think Vitalik would be in that league as well, to be honest with you. It's okay. Nothing wrong with that league. I'm just saying this is why there's weight classes for a reason. Just kind of like nerd weight class is how we got to break it down by. Like, I think Mark Zuckerberg and Tim Cook, now that's more of a fight that I think is equally matched. Because Tim Cook, don't let him fool you. I think Tim Cook got a little bit. I think Tim can squabble, to be honest with you. Tim could survive in the streets of China. But Zuckerberg's just ripped, bro. It's kind of weird. That's it. Y'all pissed him off too much. He took the I don't have a soul to heart and really every time in the gym he thought about all the lizard comments I made. And he got in there, bro. That's it. Something's going on. Zuck has a lot to prove still. So that's the difference. What about Bill Gates versus Elon? I think that's kind of a fair weight class too. But like, I feel like Bill Gates would take like an adrenaline shot to the fight, and then he'd spike Elon's water or something. I don't know. Like, it just wouldn't be a clean fight, and then he'd get 5 Wall Street Journal articles written about it before it even comes out. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I told you, y'all saw the development. Y'all remember? I used to think Bill Gates was like a nerd. I was like, why are you guys so shaded out by Bill Gates? 2 years later, I'm like, man, this mother. I'm like, he scared me now. He kind of creepy. Now he live in Del Mar. He ain't even finished the house yet. Still been sitting there. Dude, we're doing nothing. So give me like 30 minutes then maybe. We'll do the previews. I already cooked up the ANET one. And then we'll do the ones from the morning. I may get those set up here. I don't know. We're going to get a press briefing over the weekend. I feel like we haven't heard from Corinne. Oh, they have it scheduled at 12. So power hour. And then Kamala and Biden at 11:30. Billionaire Battle Royale. I mean, just like, how about you just actually tax them, and then we'll call it a day. That's all. Instead of then having them stop just donating money to like fucked up shit, and then like, you know, actually just enforce like a minimum like 10 maybe 20% tax, like nothing crazy, no yelling. I'm not saying like global minimum, like, you know, just straight up like, you know, just, you know, get them like right up there, and then that's it. Yeah, you just fight for your tax bracket. And the one winner just gets to keep doing what he does, and then Joe Biden's like, yeah, we gotta lower the tax on billionaires. Come on, right now. Whew, I'm excited today. When do you plan to hit the billion mark? I mean, God willing, but, you know, maybe I do, maybe I don't. But, you know, that's in God's hands either way. You know, I'll just keep doing my thing. Living my life, how I, you know, trying to do, you know, pay my taxes as well. Show love to my people in the community. It's the best I could do. And, you know, we'll see. But the world, I mean, again, I wonder what type of world we'll be in, you know, every 5-10 years. I mean, this year we got AI, not just like ChatGPT, but like, thanks for the roses. Thanks for the roses. But so we'll see where society develops, but that always leads to a lot of things in the market. We've already got to witness several wealth changes right in front of us. So, I mean, who knows what we're going to live through that will create the opportunities to become a billionaire. So I think we all got a shot. So it all depends. All depends. So stay in the game and own something. I hope. I did. I closed out of RTX. I took profits on my RTX shares in the morning, and then I grabbed a PayPal play for earnings, and then I grabbed an ANET put for earnings as well. Thanks for the roses. All the banks are sound and resilient. All the banks are sound and resilient. Thanks for the roses. All the banks are sound and resilient. Inflation's transitory. It'll come down. Inflation's transitory. It'll come down. All the banks are sound and resilient. Thanks for the roses. Hey, like the video. Hey, like the video. Hey, like the video. Thanks for the roses. Hey, like the video. Thanks for the roses. Hey, like the video. All the banks are sound and resilient. Hey, like the video. Hey, like the video. Hey, like the video. Yeah, what now? You didn't think I could, yeah, what? I could NPC it, tell you ass to like the video. What? What now? Yeah, like the damn video. Hey, like the video. Roses. Our youths are regressing. Yeah, I mean, like I said, that was do you realize the biggest trend in 2023 for like media was like pretending to be an AI. So like I'm saying, just modern advancements and shit like that. I mean, we'll see what the next couple of years. We still got how many? We got 7 more years left in the decade. We'll see. Yeah, Disney's on the high, but the breakdown right now, a couple more names are on the high, but it's still like 50-50. Let's see the composition. 3 names red on the Dow still. The other 27 are green. It's been like that all day. NASDAQ, 37 names red, 63 green. So that's like 10 more in the red from like an hour or two ago, or 3 hours ago. And then SPY, 169 red, 333. So SPY's actually getting a little better. You're above VWAP. Netanyahu says Israeli forces freed soldier held in captivity by Hamas since October 7th. That was that soldier from earlier. PayPal was January contracts. I went further than 2 standard deviations, so I was just playing the deep chain. You know, the fact that it went lower, got more contracts, a little bit less, and then again, if they're able to turn around there, we'll get 3 months. If not, I'm not really like thinking it's going to be the best play, but no, just one way to the call side. They're already beaten down. I mean, then again, we've seen a lot of names so far. Even if they're down, they could go lower. I didn't want to play a put on ANET, but I decided to. That was when we hit last earnings to the upside, so I figured I'd go to the downside. But some names, I mean, this is the earnings season. Even if it's dropped a lot, though, if they do bad, I think it could get clapped. But you only have a couple days of October here, and then, you know, we're about to get all of this data. Just keep in mind, maybe sentiment does shift from there, or, you know, we get the dagger and that's it. Oh, and another low. Remember, we were listening to the CEO earlier today. Not too long ago, actually. No plays on DraftKings. No. Didn't they already report? Or am I tripping? No, that was the start of NBA, I think. When is DraftKings? Thursday? Yeah. They're up too much, though, but I like them. I think they're going to do good. Oil, I would, excuse me, how do you want to play oil? Like, do you want to just buy it and hold it, or are you trying to like play all of the 3% everyday moves? Because in a way, I would tell you just go with the futures like MCL or CL. Otherwise, you know, those, it could be a bigger, you know, gain and loss, and, you know, how you hold it will be a little different. And then, you know, a big trend we've noticed over the last 2 years, especially in a weird oil environment, the oil companies will move different than the oil commodity. So that means that, like, you know, oil companies, even if oil shoots up $20 and comes down $20, some of those oil companies might shoot up 20 and never come down. So that's the benefit of the companies. But then playing the actual oil, you get the benefit of playing all those moves. And something like CL, it's a very pure way to play it, with nothing really, just, you know, price goes up, you make money, price goes down, you lose money. The Apple event, is it at nighttime? It's not going to be pre-market? Or it's not going to be like during the market? But probably not. They don't even let me stream them. Apple will copyright. They'll actually like enforce it if you play their meetings. Bitcoin dump. Let's speak of the devil. Let's see even oil. 82, down 3.45. Let me see. IPM Apple event. Yeah, oil, this 82.50 is pretty big. Again, this is literally where it's every single time we've came down. What day was that? October 3rd? But then that every day we move big 3. I mean, that one day freaked me out because that shouldn't have really happened here, but you're getting back into these just like death blows on oil. NVIDIA. There won't be peace talks. Yes, but hopefully you guys see what's gone on so far. It's kind of playing out like the Russia-Ukraine stuff. Just remember, by the invasion, they literally did the invasion. We were freaking out on Friday. You guys don't remember? Everybody was tweaking out gold, oil, and then you kept getting the headline. They're like, it's going to look different when we're done. And they were saying all of those things and going back and forth, but then you literally hear the news of it, and then they're like, oh, well, It wasn't. It could have been worse. They invaded, and there wasn't a nuke that went off. It didn't spread into anywhere else. It just literally like Ukraine. We had the tension, and then right after Ukraine it was invaded, that's when everything kind of just oil, and you still have to deal with commodities. But for the most part, it was just like every couple of months you would get a little reaction until you eventually stopped reacting to it. So it's going to be interesting, but for the most part, I mean, that is something we are seeing early on here, where it doesn't even pretty much the conflict can go on, but it's like the market is not going to really go crazy. Remember, we hit highs while having a war in Russia and Ukraine and going through all of that. So, I mean, doesn't mean that the conflict stops and that this won't be something you hear about, but to the point of like, okay, is it going to actually, get the market reacting every day like it has been, and all those other things and commodities that we're going to see. And then commodities will be in their own little world from it, depending on what happens. Lapla. We saw that one, I think, on Friday. Spies just at VWAP. This one, man, what a Moody Monday. Someone said mundane Monday. Maybe not so much Monday, huh? Oil trying to go down a little bit. You're just chilling, bro. But if we get that end of the day move, it is up. But like I'm saying, until we either break below or get above 41.55, I mean, I don't think it's really telling. And then you're just holding the general relief off of the morning. And then yen is still up, but not near the highs, but still on the high of the day. Not near the highest point, but the first high it hit. FOMC's on Wednesday. Tomorrow, Bank of Japan Treasury refunding. Thursday, Apple earnings. Then Friday, non-farm payrolls. Wednesday, also JOLTS jobs openings. The professor said if WTI reaches 81.50, opens up the door for 75. I get behind 82. 82 has always been, or 92 even, has been the level. Both of them. Again, we've talked about these prices for a very, very long time, but 92 is even for the upside there as well. But again, 82, I don't think you died as much. Again, last September, and then it bounced right back up. But like I'm saying, though, you guys, this chart is fucking crazy. You guys realize this is a 2-year chart on oil and it's the same price? Yeah. Price stability, baby. Bought a company. They bought another REIT for $9 billion. So they're going down. Again, there's going to be some dilutive elements to it, but also, I mean, it is not uncommon, to watch the purchaser go down. Market ramps tomorrow to sell back to this level. Well, I think all bets are off. Personally, I just think it's going to boil down to whichever way the data blows the wind. So, just like we're at a point to either pivot or continue along very well. And again, there's just a lot of events, a lot of big events. Equal weight. Oil's coming down there, dropped another 20 cents. Yeah, equal weight. It's still green on the day. Equal weight's actually trying to come back up here. We're holding up pretty good. They both kind of looked the same today. Move. Get out the way. Oh, no. Rate hikes. I like how bond volatility. This thing's elevated, but just right below 140 is kind of like a fear there too, but... No, it's the same thing in October. As long as you could, if bond volatility dies from here, that's when we will be freed. Oh, my goodness. SPX. MPW. We talked about it a little today. I mean, it's cheap. Whenever there is a rally in REITs and rates, they're going to benefit off of it a lot, but it's just, you have a limited runway there for the next year or so. There's risk. The nature of it, we were up 50% on it and we lost 50% gains in 1 month. So it's just a very vulnerable stock right now, but the price is cheap, but it's in an industry that either still needs to calm down or bottom out. Otherwise, I mean, you will be exposing yourself to all of that risk. We're talking about MPW. I will add more Pfizer, but I want to get my deposit. So, we're going to see everything. We're going to have to choose from Pfizer, MO, Disney, PayPal. There's a lot of names that I want. I've been stacking a lot of dividends, so that's the other thing too, because I made a lot of purchases on dividends this year. The question, do I go for growth or do I just keep adding the yield because the next 10 years will be wild? Shares. Oh yeah, I'm not against it. Again, that one just on my radar today after the deal. Give it a little bit, let it do its thing. But I mean, I'm definitely looking at now. Letting the drip work on MPW. I'm done buying shares, and that's a good option. Again, because it's already at a lower price. We do get a high dividend yield. So in a weird way, I think it's a couple $100 a month. I mean, or a quarter. So it adds up. I'm down with that. Add more Redfin to all-time lows. Yeah, I would buy it, but at this point, I don't think I think if Redfin drops to all-time lows, I mean, doesn't it go bankrupt? Because again, when we bought it at $3, it was ready to go bankrupt. Again, just they only had a couple months of runway. Then they did buy back that debt and everything else, but yeah. You don't think Pfizer has upside? You don't see it? I think it is. I think they control everything. I mean, it could be a slow mover, but I think they're going to get into the next hot medicine. They're going to literally slime their way into Ozempic shit, but also other stuff related. And that's the thing, some of these companies, it just takes one big purchase, one big, medical discovery, and then they're, off to the races. I like Walgreens too, but that one just keeps dying. But that is, again, all these dividend ones, I like them. We've bought them this year. They've gone lower, but, I am thinking ahead. All of these, I do think they will remain. Again, I think MPW, that's the one where I'm not as, excited to, but all those other ones, Walgreens, Disney, MO, PayPal, what's the other one we just said? Pfizer. Those are, even 3M, they're all up there. XLF on the high. All right, 41.50. 5 more points, man. That's all we're looking for. 5 more points. We can start feeling good again. Growth picks are Disney and PayPal. That's what I would be going with right now. I mean, Coinbase, if it could drop lower. DraftKings, if it goes lower. Airbnb, sub 100. I'm a taker. Those would be the growth. Costco, if it came down a little bit more. JP Morgan, XLF, this could be lifting us up here. I've seen a lot of banks now, even CVS, but JP Morgan back to one. Remember, news was Jamie Dimon selling out on Friday. I would average down on Overstock, but I do want it. I don't want it to be up, and that's right now it's kind of back to the lows, but they just have they already gave up this up and down. They have the activists. Maybe, though. Honestly, Overstock, it's cheap, but I just remember it was at $9 or $3. Yeah, there's still a lot of downside still, unfortunately. But that would help out the portfolio a lot because we bought in higher. You buy that cheaper. One average down this cheap would, it would clean up, it would make it way easier to show a higher gain. JPM still, again, watch those banks. SPY, I mean, we need 5 more points, but this is your biggest little rally here, and now you have gone past everyone, so you're gently working your way up. The only 2 highs now to compete with will be above the level and then the high of the day. So 2 points away, maybe like 1.25 points. I go with the PayPal 92.5 calls for 25. No, I went with January 24 calls. I don't even remember the strike at this point, but again, it wasn't 2 standard deviations. It was further out the money. But it's only 2-3 months of time. The January 25, the chain didn't go that deep. The 24 is just because it was active from last year when they were adding and removing them and all that good stuff. CLT dividend on Wednesday. Yeah, market, dude, nothing has moved. Very wild. That's why I'm like, we got to get me above this level and hold, we're good. Otherwise, if we hit above and come down, I mean, we'll quickly be back up. But there's still enough time. It's only 10:30 now, 10:26. Are we short squeezing? I don't know yet. It looked like it in the morning, but then you gave it up so fast. So, I mean, at this point, though, you know, this will just be relief. I don't know about a squeeze, but we'll see. Still got 2 hours. 2.5 hours? Yeah, 2.5 hours. Not bad, not bad. Throw it more in the bill. Let's see. Is that real? $12 million came in the bill at one point. Oh, wow. A lot of money came in the bill. That's not good. I want to check inflows versus outflows on that, but it's a lot of money coming in the bill. Again, usually when money comes in the bill, it's no good. That means people aren't using their cash. But that was around the bottom here. So maybe interesting. The only other double bill spike, again, around this time was the 13th. That was our last little bottom, and then bill resets, what, 2 days? All right, SPY's starting to work its way up now. It's actually above the level now, I believe. 41.57, 2 points above. This is a good sign for now. You're back up to this high. If we get above there, you know, you'll be tempted to revisit highs or break them. Israel Defense Ministry, only state security forces should be using force in the occupied West Bank. So they're saying other people are using force? Was it America? ADM on the high. Amazon, and then all of those leaders from the morning, too. They're doing great, actually. Squeeze vibes. I mean, hey, as long as it holds, but we've done a lot of this, man. We've done a lot of this, and now it's good to get back above here, but, you know, very quickly it was looking like we were going to be in the low 400s. So right now, you know, you're in between 4,100 and 4,200. It's not an area ever since we've broken below here. I mean, we have multiple gaps to fill. Like, literally, I don't think it's been a while. You have 3 gaps to fill just in the last week, and then you still haven't even filled this gap from 2 weeks ago. So we will see, but if it could hold up, that's like what I'm saying. You hold up, it'll be good. If not, it does the little dance. I mean, it's going to slow it down, but then you're at least off of the lows than not. Bonds are sound. Bonds are moving. I mean, if anything, I think the yen is still holding up. But dollar came back up, too. That's the thing I don't like about this, because you have a lot of currency moves, but the dollar's working into it. UVXY starting to dump now. So hold on. You're getting a little squeezy here. Again, I didn't think it would be, but now you're getting, look at the high ticker. Literally, UVXY just died. So slam the VIX, and now everything from financials, even dollar just took a drop on that. You're getting the gas, so it needs to hold, but you're probably going to hit another high here. What's the level to the upside? So literally 41.77, 41.85, and then 41.70. Squeezy. Again, I kind of doubted it, but you just hit a new high. That's it. So now this is what we liked in the morning. You wasted this time, and it looked precarious. The dollar is still kind of elevated but down on the day. Bonds haven't moved, but now equities are. Again, we are running off of it, and it's 10:30. It's an hour after Euro close finally. So we'll see. Yeah, travel again. You have earnings there. You still have Apple after the bell, and then all of these. I'd watch some more of the financials, see if regionals get a bit up there. Again, if you really want to talk bottom, there's only one way to know. A lot of the financial-based stocks that are getting murdered, they should bottom out if you are getting a real bottom. Otherwise, those can mess with things. Yeah, you still have Apple. I do have NVO shares. I think I'm going to cut them before earnings, though. So, again, it's kind of around, I think I'm down like $100 on it. Because, remember, I kept it a little smaller. But let's see, where is NVO? Yeah, I'm down 150. So, I think I'm just going to sell it before earnings. I don't know if I want to play it. Because I think they'll do good, but also NVO's like a NVIDIA. They have so much cushion. You could get clobbered on that one. All right, you hit a new high. Again, this is what I mean, though. We got to hold it. So literally you go 1 point above the high now. Hopefully it doesn't do what we did every other time, because then if we sell off, then you're going to spend another 30, 45 minutes just to get back above it, and then maybe you'll go 1 point above. Or if we hit this and then sell off, now you're still just back in the same scenario. You just widened up the range now from here to here to now here to here, just the intraday move. Netanyahu speaks on war. You have Biden and KJP soon. Is it?
The Bible says that there is a time for peace and a time for war.
Is this his actual
this
voice?
This is a time for war. A war for our common future.
Yeah, it's him.
Today we draw a line
English, not
between
Hebrew.
the forces of civilization and the forces of barbarism. It is a time for everyone to decide where they stand. Israel will stand against the forces of barbarism until victory. I hope and pray that civilized nations everywhere will back this fight, because Israel's fight is your fight. Because if Hamas and Iran's axis of evil win, you will be their next target. That's why Israel's victory will be your victory. But make no mistake, regardless of who stands with Israel, Israel will fight until this battle is won, and Israel will prevail. May God bless Israel, and may God bless all those who stand with Israel.
So the first question will go to News 18 India, Niraj.
Oh, they're asking him questions.
Please take the microphone.
Oh, no shit.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Neeraj from India. I represent Network 18 Group in India. My question to you is that how do you see the India's stand on UN resolution? India abstained because in resolution there was no condemnation of terrorism.
I think that resolution was deeply flawed, and I was sorry to see that even many of our friends did not insist that there would be a full and powerful condemnation of the horrors that were committed here, that are horrors that no civilized country, including your country and so many others, would tolerate.
Yes, watching the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Israel will not agree to a ceasefire. That is a call to...
Hold on, I want to listen to it. Yeah, this is live. I don't know why they cut it.
Hospitals and mosques.
That's because it's from Al Jazeera. They don't like him. So they're like, he clearly said this. Come on, let me listen to it. Oh, no, because I don't. I could get the original. He's speaking in English, so I don't need to go there. I went there because I thought he wasn't. Last time it was in Hebrew, so, yeah.
And our security forces will continue to do that until victory.
But this is live right now.
Michael?
It's literally on Israel's YouTube. I didn't know they had a YouTube, but they do.
Channel 2 German television. I would like to ask you there's a widespread discussion, especially among the relatives of the hostages, about the course of military action you have taken so far. And the question if this is the only way to free the hostages. Of course, you are very successful in freeing one hostage on Sunday, but there's a widespread criticism that this doesn't allow place for other negotiations. What do you explain to the relatives of the hostages?
Okay, you're coming, dude. 10 points down almost off of that. Hit your high back to the level. We better bounce off of it.
I met twice with the families of the hostages. You felt their anguish. I felt their anguish. I know this sense of, it's not only the sense of loss that bereaved parents have, it's a sense of not knowing, of continuous anguish. So I fully understand their concern. But our common assessment of all of the, not only the cabinet members, but also all the security forces and the military, is that the ground action actually creates the possibility, not the certainty, but the possibility of getting our hostages out. Because Hamas will not do it unless they're under pressure. They simply will not do it. They only do it under pressure. This creates pressure. And again, we obviously greeted one hostage with open arms after yesterday's successful action by Shabak and the IDF. But we're committed to getting all the hostages back home. We think that this method stands a chance. It's a goal that we're committed to.
Channel 7 Australia, Chris.
There's Chris Reason from Channel 7 Australia.
Mr.
Chris Reason from Channel 7 Australia. I want to ask a question from my country, and the people in my country are looking at this and wondering, they agree with you. They want you to chase down Hamas and terrorism and destroy terrorism in this region, etc. But people can't understand why so many civilians have to die in this process. You argue that Hamas is putting them up as human shields. Is that a good enough excuse? Are you inflicting here collective punishment on the people of Palestine?
Not a single civilian has to die. Hamas merely has to let them go to the safe zone that we created in southeastern Gaza Strip. There's a safe zone there. Not a single civilian has to die. But Hamas is preventing them from leaving, keeping them in the areas of conflict. So I think that you should direct your questions to Hamas. But I can tell you one thing. We're going out of our way
you're coming back up here
to prevent civilian casualties.
They're asking him a lot of questions, so this is actually pretty important, but I don't know if you're not getting market response, but we're just kind of moving in this weird Monday relief, not relief, back to relief.
Providing them with the means, with food, with water, with medicine, and so on. I think that this question should be placed on Hamas, and the more it's placed on Israel, the more you're going to see this repeated again and again and again. So other groups, other criminal states, other criminal organizations will use civilians as human shields. We cannot give immunity to these terrorists. We cannot give immunity to these savages. We have to do everything we can to minimize civilian casualties, but we cannot give up the fight, because then I think this will have disastrous consequences, not only for the future of my country, but for the future of your country, your countries. This is a battle of civilization against barbarians. The barbarians will do something that civilized countries will never do. And civilized countries will make every effort to prevent this. And I'll give you one example. And I'll end with that because I have to go to manage this war and lead it. In 1944, the Royal Air Force bombed the Gestapo headquarters in Copenhagen.
I gotta go.
It's a perfectly legitimate target. But the British pilots missed. And instead of the Gestapo headquarters, they hit a children's hospital nearby. And I think 84 children were hardly burned to death. That is not a war crime. That is not something you blame Britain for doing. That was a legitimate act of war with tragic consequences that accompany such legitimate actions. And you didn't tell the Allies, don't stamp out Nazism, because of such tragic consequences. They went to the end because they knew that the future of our civilization was at stake. Well, I'm telling you right now that the future of our civilization is at stake. We have to win this war. We'll do it by minimizing civilian casualties, and may we succeed. Thank you.
I mean, I think that's just...
Minister Dermer is in the war cabinet, and he can answer the questions to those people who didn't get their questions
so this is
answered.
like their Kirby? Do you guys want to
Minister's
listen to
limited.
this?
We start with La Repubblica.
This is like their Kirby. No, but I mean, you got to see Netanyahu's attitude, though. Like again, he's just saying.
Yes, good evening.
In World War II, people died. So I mean,
and
he's giving you the same attitude he feels. He doesn't see any of this as a problem. Again, in terms, he says it's tragic, but he's saying welcome to war.
I would like to ask you if Israel is ready to release Palestinian prisoners in exchange.
Should we listen? All right, we'll listen to this. I've never heard this in my life. I've never seen this.
Second thing, what's the state of your relationship with Russia? Because, I mean, Russia has been hosting Hamas. We saw what happened yesterday in Dagestan. Does the Israeli government think that Russia is abandoning Israel?
Well, so first, on the first question, I'm not going to get into issues regarding negotiations with the negotiations for the return of the hostages. I can tell you that our assessment is that the military operation, the expansion of the military operation over the last few days has helped advance both goals, which is to eliminate Hamas on the one side, its military machine, and achieve our goal in Gaza, but also to advance a potential deal for the hostages. I'm not going to comment anything more than that. In the case of Russia, we've had a complicated relationship with Russia over the last few years. We have acted in Syria, as you know, to stop Iran from entrenching itself in positions there, and we've done that in a way where we haven't clashed with Russia. It is a very complicated relationship. I don't know all the facts about what happened last night at the airport, probably not much more than you do. We'll have to get to the bottom of it. But I think the best thing is to ensure that we can continue to have a normal relationship with Russia. We're obviously very concerned about the links between Iran and Russia. We know what Iran is providing Russia. There's always a question about what Russia is providing Iran. And we look at that literally every day to make sure that our vital interests, that Israel's vital interests, are not threatened.
CGTN China. Zhao. Wait for a moment, sir. You'll get the microphone.
Joe, with CGTN, there is a significant concern about a wider conflict in the region as we see the U.S. deployment and military deployment increase at this stage. So how is the War Cabinet is responding to this? And another issue that's concerning the ongoing phase 2 is that will your War Cabinet create a buffer zone later for the southern safety in Gaza? Thanks.
I'm sorry, the end of the second question. Will we create a buffer zone?
Buffer zone in Gaza for the southern safety.
For the southern?
For your country's southern safety.
I didn't. Oh, so for safety, a zone in the south.
Yeah, thanks.
Look, so first, as your first question, obviously we see the risks of escalation. We don't seek an escalation in the north, but we have to prepare for it. You know that our military is deployed, and there have been back and forth with Hezbollah now for a couple of weeks, for even longer. Our policy is deterrence in the north to prevent that escalation there, and a decisive victory in the south. And I think thus far, that strategy is
That's
working,
really messed
I
up.
can't tell you what the situation
I don't want
will
to
be
distract
tomorrow
too much,
or the
but
next day or the next day.
this guy do look
because we're
like
not the only
if
player
Hunter
here. There's a player
Biden got
on the
his
other
act
side, and
together.
Hezbollah may decide that
He
they're
do
going
look
to
like
escalate,
Hunter
and we're going to have
if
to
he
respond.
made better decisions.
And we're prepared for that. We
I
hope
can't
they don't make
unsee
that
it now.
mistake.
That's
They
a
made
good
a
one,
mistake.
Twitch. That's a good one.
I think in 2006, I think the leader of Hezbollah said if he knew what the response was going to be, he never would have started it. Believe me, the response now will make what happened in 2006 look like child's play. So hopefully we won't get there. The United States is working with us to ensure that there's not an escalation. They have two battle carrier groups in the region now, which is a serious a show of force. The United States has also acted in the region recently, and I think it's gotten the attention, as the United States put it, both of state and non-state actors, which I suppose is a diplomatic way of saying Iran and Hezbollah. And I think they're focused on that. And I'm pleased to say that the strength of the relationship between the United States and Israel is, I think, clear every day during this battle.
Okay, so you're working your way back up to the high. If we can break above it, it really starts to squeeze, it'll be nice. If not, I mean, just get ready to chill. Bonds are trying to move up too.
I can't answer that now. What I will tell you is that there is this safe zone, safe humanitarian zone in the south. I think the Prime Minister may have said it was in the southeast. It's in the southwest. And I think people have started to move there, and we've also ramped up a lot of humanitarian assistance. I think you're going to see a big increase in humanitarian assistance. I know you're going to see it in the next 2 or 3 days. And so hopefully we'll get the people and we'll get the assistance both in a place where they'll be out of harm's way, and then we'll be able to do the operations in the north. And as you've seen, I don't know the exact numbers, but what's happening in the northern part of the Strip is that Israel is killing a lot of terrorists. And civilians have left that area. About 90% of, in terms of the areas that we're acting in now, 90% of the people have left those areas. And we hope they stay down south and keep them out of harm's way.
Sky UK. Take the microphone, please.
Thank you. How much responsibility do you think the Prime Minister needs to personally accept for the lapse in security that led to the October the 7th attacks? And do you
over the weekend, people wanted Netanyahu fired because he was trying to take no blame.
Downplayed.
So that's what this question's coming from.
Israel has a long history of checking into these matters and having thorough investigations, and I am sure that everybody's going to ask a lot of questions. I have a lot of questions myself, and everybody's going to have to give a lot of answers. But I think to actually have that conversation now is not going to help us prosecute the war. Right now, we are trying to do everything to unite the country and to win the war. That's the most important thing. And afterwards, I'm sure there'll be time for all of those questions. And you and others and the people of Israel, first and foremost, deserve to get answers from everybody. The Prime Minister, every minister in the government, every military official or intelligence official, and we're going to have to stand and give those answers. But now is not the time to do it.
CBS.
Thank you, yes. The Prime Minister was able to free Gilad Shalit by freeing 1,000 prisoners. Now we know there are about 239 hostages.
Very close to hitting new high.
6,000 prisoners. Seems like a better deal.
1 point off.
What do you say to that?
I say I'm not going to discuss hostage negotiations of what the cabinet will do. I will tell you that those decisions.
Yeah, how about that? I'm not going to talk about. How about
made
that?
By the war cabinet, they'd have to be brought to the security cabinet, and then I believe to the government of Israel. The full government would have to vote on whatever decision is made. Right now, we're continuing our operation to achieve the military objectives. Military objectives to eliminate Hamas's military capability, to end Hamas's rule in Gaza, to ensure that Gaza won't pose a threat to Israel. And one of the goals of the operation is to bring back those hostages. So right now, those goals are working in tandem.
I don't know this guy's name.
And if there's
like, one
a
of the
potential deal that
IDF
can
people,
be made,
I
that
think,
will be brought
or he's like on the
to
defense
the
board
forum in Israel. And
so Netanyahu was on, and then
question.
I'm assuming he's like their John Kirby, because Netanyahu left, the prime minister, and then he came on to answer questions. That's why we're listening. We never seen this before. I didn't even know they did this. That's why it's kind of interesting.
Thanks, Minister. Your stated goal is to remove Hamas from power in Gaza. That will involve retaking the whole of the enclave. If and when you do that, what is your plan for the day after? Who will control Gaza? Will you hand it over to the Palestinian Authority? Will Israel stay in charge of it? What will you do?
So first of all, I don't know if the premise is right, that it's going to require taking over every single inch. There's a lot of questions there that are going to have to be decided as we prosecute the war militarily. I think your larger question is what's going to happen the day after. I think everybody is united that Hamas can't be there. We can't even leave a remnant of Hamas there. It'll go back. I think I learned once you take a starfish, and if you cut all the legs up and you throw it back, it all grows back. So even if you have a small part of Hamas and you leave it on a territory in Gaza, it will eventually grow. We're not going to be able to change the reality for the people who live in the south of Israel unless we eliminate Hamas. Now, what does elimination mean? Does that mean going to the last bullet or not? It's a separate question. We'll have to decide. The day after, I think there's a lot of ideas that are out there, but it's premature to discuss it now. There's a lot of proposals. We all know what we don't want, which is Hamas. What we want for the future, I think there's a lot of different ideas and different suggestions.
Okay, get ready. High ticker is gassing right now, and you're literally like 0.5 below the new high right now.
A different reality.
So again, 4170, 4177,
that southern
and then 4185. Those are your levels to the upside. And then 4200.
That's how we'll know we succeed.
Oh,
when that becomes the safest place in the country to live,
not failed completely, but
then we know that we have defeated Hamas and we've created a new reality.
I'm sorry, I've only got time for 2 more questions. I apologize. We haven't had a question yet from Latin America. So from
You're right. Best thing I could do to help my portfolio is start making more income. Who would have thought? Hey, man, I don't even know if you're being sarcastic with me or not. Amen. If you turn the farmer to the banker, says the richest man in Babylon.
By Hamas or not?
No, you're not. I'm just saying. I know, man. I feel.
Well, there's a. All right, so
there it is. New high of the day.
What you have, obviously,
so you've held the second one. Even if we go a little higher, come down. That's a better. It's a better look than not. It's not full squeeze just yet, but you're back to 1.1, 1.5 on the Dow.
2 different cases.
So everything's up 1%.
4170,
then 4177.
A certain amount of time to make sure that those people could leave safely. As I said, if there's going to be an agreement, if there's going to be a proposal that's going to free our hostages, we will obviously do whatever we can to ensure that
we'll
they
talk
can
about
get
it once this is over. We'll do. So I don't know if you're sticking around, but great message.
Cessation.
We could even talk about the sarcastic
of
nature too.
In order to
I don't know if you're saying or not. I love it.
Your hostages physically to safety.
We'll talk about it all. Yeah, new high. You're going up 3M even. High tickers gassing. Industrials even. There, okay, again, a little poppier.
While Dorothy's walking up with the microphone, I want to apologize to everyone who couldn't ask a question, but my time is not unlimited.
Thank you. Leila Milana Allen from the PBS NewsHour. To what extent have you changed your battle plans after consultations with the Americans, and specifically President Biden's request that you differently scale your operations in Gaza?
So I think it's a broader question.
Even kind of come down a little bit more.
That the United
States would be very
supportive. Is in lockstep with Israel in terms of the goals of the operation, meaning eliminate Hamas's military, end its rule in Gaza, and make sure that Gaza is not a threat to Israel. And obviously to return the hostages, which I believe there are 10 American hostages as well. So we're fully lined up. Now the question is the how. How do you go about doing it? And they have been very hopeful, frankly, in offering advice. They send generals here, which I'm sure you've covered.
That's it. I want to see how we react at 4170. We either do it quick or we reject immediately. But if you go through 4170, then 4177 is in play. That would be the next level, like the actual line here.
Gantz met with them. I think our military met with them to hear what they had to say and what the lessons were learned were. Because I think the difference between Fallujah and Mosul is the Americans themselves had learned a lot of lessons in Fallujah that they applied to Mosul. So that has been very helpful. And I think we share a common goal of defeating Hamas in a way that minimizes the civilian casualties. Not just the civilian casualties on the Palestinian side, but also because of our troops. We're going into areas that can be quite dangerous for our troops. So we're very appreciative of that. And I can tell you, as somebody who served as ambassador of Israel to the United States for 7.5 years, I think that the level of cooperation and coordination that you have now is unprecedented in the history of the relations between our two countries. There's not a day that goes by where I don't have a call to the White House. The Prime Minister has spoken to President Biden maybe every other day, if not more, in the last 24 days. I think they've had something like 12 phone calls. And other people in our administration speak to people in their administration all the time. Our defense minister is constantly in touch with the defense secretary, the Secretary of Defense. They're bringing a big aid package that they've supported, that President Biden has talked about, to make sure that we have the weapons we need to defend ourselves. And I think they have been very helpful also in projecting American power in the region so that that policy of deterring in the north and having a decisive victory in the south will be effective. So all in all, I'm very thankful for that relationship. They're also helping us get humanitarian assistance because a lot of people look at Israel and say, why don't you make sure that you get the humanitarian assistance going to these places? We're not there. It's not coming in from the Israeli side. It's coming in from the Egyptian side. We have to inspect it, but there are other players there as well. There's Egypt, there's the Red Cross, there's the WHO. There's a lot of different moving parts to this. And I can tell you the United States from day one was focused on this issue. And I think it helped us also focus on it faster so that we can get that assistance to the people who need it. So we're very grateful that we have a friend in the United States of America and in President Biden. And hopefully that will help us do the things we need to do to both win the war, but do it in a way that, as I said, minimizes civilian casualties and also protects our troops.
Sorry, just the question was whether anything has changed in your battle plans because of those conversations with America.
Well, I think the reason why the answer is a little more complicated is you have to understand Israel had to come up with a battle plan in a very short amount of time. So in the process that we're coming up with our battle plan, we're also having American input into it. So they've been part of that process. So what was the exact impact? It's not like we had this plan A come to the Americans. We were working through these issues, and they were there at that critical time to help us, I think, get to the plan we have today. And thus far, as this operation has expanded in the northern part of the Strip, thus far, the situation has been better than a lot of people expected, which I think is good, and I hope it stays that way. The key, I think, was getting the population out of the northern part of the Strip. I think there were about 1.1 million people in the north. About 800,000 people have left. There were about a little over 300,000 that remain. There are facilities in the north that we do not target. There are areas, UN schools, hospitals, things like that, where you had close to about 200,000 people right now. So you had, when the operation started on Friday night, I think you had about 150,000 left of a population.
So right now you have the U.S. State Department. They're saying U.S. made it clear privately to Israeli government that settler attacks in the West Bank are unacceptable. And they've made it clear that we must, they say, must take measures to protect Palestinians from attacks by Israeli extremist settlers.
To minimize civilian casualties and focus on killing the terrorists, which we are doing in big numbers, striking tunnels.
Okay, SPY's still holding. You're getting a little green shoot here. All of the text still up. Again,
continue.
Every index is up one except the Russell. All right, is that it? What are these noises? All right. So that was Netanyahu, and then, again, one of his advisors there. He was a former ambassador. But my goodness, so you got to hear a little bit. I mean, it just seems like it's the same sort of stuff we've been hearing the last couple of days. But I hope you guys pick up on what the markets are taking out of it. Nothing has we've talked about the fears, but it's been 3 weeks, and the biggest fears haven't happened. Have bad things occurred? Yes. People have died. Has there been attacks on soldiers? Are other countries getting involved in saying stuff? Yes, but if you haven't noticed, this response is still progressing, but you haven't had oil sanction. You're not watching the whole Middle East destabilize immediately. In the meantime, that's where people are taking the things as good. So very interesting to hear. I'm sure we're going to get a little bit more. Somebody was asking earlier, what do we have for the day? And I said, you don't have any other events. I mean, I don't think the market is moving. So even in general, listening to that right now, that was just unique because we haven't really had the opportunity to see that before. You know, a press conference in another country like that, especially regarding this issue. That's why we were listening in there. But for the most part, I mean, we are going to see where this takes us. But, you know, the whole rest of the day, we shouldn't have anything else. But I do think the market is already responding to this positive stuff, or call it what you want. I don't know if it's positive, but relief-inducing that things haven't destabilized immediately. I guess that's a simple phrase to put it in. So we'll see, but we're hitting a new high here. We've been doing that 4167. You're actually like right below it, but this is only like 3 or 4 points, and then 4170 and 4177. Those are our next spots. But you have recovered Friday, so that's good news for you. I don't know. I think you've recovered. Did you recover Thursday? Not yet, but you're getting – this was like the middle of Thursday. You still had hope at Thursday at this level, but we'll see. 41.67. I did not mean that one. M-Fly on the high. SPY still holding up. Again, a couple of things on the low, but it's moving a lot slower as of late. Is that O? Oh, no, it's OI. Like, oh. Market's oversold. It's got to bounce if you want to continue to drop. It doesn't go down in a straight line. I could agree. That's what makes all of this concerning, is because I still think there's, hope for it to turn into things good depending on the data, but also, too, very well. I mean, it's this could just be a little bit of relief after all of the carnage, and then, boom, if the data's not good, if things start to destabilize a lot faster, then all of these problems can return, and then, we just do what we did the last couple of months. Again, you get a little bit of relief after selling off hard, sell off hard, get some relief, sell off hard, get some relief, and then go from there. Because even you'll notice it, though, because even in the relief, the candles will be big. Because remember when we even bounced here, you were going up, you were swinging back and forth, and then it finally gave it up. So that's why for now, a little V off the bottom would be good, but it's kind of been overdue. And then that's all I'd read into it. That's why, again, we woke up today, not much news. The people were worried about the war. Things didn't get that bad, but you had general relief. Even the thing about it was that markets are catching relief. The bonds, though, they're kind of doing that, fluctuate largely, still holding the bottom. They just haven't gone higher, but, they're still kind of sketchy. Will you break down the quarterly refunding? They're saying it's going to be more important than the Fed. Yeah, when we get it, you're going to get a bunch of updates throughout, I think, today and even tomorrow. But for the most part, you could even look into it yourself. Although it has the potential to be more important than the Fed, and it is important, the thing is, it's not like it's elusive. So all you have to see is how much they're requesting, and especially on the long end. So if they say they're going to look to sell, more than like 150 billion, I believe, of 20-year bonds, then you'll have a problem. But very simply, the refunding, if there's more sales on the short end, that will be positive. If there's less sales on the back end, or AKA longer dated bonds that the Treasury is looking to sell. So all you have to do is look for that. The yen trade might come to fruition. It can be. This week would be it. I'm playing it cool just because the Bank of Japan, they don't like it when you front run, and they don't want anybody in their way, but it's moved a lot. And legitimately, we were getting the perfect setup with nobody expecting anything. But now after today, it kind of gets a little tricky, but it's possible. Like I said, it's either right this week we get a huge move, or coming into the first couple months now of the year, the new year, then the yen trade. That should be the timeline, assuming nothing else in the world changes majorly. Tesla, I haven't looked at Tesla yet, actually, on that bounce. It's fighting a little bit. It's moved, dude. These little wicks, though, are just insane. Square on the low. PayPal's kind of holding. Why Square again? I think Square had earnings, or is that all because of Worldline? Just an hour, really? Oh, wow. 2 hours. Oof. I was like, no way. It's already power hour? We got 2 hours, but yeah, it has been going by fast. Still got a couple of more. You're going to hear from people. You're going to hear from Biden on AI. And then you're going to hear, I think there's Security Council, or there's Kirby and KJP. And then again, the refunding, but I'm getting a lot of weird hours on the refunding. Let's see. So July 31st. So again, you could even go, if you go to just treasury.gov/Jigglypuff, just treasury.gov, or then just go search like refunding. You'll be able to go see. They explain the process. They give a summary of the whole entire process. They talk about the recent documents, and then they have a webcast. What? Wait, what? They got a webcast? It's a weird-ass site. No, it don't work. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, if there's a webcast, I don't know when if that goes live, that'll be interesting. But for the most part, like I'm telling you, those numbers, it should be good. Yeah, that's where all the data for the auction is too. But like I'm saying, you go through that, I'm sure you'll get familiar. But that's going to be an event, I think, over the next like 24 to 48 hours. It's going to take some digestion too. The Bears in shambles? Not really. Again, this is still just, we're like bottom of the barrel here. So I guess this is like a 20-day chart, but again, that was the last set of relief that you've had. But, imagine all of the relief, quote-unquote, bullishness, whatever. It's like you're having all these days of green and other stuff, but, like, you're not really making any progress on the markets. Again, that whole little earnings fiasco last couple of weeks, the back and forth, and then everybody, again, selling off the big tech and then the value. It's been nutty. It has been nutty. Got to get over 4,200. November is the new October. It might be. They may have to, again, but we'll see. October still has, after today, I mean, you go positive, we're at 422. So between today and tomorrow, it has to be like, what, 7-point day? So far, we've had a 6-point day. Or I guess from the bottom of Friday to now. So it's possible, but that would just be to break even on October, but then November. But even then, once you throw October seasonality, that was a very wild record. If October does in fact show net red at the margin, I mean, that's going to be an interesting one. I don't know. Where's actually the NASDAQ? So NASDAQ's only 200 points away, actually. So SPY's a little bit worse, and then the Dow, where are they going to be? A Dow needs 400 points. So, yeah, another day. You need a hold up today from where we're at now, and then it holds up to break even on October. And then next day you have Jerome Powell anyways. Senators urging President Biden and the Department of Homeland Security to disclose info regarding encounters with potential terrorists at the southern border, particularly in light of the Israel-Hamas conflict, according to Fox News. And then U.S. condemns the violent anti-Semitic events that have been reported in Russia threatening Israelis and Jews. State Department. So we'll see. Where's Tessie? One more time. I can't look at Tesla's chart. It hurts my soul to see those wicks. It's too much. Yeah, Humana's on the high again. It's another one. XLV was red. They came up. Where's financials? They killed it. That little rally there that we just went through, I think a lot of it was banks, and even Goldman's ripping. Regionals came back up. That was actually a bigger part here of the day. Averaging down the put. Well, you got 1%. I mean, watch the volatility. I don't know if they're still cheap or not. That's the thing. We have but then there's a lot of event risk too. And once we go through events, that's kind of what this week was. You had a weekend. You had a lot of event risk with the Israel stuff. And then we got to it, and then, you fade the event risk. So just every day after tomorrow, and even tomorrow has a little bit, but we start to ramp up in terms of events. So it's a double-edged sword leading into it and then trading it right after. The wicks, I don't know on Tesla. Again, NVIDIA, Google has it, a couple of names. These were some of the issues that we had last week. So I don't know exactly what it is, but I do know it's a glitch. The last couple of days where these wicks are staying, so it means like it kind of traded, but it's still kind of hard to say if it was a real trade or not. Some people don't see it, but most brokerages, you should be seeing that right now. Still coming up, bear market rally. Nah, dude, we haven't done. I mean, right now we are just trying to catch a grip. This is like hanging off the edge. You're like, no, Jack, I'll never let go. And then you slip again, bro. Like we are just trying to like grab a slippery like railing to like catch a hold of where the F we are, and if this is actually, again, like we talked about, below 4,200. It's been 30 days since the last hike. Are we talking hard landing? Are we like right around the corner or not? That is unfortunately in the cards right now. That's if you're counting the cards, you see what the dealer's showing, and that's unfortunately where we're at. So like I'm saying, I believe in October seasonality. I understand where there could be relief, and I'm like, yeah, this has been a pretty awful, long, drawn-out 3 months here, but at the same time, it's like none of the progress, all I've noticed is downward progress is the best way to put it. None of the upward progress has maintained or not over the last 3 months. So it's like I really think the market is just trying to catch its own footing here, get some stability, and like maybe find a bottom or something we could call a bottom for at least a month, or at least go off or actually bottom and bounce off of it. But we're struggling, man, where I think the market's it's good progress to see, but I need progress, not just some daily green going up 1% after dropping 6 or 7 in just a couple of days. So we need real progress, and hopefully it strings together. But like I'm also saying, this week is filled with event risk, which is a double-edged sword. Event risk doesn't always have to be bad. It doesn't have to be risk, quote unquote. It can make things a lot better, or it can make things a lot worse. So let's see. Let us see. But we're still working up. A little squeezy today, but not full yet. But you have enough time. And like I'm saying here, depending on how you look at October, depending on how today plays out and where we close from here, I mean, we'll see. That October might be there. Do you want that hard landing? I'll take anything. Again, that's just the thing. My plan over the last couple years, and I feel more comfortable now. Again, from everything from the yield curve to not, but quite simply, I'll take anything. I'm diversified, just all across the board. Even if my trades do bad, something else is going to do good. Vice versa, you get a hard landing, you can make money on certain hard landing plays. Other things are going to do bad. Vice versa, soft landing, if it doesn't happen immediately, you can make money on one end, and when some areas will do good. So hopefully you have a balance, because I mean, in a weird way, I think we just have a sentence. We have a time sentence. We got to get through it. Let's do another 3-4 years of this same 3-4 years we just had, because that's how we're going to get answers for the decade, the tech, the economy. And that's why I'm saying, like, I just think my plan for the decade is diversification and getting a little bit of everything, because that's what this environment is there. But ultimately owning, I mean, ownership is the major part of all of that, but diversified. And that's where I'm thinking, I mean, hard landing, soft landing, it don't really matter. But, it's just, I would like clarity and information, because then, it makes diversification a lot easier. It makes the future plan. But for now, I mean, I could swivel and vibe with anything for the most part. It's not where the market goes, but how we get there. I mean, ultimately, that's what I'm saying. I think 10 years, we're just going to end up, and that's where there's some good things. But in the meantime, I mean, we're going to move around a lot, and I think to not get caught up and killed by that, diversification will be key. One of your buddies bought something off TikTok and thought of you. Telling you, man, it's starting. Just I'll update me in a couple months. You'll see. 60-day hold means Fed should cut rates. They could be close to it. So again, usually it's like 30 to 90 days. So I need to find the chart. I have the OG. I think it's on my other computer. But for the most part, once they stop raising, it's usually a very short time frame they start cutting. It might be 3 to 6 months instead of 30 to 60 days. That's the only part I'm confusing, I think. Let's see. Details. That chart was from like literally the beginning of the year. That's the crazy part. I do like at these prices. That's something we were saying earlier today. Just I wasn't really even looking at because all the real estate stuff, but like again, just if it drops low enough, I mean, it's one of the blue chip REITs, so you got to take in, you get everything else. I feel like has kids, if that's a better way to put it. So it's up to you, but at the same time, I do like it. I'm at this price, and if it goes a little bit lower is where I just, it'll become bargain bin. But it's chill. Yeah, it's not a high growth company, but it's a blue chip REIT. It does its job. And then we're coming down here a little bit. I'm trying to get you guys this. I want to see this chart. Yeah, it's on my other computer. Gotta get that cooked up for you guys. I want to show the chart, but I think it's 3 to 6. I need to get that confirmation. Tesla, I don't know why it's down so much. Yes, seeing some. It says 5.5 months was the average time. The minimum time was 1 month after a cut, after the last hike in March in 1980 and then 1987. And the maximum time was 15 months following the last rate hike in June of 2006. So that sounds about right, but that's where I think it'll put us here. So now you have about 6 months. I think 3 to 6 months, not 30 to 60 days. And then again, the lowest amount they've done it is 1 month. So right now, Loop, LOOP, die. This thing looks hella liquid. But that's only I think that's a couple hundred shares. It says 2,000 shares. It dropped on that, but it's showing up on the low ticker. Tesla was downgraded. Was there specific? In the morning, we didn't have anything specific on it. But yeah, so if this plays out like 06, I think 01 though. I mean, the yield curve looks like 01. I think that would be a good thing to look. 07, 06. Yeah, so they paused May 2000, and then they cut by January. I think it's going to be the same thing. Maybe. But then again, don't hurt me, pal. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Never mind. You're not going to cut by January. I don't know. Just the yield curve looked very similar. I don't want to humble. I've already been humbled. I don't want to do this. No. Other than that, though, yeah, it was the same thing. So 2006 was a 16-month pause, and then 2001 was like 6 months from May until January. See, and right now your yield curve. So yeah, they keep it elevated, and then pretty much by January, even a little later, you'll get the yield curve inversion. Let me see what the dynamic yield curve. Yeah. Market got clapped 2000. So again, this is how the market, this is when they paused. You were kind of getting the volatility. That's how the yield curve, it was very inverted. And then it still got ugly, and then they cut the market. Again, their rates they stayed up, but the rates got lower in 01, and then eventually they cut in January. And then right after they cut, that's what allowed everything else. And then in 2006, so they paused right here. Like May, June 2006. They paused for 16 months, and then they started cutting here. You got distracted by the ads. Oh, yeah, that's my Temu ads. Y'all should be used to it. Y'all blame my girlfriend. I think. Otherwise, I don't know. Maybe they're trying to suggest me wardrobes. Maybe my cookies might reveal to you that Josh is a cross-dresser. Could be possible in this day and age. But other than that, I hope you saw the yield curve. I've not tried the ad blocker yet. No, it's too much work. Too much work. All right, you're still holding up? That's crazy. You say, what the F? I'm just making sure you're awake still. That's it. I'm just keeping you in the game. You know what I'm saying? You're just like, what? What did you just say that woke you up? And now look, you got a green shoot. That woke up the whole market. Front running bad peeps can't talk real finance. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just even then though, like Powell doesn't want you to front run it. So like again, you've been whipped and prodded this whole last couple of years. If you want to say when Powell and the rates are going to change, like you've been beaten into submission. So, but there's general, I don't know. Do you guys think I think it was very helpful. I think the whole 2001 versus 2006, I hope that helped you out because it helped me out and it was very cool to see. But like, you guys remember that? Like, I feel like before all of this happened, remember, this was one of the major themes I was talking about this year because we've been talking about the pause and all that good stuff. But I hope this helped you out a lot. Like, I hope you really got to see what was happening in real time. So, again, it looks like 2001 now. That's the craziest part. Well, let me go back further. Yeah, this looks a little better. So, like we were saying, that whole 1999 to 2000, it's pretty wild. It looks a little bit on the 25-year. You don't see it on the relative scale. But again, December all the way here. This was one scenario. Are we going to play out a 2006? So everything I just shared with you, 2006, that's when they paused for 16 months. But remember, the bond yields never broke out. But then in 2001, they did the little kind of wait and see. They held the rates, but then they kept going. It turned into 2001, and that's literally what we said right before all of this started going nuts. So I think it was very helpful to see, but it all comes back down to this where it's like those are scenarios that you could use, but we don't know what's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? Hands throbbing. Chill out. Yeah, definitely got you in the prayers, but don't let the typing if it's too much. Might have to get you on some. We gotta do. Maybe we'll do a Friday Zoom. We'll get some live audience chat. Get some vocals. Get some. I've always wanted to do that. I wanted a live audience chat on Zoom, and then I'm gonna have like a laugh track for you guys. So like if I say something funny, you have to do a fake laugh, or if I say something, you have to like clap. Ah. But then we're gonna have sponsors. And I'm going to have to tell you, I'm going to be like, spay and neuter your animals. I've been saying it. We've never done it. We've done the other ones. But, yeah, I think it's definitely in the books. Bad news, no news. Israel issues, actually, that was a little bit earlier. Israel issues highest level of travel warning the area of Russia's Dagestan. But no, I thought it was another like travel update, but just to Russia. And then Putin convenes a meeting to discuss the situation in Dagestan. And then Cohen suggests Sony's PlayStation division may be undergoing a restructuring. Am I doing anything for Halloween? No, I don't. It's a damn weekday. What am I going to do? I got to see some of my friends this weekend that I haven't got to see in a while, but, I mean, nobody really dressed up, so I didn't really get a Halloween experience, but, yeah, I'm probably going to go to bed. Okay, it's still holding. Boeing, oh my goodness. We still got an hour and a half, so 30 more minutes though. But today is flowing by. This is above the previous high. You're 1 point above it here. So if this could hold up, again, 3 more points. We still haven't hit the 41.7. Elon is expected to attend Global AI Summit in the UK this week. That means Biden's gonna announce something without Elon today. And then Meta, we're expanding our Meta verified test to businesses on Instagram and Facebook in Canada. What if someone steals your breaker box on Halloween? I'll probably still be asleep. I'm going to just put a trick-or-treat box next to the breaker and just put $50 in it and say, hey, take the cash, not the box. You know? That's what I'm going to do. I'm a genius now. What the fuck am I saying? I have a lock on my breaker now, but I'm just going to literally go tape a $50 bill into the inside with a note that says, take the 50, leave the fucking breaker. Way easier for both of us. You don't even commit a crime. There's nothing illegal about that. If I left it for him and he took it, bro, and then that's it. Like, it's kind of like a circuit breaker Passover. I don't know. Can I make that joke with everything going on? I mean, it's unrelated, but I don't want to say trigger words. But anyways, pretty cool. They'll take both. If he takes both, then at that point, I think karma and the Lord will take care of him. At that point, that's it. You're going to end up buying way too much drugs with all that money and run into an issue. See, it's funny how the world works. Putin says key to resolving the conflict is the creation of a Palestinian state. All right, so Meta didn't move on that. They might. Again, they just have 2 minutes. They just got that headline on Meta verified. You got Putin hypening up all the tensions between Israel and Palestine. And then NVIDIA, and then where's Tesla's ugly candles? Tesla's still going lower. So, again, there's like an AI meeting today that Biden's going to be at, and then now Elon's going to somewhere tomorrow in the UK. Screw you, Biden. I'm not going to your AI event. CSTL. Castle Bio. That's another one. We've had so many of those today. A lot of biotechs. 8-month streak, baby. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Glenn Cocas. You on the YouTube too, baby. Oh, man. How do you like it? How do you like it on Twitch? 8 months. I still shocked that we've even been on Twitch for this long. I can't believe it. It's actually kind of trippy. Some of you got like 36 months. That's because I think it's only been like 2 years, though. Been a good backup. You guys have found your home. Twitch at home, YouTube in public. Work. When's flushing again? Damn, still 20%, but again, even CEO comments didn't help. MDT on the high. A couple of you guys said you bought that there. Is EEL going up? I was going to say, those are all very, very similar. Yeah, back in my day, Twitch was only for aftermarket gaming. Josh would come on. He'd bring a guy named Yash. They play Halo 2 on lockout. I said, wow, what do you mean? That's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's good. It's beautiful. That's how we used to do it. Yeah. It's great. Putin says Western intelligence services and Ukraine helped whip up trouble in Dagestan via social media. Putin says intelligence service in Ukraine helped whip up trouble in Dagestan. He's blaming the CIA. MRC, yeah, big pop, 8%. Yo, good call on that one. MRC, 10% in one candle. I don't see any. I think it could be activist. I'm just skimming across real quick. I see an old thing from 10 days ago on activist investor. They showed up there. Press release, key valve. They sold a unit September 27th. They got their ratings cut not too long ago. Didn't we see this? So I'm pretty sure it's something activist, but I can't confirm that yet. Interesting. I'll be on the lookout for that. Hold on. They explore sale of company. That's what I'm saying. That would make sense. I'm saying either that or activist investor, but again, they showed up on one of my automated things. Issues letters. Yeah, wait. Wait. That's old though. Hold on. So again, that was 10 days ago. Engine Capital, unknown stake, issues letter to investors urging management to explore sale. So if people are saying that now, watch out for the reiteration, or if that's a develop, we either have a new update on that or we don't. Wells Fargo. Yeah, so watch out for that. TGT on the high. All right, my bad. I'm looking into this one, though. A lot of things just popped off there. SPY's hitting another high again. MRC, I don't know if the news is getting, I just put it on the stream alert. It's either the news is getting recycled or there's another update on it. So see, and again, that's an energy play. Yeah, bro. I think let me check the equal weight on this. You're starting to go again. I think you just hit a new high, 41.68. Remember, 41.70 is where we want to get to. Equal weight is starting to run up here. 1.2 on the SPY, 1.1 on the NASDAQ. So SPY's doing better, and then 1.68 on the Dow, and then 0.6 on the Russell. That one's still the lagger on the day. But 41.68, I mean, if that could hold, and then again, we just had that news with MRC. Any major updates? I think Bank of Japan or a rumor on them altering today. And then again, a lot of the Israel comments and things going chill, or I guess not leading to a total destabilization. And then MRC right now, we just got an update there. And financials are doing good. Again, I think financials are what lifted us. Again, XLF's up 1.4. Goldman's up a lot too. $41.75. What do you think of Ford under 10 with over 6? Yeah, but I'm kind of worried about Ford's dividend because they just recently introduced it. They introduced the dividend before paying their workers. So that's a big problem if it gets weird with their cash. So unfortunately, I don't know yet with Ford. I mean, even we got in at a low price and it went up and then it's finally coming down. But I would wait a little bit on Ford. Just the dividend, or pretty much I wouldn't view it as guaranteed in the long run in a weird way. 41.68.94. I think you're about to hit another high again. If we could rip through 41.70, that's a very good sign. Then we get straight to the level. If we hit 41.70 and then it turns red, that won't be good. But a lot of things are moving now. High-low ticker, yeah, you just shot above 470, literally 1 point above it almost. So if that keeps going, we might make a straight shot. 41.77, 41.78. That's where we're trying to get to right now. APP on the high. Boeing still going. Again, Amazon's up literally almost 4%. Even Netflix. Netflix is up 3.4. Damn, yeah. Netflix back to even 412. Again, I think 415, 416. Isn't it 417? That's the breakout point. I'm still holding the Rite Aid shares. I covered the covered calls, but I'm waiting for the next move. We still haven't even got any updates. I was either going to average down or just call it a day towards the end of the year, but I'm still in them. No covered calls. A lot of people are recirculating the Bloomberg article from a week ago. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I got that one quick, but it was I didn't find anything new, only the hold one. Yeah. I see that it's coming across the wire. Global shares trade higher following Bloomberg headlines saying the company is exploring a sale. So is Bloomberg coming out with it now? It doesn't. I have something on the wire, but it doesn't say it's old. It just says Bloomberg. So it could be a new update there. Maybe Bloomberg has the exclusive. We don't know yet. Very interesting. So maybe MRC might have an update. There is, again, a headline talking about it circulating, but it didn't say it's old. At least that's the headline I see doesn't say it's old. Or I'll keep that one up. And then are the bonds about to die? They've recovered like half of the earlier loss. MO and Philip Morris, though, those are keep going. MDT now, even EW, that'd be nice. 62, Tessie's hideous. Pure purpose, so it could mean anything. As long as it's not old. It could be either an update or it's super old. We'll find out. I don't have a play on that to begin with, but interesting. But that's kind of going to be the crux. If it's new info, it's going to hold up the gain. If it's old, then it'll probably get clapped. Wall Street has differing opinions on the amount the Treasury will sell in bills, according to Bloomberg. I think we're going to get an update on that in like 20 minutes, I think. It's still near the high on Monday. So the requirements come out at 3, and then the refunding news is on Wednesday at 8:30. So you're going to get a little bit of it today, and then on Wednesday it'll all be finalized. VIX almost gave up 5 days of gains. The VIX got smashed more than halting options. Who would have thunk it? Actually, I think we might be back to the same level. No, this was when they halted the VIX. That was that one day. So, yeah, you're still elevated, but we'll see. Below 20 once again. ACLX on the high. I don't know if that was one of the biotechs from this morning. The Ghost Wicks, no idea. We've talked about it a lot. FSLR. I mean, some can do good. So, like, Jinko Solar did good. I mean, I'm shocked by that. I thought after Enphase and Solar Edge, I thought they were all going to get murked. But, I mean, not overstock. What was I thinking of? Jinko Solar. JKS, they, like, actually held up. They killed it today, 17%. So, I mean, if you could do good, if First Solar somehow dominates, I mean, I don't think they'll have to die, if that makes any sense. Yeah, the solar, I'm looking, I still have the Treasury website up. Again, 3 and then 8:30 on Monday or Wednesday. Intel on the high. Again, we were talking about them, not only 0.6 though. And then Amazon, once again, that one's disgusting. Raul, I don't know, man. Raul, unless bonds or dollar make a crazy end of the day move now, I mean, we're still just holding up. But no matter what, we're going to close green. I mean, it is Monday, and like we were even saying here, maybe I just jinxed it, but, I mean, I was even saying we could have dropped 30 points from there and still been green. So 41.71 is the high of the day. So remember, this is the first little set of resistance. We ran past it, came down. I'm saying if we hold here, another good sign. This is a level. I don't have a line on it, but this is one of them. I think it takes you back to the previous high here on Thursday. So, again, that was part of the day where the VIX and everything, and then right above it, 4171. That's where we kind of dumped off from the morning. You jinxed it? I mean, we'll see, Habibi. We'll see. Dollar's down, though. I mean, for the most part, that could be good. Intel's climbing up there, like we were just saying. What did you buy? Your first buy was at 145? Oh, years ago. Bro, I just read one of your comments, and I just read it as you bought something 145 years ago, and I was like, Trav, I don't think maybe you're a time traveler. If not, you should really tell me about what happens with NVIDIA and AI then.
Distinguished guest, the President of the United States, accompanied by the Vice President of the United States.
Oh, I had this up? Yo. Yeah. Oh, dude, that scared the shit out of me. I didn't know where that was, bro. My bad. That sounded hype, though. Great intro. I'm excited. Dude, I'm really excited. That's amazing. Look at it, man. Fuck yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please have a seat.
Yeah, sit the fuck down. All right, good.
To our President,
this is the AI
Joe Biden,
thing?
Members of
Well, shit, I'm going to go to the bathroom.
members
Follow me
of
on
our
Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'll be right
administration,
back.
And our private sector and civil society partners. As leaders from government, civil society, and the private sector, I believe we have a moral, ethical, and societal duty to make sure that AI is adopted and advanced in a way that protects the public from potential harm and ensures that everyone is able to enjoy its benefits. Since we took office, President Biden and I have worked to uphold that duty. Before generative AI captured global attention, President Biden and I convened leaders from across our country, from computer scientists to civil rights leaders to legal scholars and business leaders, all to help make sure that the benefits of AI are shared equitably and to address predictable threats, such as algorithmic discrimination, data privacy violations, and deepfakes. We named it the Blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights, after which President Biden and I had extensive engagement with the leading AI companies to help ensure the private sector commits to the principles in the blueprint and to establish a minimum baseline of responsible AI practices. We intend that the actions we are taking domestically will serve as a model for international action, understanding that AI developed in one nation can impact the lives and livelihoods of billions of people around the world. Fundamentally, it is our belief that technology with global impact requires global action. Tomorrow, I will travel to the United Kingdom to represent our nation at the Global Summit on AI Safety. There, we will work with our allies and our partners.
So Kamala is representing the U.S. I don't know who Elon is. I think he's a free agent.
To promote global order and stability, and where necessary, to build support for additional rules and norms that meet this moment. Let us be clear, when it comes to AI, America is a global leader. It is American companies that lead the world in AI innovation. It is America that can catalyze global action and build global consensus in a way that no other country can. And under President Joe Biden, it is America that will continue to lead on AI. And there are many ways to define the leadership of our President, Joe Biden. As even a quick review of his most recent victories makes clear. From creating technology innovation hubs in 31 communities across our nation, to expanding America's semiconductor industry, to making the largest investment ever in climate in America's history. So just a few points to say that President Biden is a leader with a vision for our future. He has the ambition to meet the challenges of the moment here and around the globe, and he has the courage and skill to lead us forward, including on AI. And with that, it is my great honor and privilege to introduce our President, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Please. I'm going to remind you of that. I'm teasing. Thank you, Kamala, for that introduction and for your leadership in this issue. Before I begin, I want to explain why I was delayed a few minutes. I've just spoken with President Fain of the United Auto Workers. And let me say a few words about the UAW and the big three automakers, Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis. They have reached a historic agreement and a hard-fought
he was about to say some shit, then he realized
for a while
he was on live.
It was all done in good faith. And
believe me, I could relate. Sometimes it's like me sometimes when I'm like,
you
know what I was really going,
to keep the industry working,
yeah, never mind.
And going during the financial crisis more than a decade ago. These agreements ensure the iconic big three can still lead the world in quality and innovation. Due to the commitment and solidarity of the UAW workers, willing to exercise their right to collectively bargain, they won a record contract with over a 30% increase in wages, greater retirement security, and more paid leave. And the commitment by the big three to create more full-time middle-class jobs and invest tens of billions more dollars in plants and factories building automobiles' future here in America. I applaud the UAW and the leaders of the automobile companies for agreeing that all the workers on strike and all those who were walking the picket lines on behalf of the UAW, brothers and sisters, can go back to work immediately, even before the vote is taken. Ultimately, the final word on this contract will be for the UAW memberships themselves in the days and coming weeks as they vote. But here's what I know and what I shared with the United Auto Workers I met in the picket line. I've always believed that the middle class built America and that unions built the middle class. And that's especially the case for the United Auto Workers who built the iconic automobile industry. For too long, in my view, the economy hasn't worked for working people and for middle class folks. Because when they do well, by the way, everybody does well. That's why I came to office determined to build an economy to build from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. It's a critical piece of worker power.
You tried that already.
And it's showing how collective bargaining works by providing workers a seat at the table to honor their contributions to their employer's success by securing pay and benefits that can raise a family on and retire with dignity and respect. It's showing how collective bargaining works for companies, how strong relationship between workers and management can mean record profits leading to record contracts. We're also seeing it across the board for the UAW workers. We're seeing this everywhere. Rail workers, port workers, Teamsters, writers, health workers.
I got the earnings previews too. So Pfizer's reporting, they're hitting a high, but they report tomorrow morning.
Look, today's historic agreement is yet another piece of good economic news.
That's flashing in red.
Showing something I've always believed.
Biden says yet another piece of good economic news.
Worker power is critical to building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up. And so is economic growth. We just learned that our economy grew 4.9% the last quarter, the highest growth in 2 years, just as inflation continues to come down. We have more to do, but we're finally beginning to build an economy that works for working people, for the middle class, for the entire company, the entire country, including the companies. Because when we do that, the poor have a ladder up, the middle class does well, and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And that brings me to today's announcement. Folks, I want to thank Kamala again for the work she's done through her entire career to protect people from harm and to promote responsible innovation. She's traveling to the United Kingdom, as she pointed out this week, where she'll highlight how America's setting the standard for AI safety, security, and trust. I want to thank all of you for joining us here. Some of you, members of my cabinet, members of Congress, including the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who's been a real leader in this, Chuck. Thank you, pal. You've, the state and Senate and local officials, leaders in technology, business, labor, academia, civil rights, civil society. And we'll see more technology. I know you know this, but we're going to see more technological change in the next 10, maybe the next 5 years than we've seen in the last 50 years. And that's a fact. And the most consequential technology of our time, artificial intelligence, is accelerating that change. It's going to accelerate it at warp speed. AI is all around us. Much of it is making our lives better. And AI is helping the National Weather Service predict weather events, helping the Webb telescope manage 500,000 miles of galaxies away, billions of light years away. I found it when I turned on my phone and saw that. I thought, my God, what is this? Science fiction. I'm serious. Didn't you have the same thought when you saw it? AI is helping millions of computers find the shortest route home.
Not hyperbole.
Well.
Yeah, seriously.
But in some cases, AI is making life worse. For example, using teenagers' personal data to figure out what will keep them glued to their device. AI makes social media more addictive. It's causing what our Surgeon General calls a profound risk of harm to their mental health and well-being. Over the past years, Kamala and I have met with a range of experts, many of whom are here today, and thank you for coming. Here today on the risks and the incredible opportunities of AI. One thing is clear. To realize the promise of AI and avoid the risk, we need to govern this technology, there's no other way around it, in my view. It must be governed. That's why we're here today. I'm about to sign an executive order that is the most significant action any government anywhere in the world has ever taken on AI safety, security, and trust. This order builds on the critical steps we've already taken to ensuring the AI Bill of Rights to bring together leading AI companies who agreed to voluntarily make certain.
So they figured out how to regulate AI
to make sure AI is
faster
safe
than crypto.
and the system is secure. With today's executive order I'll soon be signing, I'm determined to do everything in my power to promote and demand responsible innovation. First, the executive order is about AI safety and security. Today, I'm invoking what's called the Defense Production Act that federal government uses in the most urgent moments, like mobilizing the nation during a time of war or developing COVID vaccines during the pandemic. This executive order will use the same authority to make companies prove that their most powerful systems are safe before allowing them to be used. That means companies must tell the government about the large-scale AI systems they're developing.
So no AI could be sold to the public without government approval.
They pose no national security or safety risk to the American people.
You're going to have standards.
At the same time, I'll direct the Department of Energy to make sure AI systems don't pose chemical, biological, or nuclear risks at the same time. Look, in the wrong hands, AI can make it easier for hackers to exploit vulnerabilities in the software that makes our society run. That's why I'm directing the Department of Defense.
I don't know if it'll pop the bubble. Maybe. I mean, it's
both of them to develop
people are still going to make money on it, but it seems like this. Like I'm saying, it's just kind of funny that they quickly found a way to regulate AI faster than crypto. They can't even decide if fake money is real money, but they figured out what is safe and effective for all AIs. Yeah, I mean, it could stifle the industry pretty heavy, but then again, I mean, there's already a lot of leaders and a lot of money.
The people's trust around the world. All too often, it's already happening. AI devices are being used to deceive people. Deepfakes use AI-generated audio and video to smear reputations, spreads fake news, and commit fraud.
Yeah, fuck that. I don't need AI for that.
Take 3 seconds, and you all know this.
I feel you. There are fucking too many fake Joes out there running around. I'm the one. I'm the fake Joe.
The fuck? When the hell did I say that?
Oh, yeah. See, exactly. I know exactly what he's talking about.
3 seconds recording your voice and generate
Yeah, man, this is fucking natural. Yeah, I know. I sure, I mean it.
I swear to God, take a look at it. It's mind-blowing. And they can use it to scam loved ones into sending money because they think you're in trouble.
Okay,
That's
they
wrong.
like no more fake Joey
Everyone
B's
has a
bonds.
right to
Oh, wait,
know
Treasury.
what audio they're hearing
Treasury,
or
it's 3
video
p.m.
they're watching is generated
Hold on.
or
Don't let
altered
Biden
by
distract
AI.
you. You're getting a
Thanks to
pop
this
on
order, the
bonds.
Department of
Let's
Commerce
see.
is going to help develop standards to watermark and clearly
I don't have any
label
headlines, but
AI-generated
again,
content.
literal big bond
Just
pop,
say this,
and then
that's
markets
how it
moving up in
generates.
tandem,
AI
and then it's
generates.
3 o'clock right now. So
That-
this is
that
the
way you can
Treasury.
tell whether it's
We're
real
hearing the
or it's
commitments,
not.
and then we get the
And when your
confirmation on
loved ones
Friday.
hear your voice on a phone, they'll know it's really you. Trust matters. Trust matters.
Got it. Financing
Third,
estimates.
this executive
So
order
this is
about
what the
protecting
algos and market are
fundamental rights
responding to right now.
privacy.
If you go to the recent
Without
documents,
safeguards, AI can put
to
your
deliver
privacy
the
at
third
greater
quarter
risk.
grew at
That's
the
why I call
fastest
for new
pace since late
protections
21.
on your personal data.
All right, hold on. Sorry, Biden. In the third quarter, real GDP grew at the fastest rate since late 21, boosted by strong household consumption and stronger build in private inventories. Labor force rose at the post-pandemic high, while prime age production participation rate, those aged 25 to 54, advanced to the highest level in more than 2 decades. Real GDP. Okay, where's the damn... I didn't know they give all of this, but they give like a whole breakdown. I need the money. Oh, is this not it? Hold on, I need to go through this more a little bit then. Or they're hiding it. I thought I had it right there, though. They're going through all of the data, core CP. Tell me how much money you need. TLT again. It's popping. It's off the refunding. I'm waiting for the headlines off of it, but it does not seem like it's too much. They're to borrow 776 in net marketable debt for October to December, down 76 from July estimate. So that's good. How do we check the what's it called?
For consumers.
We need to know the difference
And
between
for
1
workers.
and
For example,
the 2 years and the 30
protect
year
patients will use AI
or
to
20-year
develop
maturities.
cancer drugs that
So
will
right now
prevent
you're reacting to
cost less.
76 billion
We'll
lower,
also launch a
but
safety
the
program to make sure AI
composition
health
is what will
systems
be
do
important.
no harm. To protect workers, this order directs the government to help make sure AI isn't used to shortchange workers. I've also asked for a comprehensive report on the potential impact of AI on the labor market and how to help workers whose jobs have been disrupted. We're going to support workers in every industry by defining their rights and defending them to a fair way to organize and as these other more technologies emerge.
Yeah, bonds are really
Finally,
ripping there. So
we're going to make sure America
remember,
leads
you're
the
going to
world in
finalize it
innovation
on Wednesday morning
attracts
too.
the
So
top
this is
talent
still
to stay at the
borderline
cutting edge.
preliminary. Because again, I'm trying to
Because
see where's
AI's
the.
challenges
It
and
says
opportunities
76
are
billion
global.
less, but I don't know
We're
where
gonna keep
at what
advancing
point
American
of the
leadership
curve that
globally.
they're referring to.
In meetings around the world, I've heard from leaders, and I've been going around the world a lot lately. It's good to be home. And we're looking, but leaders around the world, as they approach me, I mean in any country, they ask, is the United States going to
Okay,
show
here
the
it
way
is.
in
That's
AI?
one off.
Will the United States lead? I'm sure Kamala's going to
So this is what you're.
hear this when she...
This is what you're reacting to. So during October, December, Treasury expects to borrow 776 in privately held net marketable debt, assuming end of December cash balance is 750. The borrowing estimate is 76 billion lower than that was announced in July, largely due to projections of higher receipts, somewhat offset by higher outlays. During the January to March quarter, they expect to borrow 816 in debt, assuming an end of March cash balance of 750. So during the July to September, the Treasury borrowed $1 trillion in privately marketable debt. They ended the quarter with a cash balance of $657 billion. In July 2023, they estimated $1.0 trillion and assumed end of September cash balance of $650. The increase in privately held net market borrowing was $3 billion. Changes across all components were small. Additional financing details will be released 8:30. So that's what we need. So for now, good news, it's lower, and you have numbers for next quarter.
To stop big tech from collecting
So now
personal
they
data
want
on kids and
816. It's
teenagers
lower than
online.
ever. You got to realize, though, the last couple of quarters, we've been raising $1 trillion. So decently good news for now. But you're still going to get more on Wednesday. Again, that gave you a little blow off there, but I don't know if it'll hold. You hit 4173. We're still not at the 4180. The only good thing is bonds
The
might go
personal
green
data
off of
these
that.
Collectors, these companies collect on us. Folks, let me close with this.
ZB, because of that, refunding $78 billion lower, and then 852 for next quarter, which sounds a lot better than $1 trillion.
Are going to set the course for the next decade.
So we don't know the 2s, the 20s. We find that out on Wednesday morning.
The toughest challenges and the greatest opportunities. Look, there's no greater change that I can think of in my life than AI presents as a potential. Exploring the universe, fighting climate change, ending cancer as we know it, and so much more. As artificial intelligence expands the boundary of human possibility and tests the bounds of human understanding, this landmark executive order is a testament to what we stand for: safety, security, trust, openness, American leadership, and the undeniable rights endowed by a creator that no creator, no creation.
No. This wasn't corporate bonds. Pretty much every quarter, Janet Yellen tells you how much money she needs. So we found out Janet Yellen needs $76 billion less than she thought a couple months ago. So that's good news, because that means she's going to dump on the bonds less her piggy bank. That's where she gets it. So that's the good news. And then we also heard that $852 billion is the next quarter. I didn't know if the guidance for that, but it's below $1 trillion, which has been the other one.
We just have to remember who in God's name we are. We're the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. So God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you. Now, I'm going to go over and sign that. Thank you. The executive order: safe, secure, and trustworthy development of the use of artificial intelligence. Thank you.
There you go. All right, man. AI is now controlled by the government. Congratulations. We lasted for a year. I got a cool thumbnail editor out of it. Other than that, I mean, welcome to AI land, brought to you by Facebook, Meta, AI, Graham, ChatGPT, 4, FTX. They did it quick, too. They didn't even give you time. You didn't even have time to protest it, nothing. They just said, this is the biggest action in this space in the world, and it's done. We did it right now. Boom. Just like that. We figured out how to regulate AI, but we're still having difficulty about how to regulate the concept of fake money being real money, because it's not real money because it's fake money, but you could use it like real money and people accept it like real money, but it's fake money because we told you it's fake money, but we regulate it. It's not a security, but it is a security, because if other things are like a security, doesn't mean it's a security in this case. And then if it's money, it's not money, because then is it a currency or a security or money then? But we figured out all of that, so we got this under lock. Would this hurt Palantir? No, I think if you're already, making moves, I mean, you have a head start, but like for anything else in the future, it might change a little bit. That's the only issue. But right now, if you're wondering about the market, that little extra pop here, the bonds, this was off of the Treasury refunding. So we were just going over it. Again, we were showing you the website here earlier. Where is it? The most recent quarterly refunding documents. It's this one. I clicked on the first one. Which one is it? Yeah, right here. So it tells you how much. Again, it's like what, $76 billion lower. So like I said, the basic explanation is that the government said they need to raise less money, which means they'll sell a little bit less bonds, which, $76 billion less. Think about it. If the Fed is buying $60 billion less, that's good. That means $16 billion lower, realistically. So they're accounting for the Fed as well as everything else. But when it's all said and done, I mean, that's good news. And then, like we said, the expectation now for January to March is $816 billion, which is lower than, again, all of these are lower than the last 2 to 4 estimates, I believe. So That's why we have the pop there. I mean, bonds are almost green, but like this all sucks. Like I'm saying, you're doing all of this stuff. You're getting this news. It may sound like it's good, but even for the bonds, you're getting a nice little baby pop. But just don't forget, like bonds are still clapped. They can't even get past the Bill Ackman high or the day after. You know, that had more follow through and carry. So keep your eyes out for that one. We need the government not to regulate. We need AI to regulate the government, not the government to regulate AI. Yes, but the government was aware of that, so then they made sure that you can't make an AI that can regulate the government. And there you go. Humans 1, AI 0. They did it again. You see that? We just crazy. The humans, we just devious. You know that once we find, that's how we've gotten this high up on the food chain. We just be figuring out little shit like that all along the way. We like, well, why don't we just use our thumbs? Have you heard of the motorcycle organization Rolling Thunder? I'd support their mission statement. No, I have not. I've heard of like Sons of Anarchy, if that's a real motorcycle gang. What's the other one? The Bull Skulls and Dagger? I don't know. Do you think AI is alive? No, man. I'm confused why just like y'all don't like Jesus sometimes, most of the time. But like some people are hella down to like put their faith in like AI. They're like, yeah, just let AI figure this out for us. I'm like, so you really want to give something the ability to go through all of human history and have all of this info, and you trust that thing to make the best decisions for you? That's amazing. That's the part I don't get is that, you know, but we'll see. I mean, he's becoming a competitor for some. You know, people are down to replace AI as their god to a degree. So I don't believe it's alive, but I'm kind of shocked that you know, people do like you know, but they like AI and what it could do, and they trust it to do a lot. But I'm not at that stage. It's not alive yet. But like, does anything work like that? Like, I guess if you put a chip in a computer, or like if you put a chip in a tree, does the tree become alive? But then the tree's already alive as a being. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I think a lot of deep thoughts sometimes. So I don't think it ever will become alive. I think it'll try to be, but I don't think it will actually become sentient. AI toilets, that's called a Toto. Those things are amazing. Imitation of life. Yeah, I think that's definitely there. Trees become self-aware. But yeah, I mean, just nothing is really, I mean, you know, the way we've seen creation in this world throughout the beginning of time till today, I don't know if we, you know, maybe we have a hubris of thinking we could create an alive thing that's not a human, if that makes any sense. But I don't think AI will ever become alive per, you know, like biology. It will try to be, it'll imitate it, it'll come close to it, but I don't think it's going to, you know, it'll become self-aware to a degree, but I even if they regulate it or not, but I don't think it will ever, you know, become what a live person is. You mentioned last week about you now become worried about the debt. Why? It's because we've added a lot. That's it. Like I'm saying, I'm a modern monetary theory baby. You know, a lot of the fruits of my labor are as a result of modern monetary theory. All of this money in the system, 0% interest rates. You know, I understood very young to leverage that, but at the same time, you know, I never really cared about the amount of debt. I never really worried about how much global debt. Honestly, the Peter Schiff guys who buy a bunch of gold and would tell me, Josh, because again, when I was buying Amazon in like fucking 2015, they were telling me about the debt, and I'm like, fuck you, growth stocks, tech, so it's like, but that mentality that I had is like, you ignored the national debt, you ignored all of that. I never really cared about it, but granted, that was 10, 15 years of rates never being high. So now with everything kind of going up in the way that we're adding debt, funding this and that, it's like you're like really the only way is like you're kind of trapping ourselves where we either need low rates, or if rates do stay high for a long time with the pace that we've added debt in the last like couple of years, it's like you really are passing it to the next generation. Like it does become quite the burden, but then again, we haven't really had the consequences for like 10, 15 years. Again, I've spent most of my life ignoring the consequences of the national debt rising. Again, to be honest with you, I still don't give a shit fully, but I'm more like, wait a minute, hold on, maybe that does like I'm more concerned towards it. Like I'm saying, is it my primary concern? Fuck no. But at the same time, it is something where the path is it's like I do see it. It's not sustainable. It truly is not sustainable, and that is concerning. It's not a problem till it becomes a problem. But I am started to be, my ears are more pointed at it than I used to, where I was definitely more just ignorance is bliss towards it, and I'm still kind of there, but just pay attention. Again, we just added a lot of funding, and it's to the. Let me tell you. Here's a simple way to sum it up. Why do I care about it a little more? Because you mother effers care about a treasury refunding. Nobody gives a shit about that at any other point in history except for maybe the 80s or some shit. Nobody really cared about any of this stuff, and now you do. That's just the sign of the times. Isn't it something? Once everyone realizes it's unsustainable is when Bitcoin will hit 1 million per coin. Yeah, but then what happens? Like, where are you going to shop? Like, hold up. I feel you. Let's say that did happen, but I got a couple more general accounting questions, just basics. Like, where are we going to shop? At what point, if the debt does become a problem, does that mean then everybody is just working to pay off the debt? Does this mean we can't ever save the economy? Hold on, I got way more questions. Yeah, then I guess if something went from a penny to $1 million, is that sustainable? I don't know, but I got a lot of questions. I bought PayPal options for earnings, and then I bought an ANET put, which is already clapped, so you could get a nice little discount on that. I only grabbed one, though. And then I sold out of RTX shares. So vive si. Yes, PayPal called. What strike? I tried to teach you guys to figure it out on your fucking own. It's kind of a mentality that will, take you a long way. So I hope to bully you into figuring it out through your own, research and context clues. I'm helping you become a better listener as well too. But it's okay. You could thank me when you're older. But for the most part, like I said, January, I forgot the strike, honestly, unless I want to look, and I don't want to look. So it's out of the money. It has more than 2 standard deviations. You could use the 2 standard deviation strategy, but it's a little more than that. But it's another strategy you've seen. I went for January 24. It has a deep chain, so you could get a couple of the cheaper ones. I'm just playing the opportunity. They surprise, and again, it's a growth name I've always believed in. But you won't be too far off. You'll figure it out. Airbnb, no, I don't think so. Again, it's already lower. I mean, if anything, we buy this time if it goes below, what's it called? If it goes below 4, then, or not 4, when I'm saying 84 or 104, I think I could get behind that. Do you reveal it after the play, though, in hindsight? Yeah, on the watch list, usually. And then, or it'll just die and go to 0. And I'll let you know. And then usually, it's good comparison. Again, you got to see some of the earnings ones I made recently. Again, that Facebook and the Microsoft, those are good examples. So that one, too, and those are all 2 standard deviation. And then that one, too, if you even took that and applied it to the next one, you would have hit a nice one. Can you guess? You can. I mean, it's up to you. I'm more just vibe with it. Like I said, either way, though, we'll cover it. I hope you figure it out, though, and kind of think. And at the same time, it's like if nothing else is drawing you to that play to the point where you'd even want to look, then maybe don't play it. And so, hopefully, maybe the fact of looking into it, if it's not fully piquing your interest, then there you go. Bank of America still. My goodness. XLI, we're still at the highs. We have not gotten to the level, but you're holding 4174, or again, 4170. That's where we wanted to be about, or be above. And 30 minutes left. So you're running out of time, Chad. You're running out of time. Below 100. Bro, even it hit 85, man. That's the crazy part. 85 on Airbnb. And again, they're top 10, top 5 or top 10 in terms of market performance. I guess it's still wild to think about. Moody Monday. So good. Went from mundane Monday to like marginally squeezed Monday. I don't know if that's too long of a title for you guys. But what a day's almost over, though. Day's almost over. Yeah, the Treasury news, that's what caused this little pop, honestly. Bonds are kind of giving it up. And like I was saying, is it big news? Is it important? Yeah, you're going to get the final data on Wednesday morning when we know what part of the curve. But at the same time, I mean, it's like bonds are still in the gulag. I mean, we are still, even on the 10-year, you're borderline hugging 5% still. So until that really gets out of the question, if there's data not moving the bonds really strong, I mean, that is what we have to worry about. Hump day, dump day. You could use that one. I might, maybe if hump day, dump day. Never. That's a good one. It's a play on words. Kind of like a double entendre, like hump day. You get it? Hump day, dump day. Like Humpty Dumpty, like hump day, dump day on a Wednesday. That's beautiful, man. That's I appreciate those. Coach having a good day. Zach Lamb, baby. I hope you're having a good day. Mr. Arizona. QQQ vertical. You're actually getting another one. It's interesting. Watch the again, banks I think are running, but watch the dollar because bonds are giving up the little treasury refunding. Dollar's still at the low. Where's actually the yen? What audio, Habibi? Yen still holding 0.28. It's pretty much been that since the morning. So, yeah, SPY's starting to go up a little bit more. I think, hey, if we could get to 41.78, I mean, we still got a little bit more time. You still got 30 minutes. I mean, 4,200 is the next level. Maybe 4,183 as a soft level, but really, again, 4,187 and then 4,200 are the next levels from here. I forgot about the 4,187. You're hitting the first level, though. Again, 4,177, 4,178. This is where we were looking for. So that is good news for now coming into the close. Mm. 4,177. All right. I don't know. Would you call it a squeeze? I think it's smaller, but it's been nice today. They made you wait 3 hours doing nothing, and they gave you 2.5 hours going up. The PayPal. Oh, wait. I have earnings previews. I got all of these, and then we just kept listening to those things. But I have all of the earnings here. So I think these are all from the morning. Hold on. So I believe this one, who's 1.4? So this is for ANET after the bell tonight. Again, ANET's up 22%. This was the last one we hit. They're expected to do 1.48 versus guidance of 1.45 to 1.5. EPS of $1.58. Revenue for next quarter expected to be $1.47 billion and EPS of $1.58. They're up 22% since last close. S&P down 8.1. XLK down 7.6. Near-term options imply a 10% move last 4 quarters. Loss of 20, gain of 20, loss of 16, gain of 4, gain of 6. Revenue has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. Dang, so they've just been killing it. So that one is ANET. This is for Pinterest after the bell. Revenue expected to be $743.9 million, implies 8.7 year over year versus guidance of high end of high single digit range. U.S. and Canada, $608 million. Adjusted EBITDA, $130.6. EPS of 21 cents. 473 monthly active users. They are down 9% since last quarter. S&P down 8. XLK down 7.6. Near-term options imply 11.9% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 4, loss of 16, loss of 5, gain of 14. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 18 quarters, and EPS has beaten 15 of the last 18 quarters. And then this one is your boy Wolf in the morning, or is this after? No, this is after hours. Wolf as well. This one, again, I thought they do chips. I don't know if they might be similar to ON. I don't know if it's like carbonite or what is it, silicon carbonite or whatever. Moody says China's slowing economic growth will weaken asset performance for structured finance deals. China's slowing economic growth will weaken asset performance. That's coming out now from Moody's. But for Wolf, they're expecting to do $196.2 million. Estimate was $185 to $205. Non-GAAP margin of 13%. EPS loss of 67 cents. Guidance was 75 to 60 cent loss. Revenue of $207 million is expected for guidance for next quarter. Non-GAAP gross margin of 15.1. EPS of a loss of 69 cents. Since last quarter, Wolf is down 41%. S&P is down 4.3, and XLK is down 1.4. Near-term options imply 18% move last 4 quarters. Loss of 17, loss of 20, loss of 6, loss of 18. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 19 quarters. EPS has beaten consensus 17 of the last 19 quarters. With one in line, short interest 14%. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 7 of the last 19, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 6 of the last 19 with one in line. That's for Wolf. I didn't know they were that awful. Wolf. I thought they're semiconductors. They doing silicone carbonide and chips. They do both. Because, again, ON, they just got murdered. They do both. They grow diamonds, too. Yeah, band gap semiconductors and silicone carbonide and gallium nitride. You used to work for them. How was it? They're bad earnings at an ON. That's why everybody's terrified on it today. Oh, they won't let me do that. I'm trying something. Where's my LK99 plays? What happened to that? Didn't they stomp all that out? LK99, you only had like 2. I mean, it's been around for a while, but the hype on that. And then we hit 4177. Literally, that was all. We had these numbers stream alerted out earlier, but right to the ranges. Once again, man, just like a magnet. But today was trippy. That first 3 hours was not an active start. 1 hour delayed close on the euro. Yeah, Wolf's an interesting one. I thought I was trying to get like a 1 penny option, but like that just, it wouldn't, you can't even put in a bid for 1 penny. Otherwise, they're down a lot. That one you might be able to make a play on it. Wolf can move a lot. Again, the last 4 earnings, but that was that earnings preview. And then now tomorrow, who's this? This is Pfizer in the morning. Like I was telling you earlier, they're expected to do $13.3 billion in revenue, 3.42 adjusted SI&A, and then another $3 billion in adjusted R&D expenses. EPS expected to be a loss of 8 cents a share. Full year guidance for the year: revenue 58 to 61 billion, adjusted EPS of $1.45 to $1.65. Since last close, Pfizer is down 14.8%, S&P down 8.8%, and XLV down 5.7%. Near-term options imply a 5% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 1, nothing, and then gain of 1, and then gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 18 of the last 20 quarters. And then one more. There's actually a lot more earnings, but I'm just giving you some of the more important ones for tonight and tomorrow. Again, only ANET, Pinterest, Wolfspeed. There's a few others today, even Arch Cold and Public Storage. But tomorrow morning, you got Pfizer, Caterpillar, JetBlue, Cameco, Eaton, Amgen, BP, Zebra, EPG or EPD, Enterprise, and then MPC. But then I only went over Pfizer. That was Pfizer, the one I just showed you. And this one here is Caterpillar. So Caterpillar expected revenue $16.5 billion, operating income adjusted of $3.1 billion, operating income GAAP. That's just split by segment. Finances, $227.8 million, and EPS of $4.80. Since last quarter, Q3, Caterpillar down 9.2, S&P down 9.7, and XLI down 11.7. Near-term options imply a 6% move. Last 4 quarter earnings, gain of 9, loss of 1, loss of 4, gain of 8. Revenue has beaten consensus 15 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 quarters. So there you go. Now you got 30 minutes left. Those are the main ones. PSA, is that storage? Public Storage of America. Let me see if there's a quick preview on it. So PSA revenue 1.1, 1.14 is expected. EPS of 280. Core FFO full year guidance 1640 to 1680. Same store revenue 325 to 5. Same store NOI 22 to 51. They're down 13% since last quarter. S&P down 8%. XLF down 8.3. And the near term options imply 7% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, gain of 3, loss of 2, loss of 8. Thanks for the roses. Revenue has beaten consensus 11 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten consensus 12 of the last 20 with one in line. White House press conference. We did it, Joe. We did so many things. He invented the chip. And then he did so much more. I'm honored to present. Go. Sorry.
Dollars on lobbying since the drug was launched.
Well, I got time.
President Biden and congressional Democrats
We're not going to listen to all of it. Market's almost over.
And won, so seniors
I
don't
like her
have
outfit
to choose
though.
between healthcare
She got that
and
Barbie
other
pink on, you
basic
know.
needs. For example,
It's a fly fit,
a
Corinne.
senior from Texas, her
I
name
see
is
you, girl.
Myra,
I see you.
wrote to President Biden and said, bringing down the cost of Eliquis below the $700 her family pays could mean that her husband can finally fill his prescriptions without having to worry about whether they can pay rent. And because of the Inflation Reduction Act, millions of people will see lower prescription drugs costs. Now, before I turn it over to Admiral John Kirby, who's going to give us an update on what's going on in the Middle East, I wanted to say welcome back to Zeke and congratulations on your baby boy. It's good to have you back in the briefing room. It's been too long. And with that, Admiral Kirby.
Thank you. Afternoon. Obviously, it goes without saying that we continue to closely monitor events in the Middle East and the conflict between Israel and Hamas. Of course, the president remains continually briefed. Was briefed throughout the weekend, and of course, again this morning. And as I think you know, he spent some time yesterday on the phone with Prime Minister Netanyahu and with President Sisi of Egypt. In the call with Prime Minister Netanyahu did receive a commitment that the Israelis will endeavor to support a significant increase in the flow of humanitarian aid into Gaza, so additional trucks. And we had 45 or so get in yesterday. We're hoping that we can get some more in today, but obviously, even with the increase, it's going to take time to make up the difference, and we know there's an awful lot that needs to happen to accelerate and to increase that flow of aid. For our part, we continue to meet with regional partners, including, I think, as you know, the Saudi Defense Minister, Khalid bin Salman, is here. He's going to meet with Jake. In fact, I think that meeting's going on right now to discuss the latest in the region and ongoing efforts to prevent the conflict from widening. You've all heard the President and Jake be very clear about this. Our message to any actor seeking to exploit this conflict is don't do it. And as you all know, we have strengthened our force posture in the region. We're continually watching to make sure that any actor who might be tempted to jump in here knows that we will take very seriously our national security interests in the region, not to mention our obligation to protect our troops and our facilities that are going after ISIS in places like Iraq and Syria. Now, I just want to add just one little thought here on top of Kareen's excellent comments on anti-Semitism. I think you all saw what happened in Dagestan, Russia, yesterday, in what can only be described as a chilling demonstration of hate, bigotry, intimidation. Some people have compared it to the pogroms of the late 19th and early 20th century, and I think that's probably an apt description, given that video that we've seen out there. Local, provincial officials certainly came out pretty swift to condemn this mob. And I heard within the last hour or so, apparently Mr. Putin has decided to
Toll Brothers?
have some sort of meeting with his security officials. But
it's kind of
outside
popping.
of
It
that,
says
we've heard
higher on the
critics
high
from the
ticker.
Kremlin. Nothing. No condemnation. No calling for a stoppage of hate, discrimination, and bigotry towards Jews. Nothing. And I think that speaks volumes. And the same goes, for here in the country. Kareen talked about what's going on college campuses, but the same goes for Islamophobia. There's no place for that in the country. It must be condemned equally as strong, and we all need to work with might and main to stop that kind of hate as well.
cop. I don't know. The earning, dude. Toll Brothers is running. I don't know what's up with that.
I think that is like the coolest ringtone. I am a NASCAR fan, so like that, you've got to tell me where you got that.
We didn't hear the ringtone because y'all silenced all of them.
That is freaking amazing.
So over the weekend,
I don't see anything on Toll Brothers.
In Gaza. Does the U.S. at this point consider that, or when the president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday, do you consider an invasion of Gaza at this point? And does the U.S. What is the U.S. assessment right now of the Israeli objective in Gaza, the military objective there? And does the U.S. believe that eradicating Hamas militarily is achievable?
Well, there's a lot there. I'll let the Israelis characterize their ground operations. We're not going to slap bumper stickers on it here from the podium. They can speak to, and they did. They had a press briefing today. Defense Minister Gallant talked about what they're doing. And by all accounts, it appears that what they're trying to do is really put a lot more pressure on Hamas leaders. And when you're trying to go after the leadership of an organization, as we well know from our own experience against ISIS and against Al-Qaeda, putting that pressure, you have to be able to apply a discrete amount of force. And that's easier to apply with soldiers than it is to apply just from the air. So that's what they have described what they're doing, and I think I'll leave it to them. Now, as for your question, can you defeat them, I think is how you put it. Again, you got to be careful with analogies, but what we have,
come on, let me try.
I think demonstrated to a fairly well is that you can decapitate a terrorist organization. You can decimate their capabilities.
Okay,
you can render them a lot less effective.
Poor choice of words. I feel
You're probably never going to get rid of the ideology that backs them up and allows them to recruit into resource. But look at ISIS right now. It's
still holding 4170. We're off the highs. You had a little bit of hope, but you still got like 20 minutes left.
That they wanted to govern. It's a shadow of its former self. Still a viable threat, which is why we have some troops on the ground. But it's nowhere near the threat that it once was. And Al-Qaeda, the same thing. You can say the most recent intelligence community report analysis that they have been
XPO's been running all day
in places like Afghanistan.
16.
Doesn't mean that there aren't offshoots. Doesn't mean that they don't try to morph and change into something else. But we think that you can in fact have a tremendous impact on a terrorist organization's leadership, their resourcing, their capabilities, their ability to recruit, their ability to operate. Doesn't mean it all goes away, but you can.
Two questions for you. First of all, does the White House have a view on this idea of leasing or otherwise obtaining Egyptian territory in the Sinai Peninsula for Palestinian refugees to stay on a temporary basis?
I think right now, Trevor, the focus is on seeing if we can get safe passage out. And obviously, should we be able to secure that, we would have conversations with partners in the region, including Egypt, about what the capacity would be to provide some sort of temporary subsistence capability for
Bonds gave back the
families
the
refunding. Get out of Gaza.
Yeah, it's not bad. There's still confirmation on Wednesday.
But they want to go back home.
Could have been bad news. It wasn't.
Now, of course, and
so
that's
now we still got to deal with everything else. One event after the other.
Sense of it that want to flee forever and go somewhere else in the world. So at some point you got to start thinking through what that's going to look like, and I just don't know that we've had any solid answers to that right now.
Did that come up on the CC call with Biden yesterday?
I won't go beyond the readout on the call.
Okay, and then related to that Rafah crossing, any updates on getting people out through that corridor?
Unfortunately, no. I mean, but as you heard Jake say yesterday in a various set of interviews that he did, we're working on this literally by the hour to try to do that. We know we have several hundred Americans that want to get out.
Snapping overstock through the highs.
Admiral, you mentioned Putin's response or lack of response to this anti-Semitic mob at the airport, but his spokesman reportedly said that yesterday's events were largely the result of outside interference and that the security meeting is in part to discuss attempts by the West to use the events in the Middle East to divide the Russian society.
Well, isn't that sweet? It's classic Russian rhetoric, isn't it? When something goes like bad in your country, you just blame somebody else, blame it on outside influences. The West had nothing to do with this. This is just hate, bigotry, and intimidation, pure and simple. And a good leader, a decent leader, would call it out for what it is.
Pure
The way
and
President
simple.
Biden has called it out here in this
Pure
country.
and simple.
Instead of blaming the West
That's what it
for
is.
something and pushing it off to somebody else.
And as the IDF enters this sort of next phase of this conflict, the president again urged Prime Minister Netanyahu to act in a manner consistent with international humanitarian law. Does the president still feel, or does he feel that Israel is abiding by the rules of war?
Without getting into reacting to events on the ground in real time, which we're just not going to do. This is a conversation we consistently have had with our Israeli counterparts, and as you rightly note, it was part of the discussion yesterday with the Prime Minister, and you heard the Prime Minister today speaking in Tel Aviv about the efforts that they're undertaking to try to avoid civilian casualties. And I think that they certainly are making that effort. It doesn't mean that there haven't been civilian casualties. Tragically, there have been many, thousands of them. But unlike Putin in Ukraine, and unlike what Hamas did on October 7th, killing civilians is not a war aim of the Israeli Defense Forces. Their war aim is to go after Hamas terrorists. Terrorists, I might add, that are using innocent Palestinians as human shields.
But is the president concerned that Israel is going to break the rules of war? And if not, why does the president feel the need to repeatedly bring this up in, it seems, every conversation that he has with him?
Because it's something that even the Prime Minister brings up in the conversations, that they both recognize that as democracies, it's important to abide by the law of war and to protect innocent life and to try to minimize civilian casualties. It's not a lecturing. It's a reminder from two leaders of two vibrant democracies that this is what separates us from folks like Hamas.
Thank you. I'm here, John. The U.S. ambassador to the UN said that we should not be numb to the suffering of Palestinians, whether it's the journalists, ordinary people, or aid workers. The number now is 53. Every time we sit here, the number goes up. And also, the Save the Children Fund said that the number of children who was killed in Gaza is more than the whole world conflict since 2019. So why do you think you keep saying that we don't want civilians to die, and you ask Israel to exercise restraint and to abide by international law? Why do you think your message is not getting through to the people in the Middle East? They actually, basically, they don't believe that the U.S. is doing enough to protect civilians.
Well, back to Mary's question, there's not a single conversation we haven't had with our Israeli counterparts to better understand what they're doing to try to minimize civilian casualties. And again, as friends can and friends should do with one another, to make sure that we're on the same page about that. And the United States is literally leading the effort to try to get humanitarian assistance into Gaza. And if it wasn't, quite frankly, for American leadership, I don't think you'd see. In fact, I know you wouldn't see the increase of the aid getting in. Again, we know there's a lot more that needs to be done, but it's because of American leadership on the ground and American convening power that we're able to get that aid in and try to see if we can sustain it. We're working very hard at this. I just want to repeat it. Every single innocent life lost is a tragedy.
Is that the dog?
One. Whether it's a Palestinian life lost or an Israeli life lost. Everyone should be prevented. There's no reason for these families to keep grieving. And we're going to keep doing everything we can to work with our Israeli counterparts on the minimization of civilian casualties.
On the meeting with the defense minister, Saudi defense minister, yesterday Jake Sullivan said that we should talk about the future two-state solution. Do you believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu, who publicly said he's against two-state solution, that actually this is something that you can discuss as we go forward and you're looking for a political outcome?
Yeah, we've discussed it privately with our Israeli counterparts. You heard the president in the Rose Garden last week talk about it publicly, right at the top of his press conference. It's absolutely something he's 100% committed to, and he still believes in the promise of it. Though it may seem a little bit more illusory now, we still believe it's the right thing to do for the region, for the world, certainly for the Palestinian people.
Go ahead, April.
For both of you or for John, you have a historic coupling with DHS,
we'll close it in 2 minutes, a 10-minute rig. So about like a minute and 10 seconds.
When it comes to anti-Semitism and Islamophobia on these college campuses. Because of this historic coupling, will there be stiffer penalties now I'm talking about the penalty part for those who are carrying out hate and terror, as Karine said in her opening statement.
April, I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that question. That's a little bit out of my swim lane, I'm afraid.
That's going to be up to DOJ.
But you went beyond just hate. You went into terrorism.
Yeah, tied to anti-Semitism, right? That's what I was talking about, and also Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. So, look, that's going to be something that DOJ is going to decide on.
So will you get
right?
punished for protesting?
Title VI under the Civil Rights Act.
That's the simple way
that's
I'm
what
putting
we're saying,
it.
that people,
Are they going to raise the punishments?
What's happening in these campuses? That's kind of the path that we're going to try and deal with this. Again, DOJ, Department of Justice, is going to deal with the penalties and how they move forward on that. We're just not going to speak to that from here.
Not beyond hate, though, but terrorism.
What I was saying, anti-Semitism, right? It is unacceptable. That is what we've been seeing in these college campuses, and that's what I was referring to. Okay. All right, Gabe, go ahead.
Admiral, I'm sure you saw the number of pro-Palestinian rallies around the world throughout this weekend. How concerned is the White House that these demonstrations will spiral out of control?
No, we believe in the right of peaceful protest, even if it's
and still flushing.
Espousing ideas we don't agree with.
All right, that's 10-minute rigged.
But
it was getting juicy there, but thank you, Mr. Kirby. We've listened to a lot. We've heard Netanyahu. We've heard his advisor. You've gotten all the headlines. So let's see what's up, man. We'll see what's up, man. Conflating the problem. That's not what they're talking about. Well, that's what I said. That's my interpretation. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. But even then, we've had enough of this news cycle for the day. We got to wrap it up. We have 10 more minutes now. We got 10 more minutes. We'll see the next updates that the market will react or not react to. Gold and oil was a trip today. The bonds, the refunding has some juice, but you're right at the same spot. But for the most part, welcome to another Green Monday. Wow, fun fact. Monday has been the best weekday of the year in 2023 with an average gain of 0.29 for the S&P. If we close up more than 1.1 today, it will be the best Monday of the year. Wow. If we close up more than 1.19 on the SPY, this will be the best Monday of the year. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Oh, Visa and MasterCard on the high. Is there an update on any of those cards fees or anything like that? Again, Pepsi, a lot of XLP names. Except for Tesla. You did not need Tesla. Yeah, I feel like same thing happened last November. You remember that? Because part of the rally, you had some things going up really good, and then Tesla was just like, nah. But it's not the same as last year, so that's the good part. We've had our discussions today on Tessie. My goodness. I'm tired of Green Mondays. I feel you. It's been, again, and even the weekend, you remember, there was a weird fear into the weekend. It's not like you closed into the damn bottom. Yeah, literally, last Friday was hideous. You closed into the bottom. You had everybody worried about, what's it called? Everybody was worried about the Israel thing, and even though they did invade, they weren't freaked out this morning. So, a lot going on, but Monday, I think it's 13 Mondays in a row now. No, I think it's the 13th Green Monday in a row. So, and again, like it's saying, just Mondays have been the best day of the trading year in 2023. Sell into this if you have any ability to think. We'll see. Amen. I mean, it could be one of your opportunities. The only problem is that it's not like as much progress. I mean, again, you had your little pop even in October, a couple of days without Bill Ackman or anything. This is pretty much the size of the Bill Ackman rally that we're getting now. But it's, I don't even think this is that green as much as that. That's what I've been saying here. Where it's like, I'll take it. But, I had an envision of a lot more bullish of a month. But, it's still, like I said, until we get a grip, I don't see any of this as like, the only progress has been downward. So that's why this week is so crucial with all of the data and events that we're going to be getting. So we'll see. We will see. Bill Ackman, remember, he covered his bonds a couple of days ago. Bonds rallied for a little bit. People felt good. The market went up, and then you were literally 48 hours later, you're hitting a new low and then another high on the bond yields, which, again, happened the month in preceding weeks. Every month, that's happened once a month, every month for the last 3 months. Minus the Bill Ackman covering, just the bond moves. House Republicans, led by House Speaker Johnson, unveiled a $14 billion Israel aid plan that breaks with the Biden administration. They wanted $50 billion, right? And then $100 billion? I don't know, man. And then they split it between them and Ukraine. Final 5. Yeah, in about 5 seconds, actually. So, again, if we close above 1.19, which we are above right now, if this could hold up after this, this will be the best Monday of the year. Who would have thunk it? 1.3, 1.2 on the NASDAQ, 169 on the Dow. New guy warning. We got a couple of minutes. We'll let him know. We'll give him 60 seconds of calming down, and then we'll get everybody in their seats and let them know what's up, man. We'll let them know it's good. Dow's still up again. Russell 0.61. Where are those damn banks, man? They were doing very good in the morning. I think, again, banks calming down and having some of that not dying helped out a lot here today, from regionals to the just the big banks. Tesla still looks ugly. At least it stopped wicking that little wick thing for like the last hour. Bonds are trying to go up. They're pretty much right where the refunding announcement. Again, that was good news, but there's still going to be more follow-up on Wednesday. You have Pinterest, ANET, and what's the other one? Wolf after the bell, and then Pfizer, Caterpillar tomorrow morning. And then in very, very short amount of time, you also have the new guy. So, ladies and gentlemen, when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers. Why? Because it gets extremely loud in here. How loud? So loud that some people have said their eardrums have bled. Some people instantly turned into a baby back bitch. They did not know that that was lying dormant in their system. But that's what happens when loud noises, annoying Egyptians get on the mic. That those things could happen. I know. Even the new guy's Egyptian as well. But anyways, the whole point is we want you to have a good experience. I don't want you to be shocked, jarred, surprised, mortified, whatever adjective you may use. But I do want you to have a good time here, and we're ending the day, so we're going to wrap it up. So when I say earmuffs, just turn those speakers down or mute them. And I hope you'll be safe after that. That's the best I could offer. Okay? Sound good? Sounds good. Okay, earmuffs. That means mute. Earmuffs. Earmuffs if you fall into that criteria. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking on promptly around 6 a.m. at a sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 78 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day unless you thought Monday would be crap, but it hasn't for like 13 weeks in a row, and you're 0.02 off of having your best Monday of the year. But the other good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. Still got a little bit more time. But you got to finalize it. 1.2. You're about to lose best Monday status. Oh, man, you don't even have that much time left. Is this how we going to close it out? The fight for the best Monday in a red October? Oh, my goodness, Chad. So bring it home. Remember, you still got earnings and PHILO and everything else. But now for today, you have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays, shares, options, futures. I don't know what it is, but speak now or forever hold your peace. You got a little bit more data to wake up to tomorrow, a lot more stuff overseas. You're getting a little bit of the ISM data and manufacturing and all of that, but if anything, it's going to be a carryover. See if we give back the gains, and then it's to Powell. And then more refunding, and then the earnings and Apple and everything else, and you have less than 10 seconds remaining. Finalize it, 1.19 at the cusp of the best one. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chad, we made it. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books, bro. They closed right above 1.1. I need that GG. Let's go, baby. Everybody, a good game in the chat. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table, brought the vibes, the energy, the personalities, the infos. I need that GG. Let's go. You think you're the best chat in the world? You think you're the worst chat in the world? It don't matter without a GG. You better drop that. Show that you're not really a demon. Show that you actually got respect for one other person, one other level of damn sportsmanship, baby. Oh my God, good game. I hope you feel me, baby. Let's go. It don't matter. And everybody, right now. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. I see you too, baby. It don't matter. Members, non-members, stream alerts, everybody in the game. You got your chance now. Let's go. Did you make it or not? Are you going to make it for next year or not? You can make that decision now. Either way, I need a good game, baby. GG. Good game. That's just Monday. Good game, dog. It's just Monday. One more, baby. I need me to rap. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk.
What's up? Yeah, where's Jill? Come on.
Let that play?
I mean it.
Let that play. I don't know. I love you. That's the day, Chad. Thank you for being here, baby. God bless you. God bless America. God bless the chat. Oh, yes.
Just call me JP. I do not answer no questions. You can leave that to Shaki.
Shout out to members.
She'll lock you up for some weed. Say bad things,
shout out to positive people.
Make sure you don't
you don't need a membership for that. All the people contributing, baby. God bless you. You have a good day. I'll either see you on the watch list or not. Oh, yeah. I don't know about I forgot about earnings. I totally forgot. He got A-net. It's a Monday.
500 mil to Ukraine every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in 8-0. None of their borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us straight together, strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They in my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a roll. Now we going back to cold. 100 my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' fight about shit, especially not 10%. We ain't gon' fight about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Lobby that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student loan froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze, but mention and cinema froze. I'm getting faded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Questions from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. They give me the Eddie, I wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They lock you down if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silent just ain't changed my name to Stalin. Right off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing about something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop up fresher than a red truck. How I got it, how the shots. Yeah, how I got it, make it one car. Say shit on your block. Took off, mixing up my words. I'm live, so I think they mad. My fault, talking about inflation. I caused dumping our oil, turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Salmon. And fresh, I'm tired.
All right, yeah, A-net, it's not out yet. I'm still waiting on A-net, but here it is. SPY officially closed 1.2 by 0.01. This is your best Monday of 2023. I'd want to argue the best Monday was following SVB. I wouldn't be surprised. ANET's moving, but I don't have the numbers out yet, so I don't know if my thing's tripping out or not. We've had some issues this earnings season, but so far I do not see anything else. What is that dump? It's not real. Just don't. I mean, things are like on the SPY. It's not real. Again, it's been a weird day, bro. It's been a weird day. A weird day. ANET's now moving. Fight for it. I don't have anything. Again, it's going crazy. Market up only 8 doesn't surpass inflation. Well, it does, because remember, inflation is down to like 4. Remember, it's year over year. But again, I think over the last 3 years, it's like 16 to 27. I don't know. I got to do the math. I don't know. They told me it's 0. They said there's no inflation and to keep buying shit. But don't buy shit if it's financial related. I said, I don't get it. What do you want me to do? They said, we want you to lose your job. I'm like, what the fuck? You want me to lose my job? They're saying, no, we don't want that to happen, but that's what we need to happen. But I'm saying, but so you want it to happen? No, I don't want to. But if you want me to do anything, you got to lose your job. What the fuck you mean I got to lose my job? I thought you're the damn government. Why are you rooting for me to lose my job on one end? And then the other guy's like, yeah, we gave you a bunch of jobs. I'm confused. So you want me to lose my job? You don't care? So you wouldn't be sad if I lost my job. Is that what you're I'm confused. Okay, Arista. 1.55 to 1.55 or 1.5 to 1.55 for next quarter. I think that's above guidance. And then EPS 183, adjusted 172, and then net revenue 545. So let's compare it. I have the numbers. So Arista, again, guidance was for 1.4, so they killed it on guidance. And then even revenue for this quarter, which was a high beat, I think they killed it. Again, they did 1.5, or what was the revenue? 151. Expected their $100 million higher than the highest end. You got Pinterest moving up, but I think ANET beat top and bottom 172. Yeah, they killed it. And then their guidance was really good as well. So I think ANET actually did good, which is surprising because remember, they went up 25% last time. So that's back-to-back good earnings on ANET unless they have anything negative. Pinterest. Oh, look who it is. Okay, these are Pinterest's number. Analysts were expecting 743. It looks like they killed it. What was year-over-year growth number? Up 8%. Monthly active users. 763, though. I think that's, again, 20 million better. That's actually like what? Maybe 5% better. People were expecting 8%, which would have been 743. So that gives them like 12%, I think. That's a little better. Active users, 482. So they added like almost 10 million more. Net revenue, 7 million. I don't know what the net was expected to be. I don't have that number out there, but they did net 7 million. EPS of 1 cent. I think EPS was adjusted was 28 cents. So again, EPS adjusted expectation was 21. So they beat on that. Yeah. So again, they beat. Doesn't seem like anything bad from Pinterest. Honestly, they're up 10 right now. ANET hasn't been bad as well. I mean, this is kind of weird. We're used to shitty earnings, or at least good earnings getting sold off. But you have ANET up 3, top and bottom line beat, and they've had good. I mean, again, ANET's had both. Again, last couple of earnings have been good for them. And then Pinterest, nothing shocking, but I'm sure if people want to pick this apart, I haven't read to see if they warned on Israel or anything else of that nature. So we'll see. But Chattadonia, I'm going to have to call it. I got a little bit more of a schedule here today. I might even try for an earlier watch list. We're going to see. But ladies and gentlemen, that is your day. We are done. We got the earnings. I mean, it's weird. Let's see where it's at by tomorrow. I'm sure Tuesday will be wild too, but this whole week, baby, we are going to have so much. We even got power we got to deal with. So, Chad, I love you as always. Thank you again for being here. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the comments. Everybody who has helped out. For real, I hope you learned something. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you made your day go by. Hope you got info faster than everybody else, man. And I hope you're in the game and got a long term above all else and put a smile on your face because there's more to the market and world than the market and the world. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy your life, baby, and what you're doing. And have a good vibe and good attitude. And thank you for giving good vibes and good attitudes and treating other Chads with respect, baby. For real, I've been saying that for the last couple of weeks. I threw a hissy fit about it, and y'all have been great since. So I don't want to reward the hissy fit, but I just want to say I appreciate y'all and thank y'all for showing respect to all your Chads, especially in the middle of a lot of global just conflict and craziness and the news and everybody lying and this and that. So thank you for allowing allowing and helping create a space where we can share information and have this type of vibe, baby. So God bless you all. I hope your Monday was good, but we don't have the same energy for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but I hope you're ready. But thank you all again. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, baby. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. Why the love for strangers. Why we give them a cup of water. And why it's built on love, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Wow, Chad. Let's go. I think VFC... Hold on, they did something. And then you got a headline. I think VFC, they might have, they cut their dividend. Oh, they said, fuck you, activist investor. Oh, they're little fuckers. I saw something there. They said they're pursuing some of the board recommendations, but I think they're trying to fuck them, shake them out. They implement the initiatives associated with Project Reinvent and withdrawing full-year revenue and earnings outlook and updating free cash flow guidance. Then again, Rista CFO is making some comments. I think he said, to the moon, dog, we killed it. Where he says, CFO incremental improvements to 2023 outlook now sees full-year revenue over revenue in growth of excess of 33%. Wolf soaring. I know I wanted to play that one. That's the one I was looking at. But I said, I'll give it a little bit. But that's good. Again, they're down 44% on the quarter, so they should have a lot of upside if they beat. But, Chad, I'll see you on the watch list. We'll go over it all, and hopefully it holds. I'm just surprised earnings are coming in decent and holding for now. So, inshallah, hopefully no jinx. But, Chad, I love you all. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening, and peace. Hey, listen, man. Listen, today's a big day. We're gonna have a big day. Seriously, man. We're gonna regulate the shit out of AI. Sorry, have you seen this thing? I mean it, man. It's like sci-fi technology. It's like it's like a Rick and Morty scene, huh? Biden don't know who the fuck Rick and Morty is. But no, seriously. I saw it, bro. Tell me the weather forecast. I said, wow, look at technology telling me the weather. I said, that's fucking... we better regulate the shit out of this before it gets used for bio crimes. They got crimes out there. We got to stop it. Anyways, I love you guys. You have a wonderful evening. I'll see you. And look at Pinterest. Look at the fucking earnings going up. What the fuck's happening? I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. Okay, I'm out. I'm leaving. Bye-bye. Exactly. Now, hold on here, Joshua. You're telling me a lot of things right now. Is Wolf Speed, is this a company for chips, or are they selling drugs to animals? Exactly. I don't understand. What do you mean, Wolf Speed? Is it regulated? Oh, is that fine? Are you going to go to San Francisco and hand out Wolf Speed to everybody and let them do as much Wolf Speed so that we could solve the problem? I'm not understanding. Why? Who would name their name after a narcotic and an animal? Exactly. I reclaim my time. You have a wonderful evening. Good evening. Goodbye. Good morning. I don't even know. I reclaim it. I yield it back. Give it back. Exactly. Thank you.